The number is 866 We Be Big, and we appreciate you being with us. The wheel of meat could spin. We've been doing it on Fridays with the golden ticket seat holders, but you never know with this show. We could get froggy and do it today. You just never know. We do know, though, that Bible study with Rick is today at noon Central. We do know that, and I know a lot of you make it part of your week to join the Bible study. You're looking at me. It is Wednesday, right?
It is.
Okay,
No.
you were just looking at me weird. I was like, oh, boy.
I'll tell you why in the next
Okay,
commercial
all
break.
right. But that is today at noon Central Time on our YouTube channel, and then shortly after that, we'll make sure it's on the podcast and everything. We always send out notifications about that at Rick and Bubba on social media. So that's today. A lot to discuss, sports-oriented as well as news, a lot of updates, and some personal stuff as always. We do know also that Blazing Silverman is here. He is your intern today, getting show prep lined up for the guys, stapled up, stacked up, ready to go, and he is screening too at 866 We Be Big. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys?
Hey.
Y'all fired up for another day?
Sure.
Huh?
I'm gonna go ahead,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw myself under the bus.
No, let's
do
do it.
something yesterday, and Amanda was home. She was off yesterday, and so I came home, and it was kind of a weird. She's usually not there. Of course, that's gonna change things. We'll talk about that at some point. But so I come in, and I said, "Hey," I said, she'd went to lunch with her mom, and I said, I think I've got clinic at 2 today. It's early. I got a group of boys, so I'm going to go ahead and get on out there. I got some things I need to do, and talking about the Pelham Racket Club. And so I changed clothes and got ready, and there was a bottle of what I thought was lotion.
Oh, no.
Sitting on the counter, the bathroom sink. And I just pumped it a couple times and put a little lotion on my legs because I was real ashy for some reason. Okay?
Got it.
Go get in the car. And I'm like, why are my legs so sticky?
Oh, no.
I'm like, this is weird. And I had this just woman smell about me. And I thought, what have you done? What have you put on? You've put on some weird lotion. I go upstairs. I grab the bottle, and it's some women's body wash.
Oh, no.
It's not even lotion. So I have basically put soap all over me.
Yeah.
And
not
rinsed it.
Did it have like grain in it, like little?
And not only that, it smells like a woman.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I had to.
Smells
I
like
had to get a shower.
Smells
I just
like
had
a
to jump in the
garden.
Just had to jump in the shower. I first tried just to wipe it off.
Well, at least you were clean.
Right.
And when I wiped it off, it like
Smeared.
sudsy. Like now my legs look like a big like I've been washing a car and there's suds everywhere.
You know she was swishing through.
So I had to jump in the shower and just kind of start all over.
That's wow.
And I was really needing to get out of there, and just a bad. Amanda was laughing at me. She's like, "Really?" So you went that you got to get in the shower. I said, I got to get in the shower. Look what it's doing.
You got to get it all.
Yeah, but look,
there was no other option.
We have a routine, don't we? I mean, because you wake up so early and you don't really look at anything, and you just kind of have a routine. So you just kind of were like, hey, yeah, I need lotion. Didn't even look really at the bottle or anything.
No.
And I did that. Almost put lotion on my toothbrush thinking it was toothpaste about a month ago. I mean, had it in my hand and almost squeezed it out of the tube.
At least wasn't preparation H.
Well, it looked like the same bottle.
That's funny, Greg.
And it wasn't in the shower, so I just assumed that it was lotion.
Yeah. Wow.
Those sudsy legs.
Hey, how about having to get back in the
some
shower?
sudsy legs, and then had to just start all over, start my day all over.
There's something, too, I'm going to help you with.
Uh-oh.
Well, I've noticed when you come in the morning, your bottom right fog lamp is out.
You've told me that before, and for some reason I just won't.
I just won't. Those anyway.
I wish you'd stop telling me.
Right. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna help you change it.
Can we do that?
Yes. Yeah. All you gotta do is just
What are you doing?
just change his fog lamp.
Yeah.
What? But I'm talking to him.
I mean, why you care?
Well, because it's out.
It's been out, and I just
want
want
to help a friend.
I won't do it for some reason.
I don't even know if
Greg, he's my
turn
friend.
mine on.
Greg,
Is
They're my friends.
it that easy to do? Now you've been hanging around this shop guy. I noticed you bring him up a lot. Has he been teaching you things like
well,
this?
no.
Or is this something you've always been able to do?
Well, I'll hang out with Sean if you don't watch it. But I had the same issue with Reese's truck when it was my truck, and I just YouTubed it and it showed how to do it. And what's it called? Is it the fender well? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about here, but it's
You're trying to help him.
It's above the wheel. It's what covers.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Fender well cover? I don't know.
Good enough
Anyway, there's little screws that come just pop out and allows you to get to, and it's like extremely simple.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you just got to, there's little plastic screws that pop. You just pop them out. You pop them out, and then you bend the fender. I don't know what I'm talking about. That cover.
Like you're really a technician.
You take it apart to where you can reach the bulb.
Quit talking about
and then change the bulb, and then pop it back in, and you're done.
If
how about that, Greg?
See, I had forgot. I had completely forgot that it was out.
Mm-hmm.
But now it'll bother me now knowing.
Oh yeah, you're riding around looking at like that.
Did you like my chant this morning when I went by?
Yes. Greg don't know nothing about all that. And he's mad that I want to help him.
Worried about it.
Well, look. The only time I see him in his truck is when it's dark, and so that when you're coming in, buddy, there it is.
And I feel
one light.
And I feel bad that I haven't taken care of it sooner because you did tell me it's over a month ago, maybe 2. And I just didn't do anything about it, and now I feel like I've let you down by not.
Well, you came
obviously
in.
It doesn't bother you.
You came in behind me one morning,
yeah.
and I just said, "Oh, by the way, your light's out." Do y'all do that? Well, apparently, Greg wouldn't care. He would probably not even tell you it's out. But
no,
do y'all
if
ever
it's
do
one
that?
Of your headlights, I would.
Yeah, headlights or a brake light or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, by
fog
the way,
light, probably not.
Yeah.
So I just go to auto parts store and pick up a fog light.
You ain't.
Yeah. You just
Greg, I'll
punch,
go today.
You just punch in, your truck,
like
make,
forever.
model, year, and it tells you what bulb you need, and you get it, and then we'll pop it in.
I will go buy
or reach
3
there and
auto.
take it out and take it in. Will you match it up?
I'll go 3 auto parts stores, buy 3 auto parts stores. I'll stop at one and grab one.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll help you do it.
Greg doesn't believe.
And
I'll
Greg,
stop.
will you go out? It'd be like team building. We can all get down there
Y'all
together.
sound like
and
y'all
help.
got it covered. Speedy's got it down.
Watch,
pat.
we'll start getting
All
emails that that's
technical-
not how you do it, but that's how I did it on Reese's truck.
All that technical jargon you had going there. Sounds like you got it.
Well, I just wish I knew what that cover was. What is it?
Who knows?
It's in the fender. Am I saying
I
fender
think it
well? Is that right?
I guess. I don't know anything.
You know what
about
I'm talking
car.
about,
Yeah,
right?
I know what you're
I'll
talking
get one today.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
We're gonna go out there together and look at it.
I'm getting one today.
Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. We use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com today. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or Rick and rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And, folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 five-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Knock out holiday gift shopping early and snag some of the best deals of the season on Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, a comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life, perfect for anyone on your gift list. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYYBF to get 20% off site-wide, or save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's holiday bundles. That code is EARLYYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $half that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $half has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $half. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on the
It is
clock.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Boy, the off-air discussions are just something else. Getting just inundated with emails. It's the fender well liner that we need to pop off to replace your fog lamp.
Okay, mechanic.
I'm getting one today.
And Greg, I just need to look at you and ask you a question. Did you need any help with your vehicle on anything?
Yeah, I'm coming to you if I do.
Huh? Do you need anything at all
I don't.
done?
I think the timing's off a little. You know.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
jump in on that.
I got a little bit of dirt underneath my
I know a little
fingernails
bit
from
about
stuff.
You know, I might have heard about it.
Yeah. I can help if you need anything.
Okay.
If you
Well, I
need
appreciate
anything.
you stepping up
Yeah.
to the
I'm
plate
glad
and
to
helping
hear
me.
you got it. You're there
You know,
if we need you.
we took a carburetor off my four-wheeler and put one back on. Do you know that? You know, I can help you with that too. You need to do anything with that? You good?
I'm good, but I
Okay.
know where to come from my mechanic.
I put
work.
some air in my trailer tires.
All right.
Yeah.
You know how to use the tire gauge too?
Yeah. And we took JC's car to the exhaust shop, to Sean, and he's looking at it.
Well, maybe you can get a part-time job there.
You know what a serpentine belt is?
Yeah.
Okay.
You think Sean gets
can't put
excited?
one on, but-
You think Sean gets excited when you show up?
Probably not. He
Yeah,
probably
Speedy gets
thinks,
there
"Oh
trying to tell
crap,
him what
what's
to
he got
do."
now?"
He gets trying to tell him what to do.
Oh, look.
Do you hover over him and watch him do what he's doing?
Yeah.
And
I do,
or do you
yeah.
drop your car off and leave, or do you?
I asked him
know
if he
how you
needs
ask
help.
questions. Can you
I asked him
imagine?
if he needs help the other day, and I said, "Hey, you need help with anything?" And then he tried to throw this. Which I mean, I kind of got the hint. Okay, he said, insurance doesn't allow me to have anybody in the garage.
Oh, that's a
on
good
my
one
car
by
or
that's a
whatever.
good one by him.
And I said,
he made that
that's a
clearly
good
made
one.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's true or he did.
I don't know,
throw
but
it.
that's a good one.
It is.
Yeah, that's kind of like one of our excuses that we lean on a lot. Greg, we use Greg a lot. Greg's a jerk. He didn't want people here. Things like that.
Oh, I didn't realize y'all were using that.
Hey, my dad sent us our daily text.
Encouragement.
He says, "Good morning, son. As always, you guys sound fantastic."
I love it.
Greg's a little sleepy and grumpy, but other than that, he's good.
I'm waiting on the day for him to send me and go, guys, I'd like to see y'all stepping up a little
Right.
bit. Y'all ain't sounding very good.
You talking about like my dad? We did the sports arts. You know what he said day one?
Yeah.
Hey, today is not a historical birthday. He sent him.
That's true, yeah.
He said, however, 1 year ago today, all right, 1 year ago today, and I need you to look at me, Greg, because this is big. You off in your laptop. One year
I
ago.
can hear without looking. I don't have to.
I don't
look
know.
at
You can't do two things at once. You've even admitted it.
I'm listening.
I see how Lisa feels now. 1 year ago today, you brought me home from the hospital after my 5-way open heart
I remember
surgery.
that.
Hallelujah.
1 year.
Still kicking. Love y'all.
1 year.
One year.
Been praying for Greg to be kind and his heart softened.
Y'all need to step it up this morning. You're not sounding good.
I got an email yesterday, and they said, y'all refer to a Sports Czars show on the kickoff hour and the main show a lot. I'm out of the loop. So y'all did a sports show, and why was it canceled? And what? Please tell me. I'm a new listener.
See, it's been so long since we did it. There are a lot of people who don't know.
And
it's been a minute.
And so I'm like, well, the lazy part of me could, I could respond, but it'd be easier just to tell everybody because there might be others that have that same question because we do refer to it a lot.
Sure.
Matter of fact, we were probably about to refer to it because we were going to bring up the college football rankings. The first rankings are out. Which now means the AP poll is really meaningless.
Oh, yeah. This is the only one that matters.
Yeah. And so does anybody dare to jump into that and give maybe the 30-second version of what we did and why it was canceled?
I can't remember.
Well, for a few years, we actually did a sports show and it started off
on a sports station.
On a sports station. And we did it we started off doing it as 12 to 3 is when we started.
Did it?
And then we moved it to 4 hours.
Right,
and
we were
did
awesome.
We did it. We went 11 to 3, and we never did the first hour live because we had so much we couldn't.
And nobody knew it.
Yeah, but nobody knew it because we would come in before the Rick and Bubba show. And
in my mind, I had it 10 to 2, and we did the first hour and canned it. Was it 11 to 3?
Well, it may have.
I think they changed it.
It may have been. It may eventually been 10 to 2.
All right.
But I know when we first
remember.
started, it was 3 hours, and we either started 11 or 12. But nonetheless, we were on the air for. You count Rick and Bubba, we were on the air for 7 or 8 hours a day, and we didn't realize how hard we were running until we stopped.
And then we'd come back.
We would. We would We'd usually go to Mug Shots when we were at the old studio. We'd go up there and eat and come back and. We did our version of sports for 3 or 4 hours a day for a couple years, and the reason it was the station that we were on went in a different direction.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, Paul Feinbaum was actually caught up in all this because he was a part of the station we were a part of at that time.
Right.
And when he made the move, the station made a move to do something different. So.
Now, I can't remember right, but I remember we came there for the big kickoff.
Yeah.
We weren't on it then. Right, it came out. We didn't have a show. When
I
they
don't
kicked
think
it
so.
off.
I can't remember. Like you're saying, I can't remember.
Yeah, because it seems like the two big names they didn't work out.
No, because they were morning.
And then that's when they brought us in because they moved somebody else to the morning and we took their spot.
Yeah, all I know is
the
that
morning guys were big wigs and it didn't pan.
Right, and so
but they had to keep paying.
When we refer to flagship station or whatever, that's the home market where we are sitting now. And that's WZZK, and we refer to that a lot in Birmingham, Alabama. And when we refer to a cluster, that means that there's other stations in that ownership that's in the same building as our flagship.
Yeah.
And one of those stations was turned into a sports station, and they were looking at unique ways that they could cover different day parts, and that's when they came to us and said, hey, what about the Good Time Gang do a sports show? And we were like, I'm not really sure about that. So to your point, it was more of an entertainment / sports show. It was our own version of that.
We were the lead-in to Paul Feinbaum.
We were.
We didn't do the kickoff hour then.
No, we did not. No. But
was
during the kickoff, well, actually, between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. Central, we would come in and pre-record the first hour of the sports show to give us time to finish the main show with golden ticket seats and pictures and post-show production, and then we'd sit down and then pick up the sports show live after that first hour that we had pre-recorded, and that was every day.
Yep.
And so we'd come in and go 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. Central, and then from 5 a.m. Central to 6 a.m. Central, it would be show prep time. Rick and Bubba are now arriving, and we're getting ready for the main show. And then the main show was 6 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Yep.
And then in the 10 a.m. hour, it was post-show production and everything for the main show. And then I thought at 11 we picked it up live, but I can't remember.
There was a time where we did.
Yeah.
That's when we –
that's when we had to pre-record because there was no way we could have just jumped in.
And we couldn't go eat lunch then either.
Right.
Because we didn't have – because nothing was opening till 11, and so that's when that kind of changed.
They changed time.
So that's what – that's the – that and so we
and
named
the station dropped the sports –
right.
They changed the format, so I guess we were fired. No, I mean, the whole station was.
Yeah, well, at that time, it was weird because they were going after Feinbaum and wanted him and had ESPN radio rights and all that. And we thought, okay, wow, so this is really happening. And then I think that all fell through. I think Feinbaum probably made a good decision.
Yeah, it looks like he made the right choice.
And then they said, okay, well, then we're blowing the station up and we're going back to music. And so – anyway, so when we refer to the sports czars and all that and the sports show, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And Greg one day said sports czars, and then that really took off.
That's me. I don't even remember how long it went on.
I don't
a couple
either.
years. It was a year and a half, 2 years. Yeah.
Do you miss some money, Greg?
Yes.
Rick and Bubba.
If all home purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, yes, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science in air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is how you help stop colds and flu from taking your whole family down. This is how you destroy allergy and flaming toxins and mold from the air your family breathes. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, use the code BUBBA for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. So that's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. Now, we use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. When a threat is detected, Simply Safe's monitoring professionals promptly contact you and dispatch first responders to your home, even if you're away or you're unable to respond. 24/7 professional monitoring costs under $1 a day. That's less than half the cost of ADT's traditional professional installed plans. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Don't miss this chance to save big when you protect your home with the best. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba, Adler, they join us right after top of the hour. I am Speedy. To my left, Greg. To my right, Michael. And then there's Blazing Silverman, your intern, taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you choose to join in. Next hour, we'll break down the college football rankings. The first rankings are out. There are a few surprises, but not many. Really more how everybody fell in the top 5 or so, but it's all going to work itself out. But that'll be an interesting conversation. I guess Michigan State will have enough players to continue playing at some point.
Well,
but
they're suspending a lot as they keep reviewing the video. Like I said, hard to hide when your name's on the back of your jersey.
Yes.
And you're kicking.
Right.
You can't go, well, I didn't do anything. They go, well, is that you, number 8?
Yeah. It's just, there it is.
Is that your name across the back of your jersey? Well, it is.
Yeah.
Well, you seem to be kicking.
Right. The Phillies tie the World Series record with 5 home runs in the World Series game. In Game 3, they beat the Astros 7-0 to take a 2-1 lead in the World Series. The Game 4 is tonight, still in Philadelphia.
One way to win it, hit 5 home runs.
Yeah, Bryce Harper started it out and with a bang. And let me tell you,
what an atmosphere last night.
I know,
Goodness
gosh
gracious.
almighty.
Here's a flashback. I remember us doing on the sports show the story about Bryce Harper taking his GED and graduating a year early so he could go play junior college baseball because they knew once he got out of high school he was going to be the first pick of the draft. And they said, high school baseball wasn't a challenge for him at all. Y'all remember us doing that story?
Yeah.
No, Greg,
and
I do, and I'll say this, and we were reminded last night.
But that's
of
how long
this.
it's been.
Right. I know, but we were reminded of this last night. If you watched the game, there are athletes and there are hard workers, and there are athletes that work hard. Then there's the gifted.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's
the born with.
And that's Bryce Harper.
Right.
You're better than everybody else, and you don't even have to try.
This man was born to hit a baseball.
Absolutely.
Right. And on
it showed
October
last night.
16th, he turned 30. So that'll tell you how long it's been.
Because I remember doing the story that a lot of people criticized his dad for letting him basically go ahead and graduate early and then go play JUCO ball for a year.
Yeah.
To get him ready for the draft. And of course, he's been a starter since day one.
Sure.
Sure.
Crowd was amazing last
yeah.
night. John Smoltz, I don't remember when he said it, but it was a great line. He said, "Not really sure why we have seats in this stadium because no one is sitting down the entire time."
Watch out, Smoke.
Crazy. Crazy scene last night.
And then we have a Stanford student that has been suspended from serving as tree mascot.
First of all, that tree mascot's a weird mascot.
It's a very
It
weird
is.
mascot.
Kinda
Back
scares
to
me a little
college.
bit.
Yeah, the student in the car. See, the big controversy is going at the college is cracking down on some of the social activities, and the students are saying that they hate fun. So basically, he had and it's a big sign if you look at it. During halftime, he whipped out a big giant sign that says Stanford hates fun. So they are going to let someone else, a former mascot person, fill in for him, and they're not doing away. They're not put it this way, they're not punishing the costume. They're just punishing the guy in it. But they said, in the first time this has happened to the Stanford mascot, that this is funny about it. In 2006, 2 mascots were suspended during basketball season. One for dancing in an undesignated area during the NCAA tournament, and the other for drinking before the game. So their mascots have got a history of being disciplined.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't know that the Stanford tree.
Well, he said Stanford hates fun.
Right,
Look
right.
It's a big sign.
Had a Twitter account and everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he has been. First of all, the tree running around is weird.
Yeah,
Anyway. So that's probably maybe the worst mascot ever.
It really is. It's not a good
It's
one.
got to be up there at the top as worst ever.
Wow. I didn't know that the tree and the marching band had a history of suspensions.
Oh, no, yeah. You got to watch them. They get cranked up down there.
Speaking of Stanford, I started getting emails yesterday and text messages from friends wanting to know if I'd heard this story. And this is, I'm not making up what I'm about to say, okay? Because of my kids go to Vestavia Hills High School, this is why people started sending me this message, wanting to know if I knew this
saw
person.
the headline.
Okay.
And here's the headline. I'll just read it to you. Because you bring up Stanford. Vestavia Hills High School graduate posed as Stanford student reportedly lived in dorm for 10 months.
What?
And
so
I
he
thought,
just showed up.
So he wasn't in school?
Ain't there
No.
paperwork involved?
Greg, there is.
I mean, how do you get by all that?
I don't know.
This is fun.
William Curry, a
movie
2021 graduate of Vestavia Hills High School, was removed from Stanford
hold on.
last
2020?
week. 2021, last year.
Oh, 21.
So he went on to
Okay.
California and just wanted to live life as a
Graduated
student. How does he
in
have
Stanford.
money?
Does he tell his parents he's in school? How
well,
did this work?
No. He told people, first of all, he was on track team at
that's even
Stanford.
better.
Carried around
Lived in the dorm.
a Stanford track backpack.
And lived in the dorm.
Lived in like 5 different dorms.
So as they
Greg.
start zeroing in on him, he'd jump to another one.
Evidently, the
I am
administration knew about this since December, but this
Well,
is
first of all,
almost like-
Stanford hates fun. So
They do.
He was definitely he was
Apparently,
having fun.
they can't find anybody either.
Evidently,
Did somebody else on the track team ever pass him and go, hey, why do you got a backpack on that says track team?
Now, what about who his roommate is?
Yeah,
Not
did
only
he ever
that.
go to in class? Did somebody could not show up and go, look at his schedule. Oh, he's in that building at 10. Let's go get him.
Can we do this? Since he's from here, can we get him in here and go, look, buddy, you're going to have to tell me how
How did
got
you
around
pull
all
this
that.
off?
We're going to have to figure that out. But all right, go ahead. We'll let you talk.
Well, no, I just
so many
gets out of
questions.
There
jail.
are so many questions. I got so many questions too. So first of all, he had a girlfriend, okay, and so he had convinced a girl there that
That
he
he
was
met
on the track
at
team
Stanford.
and
Oh, my
whatever.
gosh.
Ended up breaking up with her, and then was harassing her or whatever. That's part of the story.
Oh, boy.
Went as far to tell people he was a transfer from Duke University.
So he decided to transfer from Duke.
Yes, that
you
was
got to
part
give
of the
him
story.
his academics are really high. You got to
And
give him that.
where are the parents
Stanford
in
and
this?
Duke.
The great question, Speedy. I don't
They
know.
thought he was in the Army.
Well, I just wonder if the parents thought that he was there in school.
Or is
Because
he
how
just-
did he get out there?
Or did he just tell him I'm out here working? He had to have had a job or something.
Well, they
But
finally.
how do you
or
move
was he
in-
eating in the cafeteria?
How do you move into a dorm, y'all? Don't you have to have student
Yeah, there's-
IDs to get in
I don't
dorms?
know.
and
He was
stuff?
finding
Moving to a
different
dorm.
rooms that were unoccupied, I believe,
He
like
would
in the
slip into one?
basement and stuff like that.
What?
And then he would slip into certain
What have we
rooms.
said? Act like you're supposed to be there.
I know.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
But you
Walking
still got to
backwards.
walk past a desk and
Yeah.
sometimes show your ID.
Look, I know he got
yeah.
caught, but 10 months, that's pretty good.
Well, and they said
That is good.
they zeroed in on they had heard, got complaints, especially the harassment stuff when his girlfriend.
That hurt it. Yeah, if he'd have
And
just
so,
maybe don't harass women,
Well,
he might still be living in the dorm.
but they had like filed trespass and got papers to actually give him, and they couldn't find him to give him to him.
They knew who he was and what he was doing, but they couldn't
figured
catch
out
him.
what was going on, but they couldn't catch him to hand him the papers to get him off the campus.
Well, and I just realized
You know
something I was
someone
saying.
listening knows him.
I was
'cause
just
he's from
saying-
here.
I reached
Yeah.
out to several people going yesterday. By the way, do you know this guy? He graduated with your son.
By the way, I just realized I'm sitting here thinking they could look at his schedule and know where he is. He wasn't in school.
Right.
I mean, so they did.
That's
He
the-
didn't have a schedule.
They told him he
so
was out
they couldn't.
working
I
somewhere.
understand now.
Yeah.
So he's just walking around like he's there.
He just
got
pretended
him
to be a
girlfriend.
student and killing. I guess during the day he would just kind of hang out and he had a girlfriend.
Yeah.
till he, took that little.
So what is he doing? Just walking the halls trying to find an empty room?
With his track backpack on.
Yes.
Did he have clothes, or was he living out of a car? I mean, how does he?
These are questions that I want answered.
Right. What's his name?
William Curry.
All right, you said that. All right, William Curry.
Yeah.
If anybody knows him, email us because we want to talk to him.
Did he show up in any classes?
I mean, did he just act like it? Because I would think if he had a girlfriend, they would probably spend time together. At one point, did he go, okay, I got to go to class. I'll see you later?
Probably made all that up.
He probably went and sat in the class.
Could he have made his girlfriend
If he told his girlfriend he was on the track team and had a track backpack, he will say he's going to economics class.
How did he get the track backpack?
Well,
if you fake living there, you can pull off a track backpack probably.
I guess so.
Just go in there and steal one. I'd like to hear his story.
I would too.
No, he can leave the part out about harassing his
Not
girlfriend.
condoning it by any means,
No,
but this is intriguing to me.
A smaller version of the movie Catch Me If You Can.
Right.
Which, again, I'm sure they exaggerate a lot, but I actually did find an old Tonight Show video on YouTube. I don't know why it popped up, of the real person that was Catch Me If You Can movie. Johnny Carson was interviewing him, and he actually, a lot of those things were real. Him being a pilot and all that. He never flew the plane, but he faked that he was a pilot.
Wow.
He'd get mixed in with the crew and stuff.
Frank
Doctor
Abagnale.
Yeah, he was a doctor, a lawyer. He did pass the bar. He said he straight up studied and passed.
Let me ask you this. For one day, not 10 months or whatever he did, but for one day, do y'all think y'all could fake an occupation and get through building or
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd think what it would be, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I clearly could.
Matter of fact,
I clearly could be a mechanic.
I think you.
I thought you were.
Here's the challenge. I think you could pick the occupation for me, and I could pull it off
For a day, probably.
for a day.
For one day.
For 1 day, 12-hour shift.
Okay. I am going to pick for you that you're in an orchestra.
Now that's going to be tough.
That's a good one. Because you actually have to have a skill.
Well, I know
that's going to be tough.
If you're on the drums in the back, you just boom, boom.
No, that's not. It's not just that.
Okay.
That would be tough. You got me on that.
All right.
I will say you got me.
The Frank
Abagnale.
Yeah. In that interview, and I think when he was faking being a doctor, he was over like the interns and stuff that were learning. So what he would do, he would ask them, well, what do you think it is? And they would say, and he'd go, you're right. Because they had general knowledge.
Yeah. I would fake being a mechanic, and I would get in there, and I get a lot of grease on me, and then I would call the customer back and go, hey man, we got backed up, we just can't get
waiting
to
on
it.
a part.
We're waiting on a part, and I'd get up under the car, I'd put it on a lift, and I'd get up under there, and all you could see was like my shoulders down, and I'd in there looking like I was real busy.
You could be a greeter somewhere.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
that's
of
just
course.
natural. You can fake that. They'd probably hire you.
Right. I don't know about a doctor because there's a lot of access that you got to have. If you don't have a badge, you can't get in certain areas.
Well, let's say you do. Somehow you
I'm in.
I'll steal one.
Yeah, I'm asking for a
I'll be at the
scalpel.
cafeteria a lot.
Yeah. I'd be around checking people's heart rate. And stuff.
But breathe in, please.
Yeah.
That orchestra thing would be challenging.
Yeah, I just,
Well, you could.
I thought about it.
Something's wrong with my
That's a
violin.
good one.
Something's wrong with my violin.
See, Adler could pull the orchestra part
Yeah,
off.
of course, because he's talented. But in that aspect.
Yeah.
All right, here's the deal. You're playing a flute in the orchestra.
No. I
Just
can't.
fake it.
You could fake blowing in it, but
I
just
could
move your
do that.
hands.
Now I could do
You
that.
could move
Now,
your
the
hands
people
like
beside you would go.
If I can act out no sound coming from it, I'm game.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Where did you move into? Because they're like, hey, where'd you come from?
What city?
They're like, why
where
are
am I
you here?
from?
Why are you here today? What, are you new? I'm new.
Got to be from the South because your accent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all got that.
Athens, Tennessee.
That's good.
Transfer from Tennessee Westland.
Okay.
See how quick I came up with that?
Okay, well, that's good.
All right, now play the flute.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable, or you simply just don't like how it works, well, right now, during open enrollment is a perfect time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the industry. That's double. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for 30 years. It's shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. And here's why now is the perfect time to make the switch. If you join MediShare Complete by January 1st, they will waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off your first year. No fee to join, 10% off every month for all of next year. But again, it's a limited time offer. So yeah, you're not stuck. You've got a great option. Call now, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-611-3437. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-611-3437. That's 800-611-3437. Again, 800-611-3437.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
All right, it's 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is sponsored by ekpure.com. Protecting our military personnel is critically important. I think we'd all agree on that. So when we hear that the U.S. Defense Department selected EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board all of our Navy ships. Hey, that gets our attention. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is big news because it's now available for you. That's the big thing. They have this advanced mineral technology that goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, including coronavirus. This is the new science in air purification that works, and now you can order one for your home or small business to protect your family or coworkers. All you got to do is take a few minutes today and go to ekpure.com. Use promo code Bubba to save 10% off your EnviroCleanse home air purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus free shipping. That's a $150 savings by going to ekpure.com. Just use promo code Bubba, and you're going to save 10%, get free air quality monitor plus free shipping. So go get the best. That is ekpure.com. Use promo code Bubba for those savings and a free air quality monitor plus free shipping. Or you can always go to rickandbubba.com and click under the sponsors button, and they're all listed there, and then you can go that way if you'd like. All right, so as we come back, we're hopping around a little bit. That's a very interesting story that we just discussed out of Stanford, where a student went to Stanford, not enrolled, lived in the dorm, had a girlfriend there, claimed that he was on the track team, and got away with it for 10 months. Apparently, those at Stanford knew he was doing it, but they couldn't catch him. Yeah. And finally, I guess they did. Is he back home now?
That I don't know. It's a good question.
Well, maybe, buddy, if you're listening, we'd love to talk to you. Unless you're in so much trouble you can't talk about it, and we get that too.
Maybe.
Wow. That's I was not expecting
10
that story.
months, man.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
It's very good is what it is. Boy, I tell you, JC was able to just like be the man with all of his buddies yesterday.
Yeah.
He I guess got with Terry on a request for some food, and Terry got home from work, and I was upstairs doing some stuff, and I noticed that immediately the house started smelling so good. It started smelling like a Cracker Barrel, like when food gets going, you know. Remember we used to have to work out by Cracker Barrel?
Oh, yeah.
And it was around lunchtime, and they would have us run into the curb and back, and you could smell them getting lunch ready.
Oh, yeah.
God, it was so good. But anyway, it was a mixture of stuff. It was like I thought I smelled breakfast stuff, and then suddenly I thought I smelled something like brownies being cooked.
Breakfast brownies.
It was just like, man, what is going on? So I went down stairs, and I said, honey, what do you got going on? And she said, well, I'm making some things for JC, Tyson, and Jake. They're the roommates. They're the three of them live in an apartment. And I was like, what are you making? And he said, well, he made a request to have this. It's kind of it's almost like a mac and cheese rotel
like
dip type
platter
that's got grilled chicken in it and everything.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Like something I'd like.
Sausage balls.
I like
those.
Right.
There's no
balls like sausage.
There you
balls.
go. So I was going to say it. There's this breakfast casserole that he loves that has just so much in it, and it's just so good. That was being made, and then she had some s'mores type. I don't
chocolates, man.
Boy, yeah, and it was some type of dish that looked so delicious, and so she's like, yeah, and we need to run this over to him. Because his car's getting worked on, so he doesn't have a car, so he's mooching off his roommates, getting rides everywhere.
You had to go by and help the mechanic work on the car.
Well, yeah, I asked him. I said, "Now, you sure I don't need to come by?" So last night, just before the World Series started, we go for a little walk, and then it breaks out. She's like, I just want to get this to him tonight. Can we not run it over there? And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Let's go. So I call him and tell him, hey, we're coming over. So we pull up, and I text him. I said, look, we're not coming in or anything like that. Just run down and get all this stuff. And so we pull up, and it sounded like a herd of elephants coming running down this long staircase. And here I come. Here he comes. He's coming down, and I said, hey, you're probably going to need help because my back seat was full of stuff. I had even had to push up my seats and lay it all out on the floor because it was still kind of warm at the bottom. And I don't know where they all came from, but the teammates and roommates that came running down, because, if you think about it, if you're a college student, you're a bunch of dudes, you're hungry all the time.
Are you sure these were all college students or was somebody fake?
Right. And so you could tell that he was like, hey, I've got the food. And they were coming out of from behind the bushes. They were coming. Oh, I know. And he texted, hey, thank you so much or whatever. But I could tell he was just so, like, check this out. And they were all like, oh, what's that? Oh, wow. You got to pull back the tinfoil, so you can see what's in it. Oh, man, that looks so good. And he was the man. But it was one of those things where it was just eating on her we got to get this to him. There was talk about, hey, let's just wait till he gets his car tomorrow and then he'll get it then.
Of course, you had to feed the team. None of us left.
And about halfway through the walk, I said, you can't stand. You've got to get this to him. Yes, I really want to get in because it was hot, it was warm, and I laughed because it took me back to my college days about how having food.
You talking about combos for supper?
Yeah, and a full refrigerator and the kitchen just stacked of food. It was so rare in college that you're just like, man, when that happens, I could just tell the satisfaction on their face was like, this is going to be unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
It was a great moment, though. I was like, you're kind of the man right now. He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, thank y'all. I love y'all.
Of course, now they expect it.
Yeah.
From now on.
Yeah.
Speaking of food, I've got a QFTA here
what you got?
For you two.
Let's go.
Where do you guys stand on Little Debbie ice cream? Do you like it? Yes or no? If so, what are your top two? Mine are Christmas tree cake ice cream and cosmic brownie ice cream. He said, I'm not a big fan of I'm not a big ice cream or Little Debbie guy, but something about mixing this vanilla ice cream mixed is really good. Josh,
I will say this: the only access I had to that was the oatmeal pie, and I don't like them, so I didn't eat it.
Okay,
I haven't had any, but I think I would go cosmic brownie.
Okay, anything brownie like that, I would probably lean that way as well.
Because I like cosmic brownies.
Mm-hmm. They are good.
So y'all have never tried the Christmas tree cake ice cream?
I have not. No.
Interesting.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Matt Lauer, we were getting more and more updates on that. Here's like it was breaking when we were on the air. So here is NBC Today Show when they were sent the announcement when they announced that Matt Lauer had been terminated.
First of the show yesterday.
By NBC. So here it is, courtesy of NBC Today.
Everybody, welcome to Today, and Hoda's here with me at this morning because this is a sad morning here at Today and at NBC News. Just moments ago, NBC News Chairman Andy Lack sent the following note to our organization. Dear colleagues, on Monday night we received a detailed complaint from a colleague about inappropriate sexual behavior in the workplace by Matt Lauer. It represented, after serious review, a clear violation of our company's standards. As a result, we have decided to terminate his employment. While it is the first complaint about his behavior in the over 20 years he has been at NBC News, we were also presented with reason to believe this may not have been an isolated incident. Our highest priority is to create a workplace environment where everyone feels safe and protected, and to ensure that any actions that run counter to our core values are met with consequences, no matter who the offender. We are deeply saddened by this turn of events, but we will face it together as a news organization and do it in as transparent a manner as we can. That is the statement from our chairman, Andy Lack, and we just learned this moments ago, just this morning. As I'm sure you can imagine, we are devastated, and we are still processing all of this. And I will tell you right now, we do not know more than what I just shared with you, but we will be covering this story as reporters, as journalists. I'm sure we will be learning more details in the hours and days to come, and we promise we will share that with you. And Hoda, I mean, for the moment, all we can say is that we are heartbroken. I'm heartbroken for Matt. He is my dear, dear friend and my partner, and he is beloved by many, many people here. And I'm heartbroken for the brave colleague who came forward to tell her story, and any other women who have their own stories to tell. And we are grappling with a dilemma that so many people have faced these past few weeks. How do you reconcile your love for someone with the revelation that they have behaved badly? And I don't know the answer to that. But I do know that this reckoning that so many organizations have been going through is important. It's long overdue, and it must result in workplaces where all women, all people feel safe and respected.
So They went on talking a little bit about how what they saw of him would have not shown. Hoda talked about that a little bit. But I don't want to make light of the situation, but you know how awkward life can be when you don't know what's coming. Did you pay attention to the people that were ready to hold up their silly signs on NBC Today, standing out there, and they start this announcement, they just take their sign and put it down?
Right.
It's kind of like, okay, so I guess I'm not going to hold up, hello, Sioux City. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm on.
Come give me a hug, Matt.
You're right.
You got to put that down.
So
that one's out.
That was the original discussion. Now, Bubba also said he saw Kathy Lee Gifford crying her eyes out at some point yesterday, but I
that's going to happen.
Right. Well, because she was probably had been drinking wine all day on the show.
Right.
But people, this is how these things normally go, and now we're 24 hours into it. You have the response of like these two women that say, "I never saw this side of this man. Can't believe this happened. He comes into work every day. Was all that a lie?" I think you said that's what Kathy Lee was crying about. Was this all a lie?
Is everything a lie?
Is everything a lie?
Pretty much.
But then now you're getting people, and Bubba and I talked about this in the office. It's so true. It never fails. It's there's a difference with acquaintances, and then dear close friends in your inner circle. Mm-hmm. All of us have been there, and I think we're seeing a little bit of this happening today. Is that there's the shock, but there's always those people on every single case that go, that doesn't surprise me. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
There's always people going, I can't believe that. And then somebody says, really? Nah, it don't surprise me. Right? Does that not always happen? Mm-hmm. And so now there's some people, I saw Kathy Lee come up. Did you have her?
Oh, yeah, I was showing.
I didn't know whether.
Well, and two, Rick, as this information filters out, there's all kind of stories today about several accusers at NBC. But it looks like that NBC was doing their own in-house investigation that had been going on possibly as long as 60 days. And that there were some other news organizations that were also on the trail. And they thought that they were about to break the story. So this last accuser that came forward apparently was, pushed them into a situation. We have to act tonight. And that's
it's about
the
to come
timing of it was very strange, I thought. But if you know they were already in this process, it makes more sense.
Well, also in what it sounds like, they got what they were investigating. What happened when he was covering the Olympics in 2014 is when this allegedly happened.
Well, it goes back to 2001. The one that said that he had a button underneath his desk that locked the door.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about the person who got him fired. I'm talking about the person who got him fired was 2014 at the Olympics. And undoubtedly, they thought that account was so horrifying, that because people are saying, and I understand they're all bad, but as we now wade into this world we're going into, this reckoning, is there's sexual assault and there's sexual harassment, and they're both bad if they both legitimately happen. Then there's just bad behavior. Rude, crass, whatever. And we're going to have to, and I 100% agree with what was said. I think if there's men or women or anyone out there, but a lot of this is mainly men, that have walked around with this cavalier attitude that they can just do whatever they want to do with women and say whatever they want to say, do whatever they want to do, and 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour has begun, tradition since the attack on America. Way back on September the 11th, 2001, we have been playing the national anthem to start this hour, and we'll do that again today. is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we'll unpack another one today and look forward to you being part of it. Blazing Silverman is locked in and ready to go. He's our Rick and Bubba intern at Rick and Bubba University, earning a degree in common sense. Common sense now a superpower. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, as they have completed a kickoff hour. And now we'll all join together and continue with the big show. If you don't know about Kickoff Hour, it is available on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. So if you're not getting it, find out how at rickandbubba.com. You can also catch it in the archive. If you would rather not have to rise to catch it live, understood. I rarely catch all of it live either because I don't want to rise that early. Well, sitting there, the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive, ready to go. Most of you know him better as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little gathering we call Rick and Bubba.
Can't dance, Bubba.
Can't dance. That's a shame.
Well, you know what, though? It doesn't keep me from still trying it.
That's right.
You know?
You just, look,
Let
you got to
go.
find the beat.
Let go.
And let your body respond.
You know, I started thinking about
Don't overthink.
Certainly there has to be some sort of rhythm about it. I got that. But when you look at some of the how weird people look dancing, I mean, if you're just willing to move weirdly, isn't that dancing?
Well, I remember it was one of those eye-opening moments when I was watching it was a nature show, like a documentary, and it was some bird.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what the name of the bird was. But he was out in the water doing this mating ritual thing.
Yeah.
And he was stomping around in the water and making all kind of funny moves. And I thought, that has to be the oddest thing I've ever seen. I don't even remember what the bird was.
Yeah.
And then I flipped over, and there was a movie on. There was a nightclub scene on.
Right, there you go.
And all the humans were in there dancing, and I thought,
it's very similar.
There's seems to be a repetitive pattern here a little bit, because certainly not very few of them out there look like Michael Jackson moving around.
Right, right, yeah. That's a different experience.
It just seems that there was a pattern there to that.
Well, our TVs, none of them have the audio on, and every now and then, if you'll look, there'll be people dancing, but you can't hear what they're dancing to.
Right. Or I don't hear what they're hearing, apparently.
It's a strange ritual we have, this dancing thing.
What do you call that dance, by the way?
Is that flossing?
Flossing?
Yeah, flossing. Yeah.
Did y'all know I have to do that at the UAB games? We have a UAB dental cam.
You have to do it?
It's
You
a
do
floss. No, I do not do it.
Okay.
I started to say the dentists have been promoting this dance.
Yeah, but it's the floss cam, just
right.
The playoff flossing, but the floss dance. Yeah. We'll do that.
Yeah. What is this one that all the football players do every time they score now or get a turnover?
The little
What
skipping thing.
is that?
I don't know what that's called, but that's the little
right.
I saw Dion's son do Dion's dance the other day when he scored.
Yeah,
and then I
couldn't do it as good as Dan.
And I noticed that because
he didn't have the effort in it. He didn't cut. It's like he did it about 75%.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, and then you have Mississippi State has that receiver whose last name is
Ducking,
and they all do the duck waddle.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Which is funny.
See, that's good. That adds to the game.
Yeah, oh sure,
good stuff.
Yeah, I'd like when it's not really a dance, but we never researched it. It's been going a long time now, but I remember the first time I saw it, I didn't understand it. when defensive linemen after a sack started doing like sumo wrestlers do before they wrestle.
Yeah.
They do the bow.
Yeah,
like something from the Orient.
Okay.
When did that start?
Yeah. Well, there was 2 or 3 of them kind of thought they were senseis there for a while, you know, and did all that. But
it's
you know, I've always thought that was funny. I'm glad they changed the rules in the pros to let them celebrate a little bit, you know, and do some coordinated dancing and all that.
Yeah.
You know, I think they ought to throw flags, say when you beat another player up in the tunnel going in. I think that's where you ought to have your flags. Let's let everybody have a little fun on the field because it is. Let's not forget it is entertainment when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and the way we keep changing the game, we need something to make it more entertaining.
Right. I don't know if you saw. We were talking about this, Rick. You know, the all the penalties are calling on hitting a quarterback now. You can't hit them low. Can't hit them high. We've seen some questionable roughing of the passer calls.
Oh yeah.
But in the NFL, they said they were making you see this trend, and the commentators were talking about it. They're teaching them now to attack the point of release of the hand.
Right.
And that has turned into about 4 or 5 guys now with broke hands.
Right.
So again.
You're about quarterbacks.
Yeah, quarterbacks that are getting hit on release. But that's where they're going after the spot of where they're releasing that football to try to block it.
Well, think about what you're saying, Bubba. What if, I love when we do this thing, if you came from another planet you didn't know. Say you had never – you were introduced to American football for the first time, okay, and they were bringing you to a big meeting, and you were trying to figure out what they wanted to ask you about. So you watched a lot of film to get familiar with the game, okay? You saw tons of film on football.
Right.
And they sit down and say, all right, now that you're kind of familiar with the game, let me tell you what we're trying to accomplish. We don't want our quarterbacks to get hurt.
Right.
Can you imagine? Would you let them go, what? how do you propose we do that? I'm afraid I'm gonna come up empty here.
Yeah.
I've seen what role they play. I've seen how the game is played, and you want me to give you a plan where they won't ever get hurt?
Well, you're going to see more of that.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can help you.
The trend is moving that way, and I'm gonna make a prediction. You're going to see quarterbacks eventually protected to the point that you see punters protected. You can't hit them at all.
Well, think about what you're saying too. But how do you protect them from their fingers getting broke by people stuffing the pass in their face?
Well, they'll do.
Are we going to outlaw that?
I bet they do. I bet they end up giving them a halo zone.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because it's almost like –
I know that sounds ridiculous.
No.
I understand, and I hear what I'm saying.
No.
But look at the trend and look at the way they're doing this, and we're still having injuries because every adjustment – you know, it's like we talk about in the economy. People don't understand, like moving to battery cars. There's always unintended consequences that no one thought about. And you're seeing this now with the quarterbacks in the NFL. More hands are broken. They're missing more weeks. Can't hit low, can't hit high, can't do this, can't push them down, can't hit their head on the ground. So they're attacking the release point, and what's happening then? Broke hands.
Yep.
And a broke hand will keep you out of a game just like a concussion will.
Well, it's almost like the game will get to where, do you remember when, like on electric football, or how it was if you were the big uncle and they would declare you quarterback for both teams?
Yes.
Well, you weren't really involved in the game. You just stood back there and threw passes and handed the ball off. Right. Or on the electric football, you become that big white plastic thing.
Yeah.
I mean, where you're really not part of the team.
Did anybody ever complete a pass?
I don't think so.
Even if you flipped it,
I don't think so.
It was supposed to be if it hit the guy. I never could tell if it hit the guy.
I couldn't either
because it went all over.
And that little foam football,
it's a piece of cotton stuffed together with a little split in it.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember doing that?
Yeah,
we used to have a lot of fun.
I never made it work. I never saw it work right.
No, we just had to run the ball.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Away with it. I'm glad that they're now having a reckoning. This kind of behavior needs to not be considered no big deal. But on the other hand, let's be real careful as we're going out here and holding these men accountable, and rightfully so, and maybe changing the landscape for women in the entertainment business and then all this different thing and news, whatever, or just women anywhere. You know, they shouldn't have to live in a world where men walk around like a bunch of animals. They really shouldn't. However, let's be careful. Like I heard a guy the other day going, all right, I want everybody to know that I went to pat a colleague on the back to say, good job. I didn't know that her dress was open on the back, and I patted her on her bare shoulder in the middle of her back, and I didn't mean anything by that. Now, let's be real careful, because that's not going to help people who have truly been assaulted or harassed. We can't get into every time somebody bumps up against you or pats you on the back or hugs you that you turn in a complaint. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now, because what that's going to do, that's going to like we've done with some of those other serious topics, it's going to make people not take it serious. We need to get in there and be sure that we're dealing with the cases where there has absolutely been behavior that is unacceptable and people need to be held accountable for. And sadly, it looks like there's enough of that. You don't really need the other.
Yeah.
But this also needs to be alert for behavior. Now, sometimes there's a thing of, hey, I was a different man, 30 years ago, 25 years ago, even 10 years ago. But they're going back. Now, if it's ever happened at any time in your life, there's going to be a reckoning on that too.
Yeah, but now, boy, let me tell you, now the Matt Lauer, the video is all coming out now where he's doing different interviews. Katie Couric used to talk about how he pinched her on the butt.
Yeah, and I think she was joking, but boy, that's a bad joke now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. So, over the years, we've had lots and lots of interns, lots and lots and lots of those. As a matter of fact, Greg, you saw me yesterday. I copied you and Adler on someone who's up for a job that's one of our interns. And because of the nicknames, I had no idea who that person was. So I knew that you
passed
would.
him. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I knew you would know who they are. Most of them we know by their nickname, but this next one a little different because he's been so involved with the show going forward. He was former intern Firestone.
That's right, but now I'm Coach Lou.
Yeah, right.
Guys, it's good to be here. It's good to be here. I've been this excited since I got a whiff of Pastor Chris Hodges.
It's funny to hear you do that voice without your outfit.
You don't have your. It's like when Kiss performed in the '80s with no makeup on.
It is. That's exactly right.
So Lance Ingram was Firestone and is Dr. Lou, and Lance has been working with the show. His younger brother was an intern as well.
That's right.
And we were talking though. The middle brother was never an intern.
Yeah, well, actually, the oldest brother. The oldest brother was not.
I thought you were middle.
Yeah, I
thought you were oldest.
He just ages really well.
You're
Rob's
welcome.
the best looking one in the family.
He really is a handsome guy.
Rob is just good looking.
Let's just call it.
Yeah, let's just call it. Hey, that's what this book is all about. It's about my new book, Warrior. It's all about calling it like it is. And let's just call it like it is. Rob's a good looking guy.
There it is. So Rob also, my wife put some of the proofs out. He actually is a great photographer and actually did a senior photo shoot with Brooks Bigelow Burgess down at the farm and put some of those pictures out on social media. Man, he's really good at what he does. And but Rob was never intern. So then the two younger brothers were. So
that's right.
So
that's
and
right.
you've got all three of you here today,
the Ingram crew.
So you and I begin to kind of discussing some stuff and I do believe there's a movement of this right now, and it's a good thing. And especially when you look at all this other stuff, these allegations are coming out. It's almost like God is really making his point right now. If you go to the Bible, and we've talked about this on the show, and you hear us talking about that a lot, you see that even in the book of Exodus, that God told Moses to bring just the men before him 3 times a year, and he would instruct the men on what he expected. You look to the book of Genesis, and you see that when you have the fall of mankind, you see that when God shows back up after Adam and Eve had decided to be deceived and go against God, he never asked for Eve. He asked for Adam, and he asked Adam what happened, because he gave Adam the instruction on what they should and shouldn't do, and he was holding Adam accountable for what took place. And we've talked about all that, and then we've got all the different surveys that come out and on and on and on, and just like I had an opportunity to say, whenever a pastor says, where did you come to the conclusion that the men's ministry is the most neglected but yet the most important ministry in the church? And I said, well, I heard that from y'all every Father's Day.
That's exactly right.
And when we come out with all the Barna research that shows over and over again that the influence of a man in the house, in the church, and in society is overwhelming and powerful, and it can be used for good and it can be used for bad. It is 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us today. Well, if you are into the college football playoff, and we certainly are, last night was the first step in that direction. The only rankings that matter.
How about you volunteers?
And that came out last night. And if we were to play the playoffs today, Tennessee, Ohio State, Georgia, and Clemson would be in it. Now, we're not going to play it today, so
and those teams play some of the other teams that are in the top
this weekend.
10,
We're going to find out.
It'll all work itself out, but that's the beauty of the playoff, is it usually does work itself out. So anyway, so that's the top 4. Somewhat, I mean, not really surprised based on their body of work this year. It's not a surprise at all that Tennessee would be ranked number 1, and they are certainly deserving of it. But you know me, I'm always thinking about mojo. I'm always thinking about, hey, we want to stay under the radar. Now we're starting to get accolades and hype. But if you play as well as you've been playing, that comes with it, and you have to be able to handle now everybody, as opposed to picking you to lose. Everybody begins to start picking you to win, but they still are picked to lose to Georgia. Isn't that true? Is that aren't people still picking Georgia?
Yeah, the early line was a big one, actually.
Wasn't it like 11?
Well, Kirby,
11 and a half.
They're playing in Athens, which is going to be a huge advantage. And I'll say this for Tennessee, if you can go into Athens and beat this Georgia team, you are well deserving of that number 1 spot.
Well,
no doubt about it.
When we had the caller from Tennessee, and I'm watching the Tennessee fans, and I will say this, I noticed a weird trend last week, and I'll bring it up here in a second. But, you know, the Tennessee fan that called the show and says, do you think we deserve to be there? And we said, if y'all beat Alabama and Georgia in the same season and are undefeated, and that's 2 of your wins in the same season.
And you're probably going to have to beat Alabama again in the championship.
Now, that's
game.
the thing. You're going to have to beat Alabama again.
Yeah, that again thing gets a little tough.
Well, it goes back to, I remember one year, it's hard, it seems so long ago now, Auburn was in this position.
Oh, yeah, beat Alabama and Georgia, turn around and had to play Georgia again.
Right, and I remember the caller for the Auburn callers, and I was like, hey, look, I don't think it can be done, but if you beat Georgia twice and Alabama once, you should go to the playoff.
Oh, absolutely.
And you should
they ought to just go ahead and give it to you.
Guys, the latest line is 8.
Wow.
Yeah, so when an SEC school gets there, they earn it. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so you'll have to earn your way there. But 2 of those top 4 play each other this Saturday. So one of them is going down in the rankings.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, they were talking about that the game was absolutely crucial for Georgia. A loss here, it'll be hard to get back up because you probably will miss the SEC championship game.
Yeah. Yeah, you will. You'll be out.
So Georgia, who's been very dominating the last few years. They've had a close game or 2 this year, but for them, it really looks like a critical game.
I think for both.
Now, does Clemson?
Because if Tennessee gets beat, it's the same situation with them.
But who would be?
Yeah, you're right.
If Tennessee lost, though, who would be?
I mean, them
who would be the
walking?
Who would be the walking dog in the East?
Georgia.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
Right.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah, the winner of that game.
It's going to be.
Yeah, it's going to represent the
It's
East.
going to be big.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so then and whoever it is we all know. I mean, why would they not play Alabama? Who's Alabama going to lose to? I mean,
right.
Alabama's going to represent the West.
This weekend at LSU is a big game. We'll
Well,
see how
you
that
got
plays.
They're playing really good.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, that's a good game. And
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss.
Well, it just shows you again. If you get there, you have to earn it.
There's
no easy walks. There's no off weeks when you get to the
Rick,
SEC.
don't think about that Iron Bowl. You can take the records and throw them out.
Hey, Coach Cadillac's going to have them ready.
Yes, sir.
I heard yesterday on the college football playoff show or whatever that the new system that we go to with the top 12 making it.
Yeah.
That they go with the highest rank 6.
You get 6 conference champions, and then the highest
rank.
6th rank after that.
It's the conference champions, but that 6th one. So you got the Power 5, and then you've got the 6th one would be whoever's the highest ranked
would be Tulane
other conference.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to
yeah.
mention. It would be number 19 Tulane at 7-1 would be in the playoffs.
Yeah, if they finished and won today, won their conference.
Yeah.
Well, good for them.
So if you think about it,
Greenway,
they'll get to play the number 1 team right out of the gate, and probably remove any doubt about them being there.
But if you look at it, if you're looking strictly at the SEC, who have 2 teams in the top 4, which is pretty normal, it just hadn't been Tennessee in a while. But if you look at it, so Tennessee is going to have to beat Georgia to get there. Okay, and who else they got left?
They still have to go to South Carolina, I believe.
Missouri.
We had talked about that being a possible trap game, and then they play Vandy.
Yeah, they got Georgia, Missouri, South Carolina, Vandy.
For Georgia to get there, they got to beat Tennessee, and I don't know who they have left.
Georgia, let's see. Georgia has got Well, give me a second here, Rick. It's not coming up.
They've got Tennessee, Mississippi State, Kentucky, and Georgia Tech.
Right.
Okay.
And that Mississippi State game's been announced. It's a night game at, I think, 6 o'clock on ESPN.
And then you've got Alabama.
Alabama
Alabama has still got to beat LSU, Ole Miss, and Auburn. So you see, if anybody gets there, then they got to go to the SEC championship and beat the champion of the other side of the conference. So when an SEC school gets to the Final Four, they it's not like they haven't earned it.
They're battle tested.
Yeah.
They're
They're kind of in a playoff anyway.
And then you look at Ohio State and Michigan, they play on November 26th.
That'll work
so
itself
that's
out.
going to work itself out.
That's Michigan's only hope to get to the 4, is to beat Ohio State.
What does
that's the way
Clemson
it ought
got?
to be.
Clemson got anything left?
Yeah. Well, I say yeah, but they've got Notre Dame this weekend, and then they got Louisville, and then they got Miami, and then they end with South Carolina.
And then they got to play their ACC championship. Right?
Yes. And right now, Clemson is heading the Atlantic, and in the Coastal, it's North Carolina.
So
North Carolina has a good offense, but they play no defense.
Boy, I know. And it used to be the other way around. So anyway, then you got TCU hanging around.
Yeah.
A lot of people were disappointed. They thought they should be higher.
Yeah.
You got Alabama hanging around. Alabama's won losses to the number 1 team. So
they're the highest ranked one-loss team at 6 and are ahead of TCU. TCU's not happy about that.
Right, even though Alabama.
You got Oregon with 1 loss, and they seem to be playing good right now.
No, it's an ugly loss.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, they could be like a good team. I'm just saying they got destroyed.
You got USC 7-1, and LSU at 6-2 at number 10. Then you got Ole Miss right there at what are they? 8-1.
Yep.
So you still got a lot of good teams in that top 10, 11.
Oh, no question.
With a lot to play for.
And they all can make it happen because a lot of them get to play each other.
Yep.
So there it is. So top 4 today: Tennessee, Ohio State, Georgia, Clemson, in that order. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
See that Satan, as Jesus referred to in the Bible, if the thief is going to come and ransack your house, he's got to bind the strong man. And so Satan, as I've said, has understood from the very beginning that the man has been given influence. So Satan has said, let's destroy men, and then we'll get everything else. And what the church has got to decide to do is, well, why don't we also wake up and say, if we disciple men and the men leave spiritual infancy and go to spiritual maturity, we probably would also solve a lot of problems going back the other way. So that kind of sets up where we are today. And I know that you and I had many conversations when Andy Blanks and I were going to do the devotional, and you said, I think that we need as much curriculum as we can out there that's not corny, it's not campy. It actually talks to men. It comes from a biblical masculinity, not some fake masculinity. And you wrote the book Warrior, Equipping Men for Spiritual Victory. And so tell us kind of the process that led to that.
Man, so first of all, I want to say I'm so honored to be on the show right now. Like I'm gonna be completely transparent and say that I'm kind of a scrub. Most of the people that come on y'all show have some platform or reason they're on here, but for y'all to bring me on today means so much to me, and it's an honor to be here. And I want to say that Rick, you knocked out of the park saying that it's leading houses and leading society and leading marriages, man, it's all about the men. It's all about the men. And I'll tell you, you don't just happen to win the spiritual war that's happening right now. You have to be trained for it.
That's right.
And you must be equipped for it. And in order to be equipped for it, you have to disciple men. And what happened was about 6 years ago, we had a small group actually through Church of the Highlands, which is my home church here in Birmingham. We had a small group that had about 40 men that were in this group, so it was hardly small, but God was just doing an incredible work through this group, and we would just basically what we would do, we'd just come together, and we would turn on worship music, and we would open the Word of God. We would pull out James 5:16 and say, hey, let's confess our sins to one another, and let's be healed, and then let's pray for one another so that it will produce those good, wonderful results. And what ended up happening was God allowed there to be a supernatural move of His Holy Spirit, and there was only one problem, is that we couldn't get more men in that room, and we couldn't get this out to other people. And so what I realized was we've got to find a way to replicate what we're doing right here, but also put some structure to it, because what ended up happening is we'd come in and rehash the same stuff every week. We'd talk about, oh, well, I'm struggling with that sexual lust again. I'm struggling with money. I'm struggling with these couple 3 things that we'd always bring back up, but we needed to talk about the things that weren't being brought up, and so that's where Warrior came into play, and so we needed more structure, we needed more adaptability, and we needed more transparency, and that's where I came in. And it was extremely hard for me to face the fact that God had given me a burden. He said, Lance, you are going to be the one who breaks the ice for all these other men out there who need to hear that you've struggled with this stuff. And I'll tell you right now, I am the guy who has probably struggled more than every other man out there with each and every area of life, and I'm sitting here talking to you guys to say that by Jesus' power, by the power of Jesus Christ and that resurrecting power, I have overcome so many strongholds. And I just, you know what this is all about? It's all about giving men the opportunity to experience the peace and purpose that I've experienced myself.
Yeah, and well said. And I think you touched on something at the end, which is the curriculum that I've been trying to do with the men that I've been working with, and for myself, I'm leaning, and this was part of it. If you go back to the archives of the Bible study that happens here on Wednesday at burgessministries.com under media, you'll see the Warrior series. We taught this to the men, and the reason why is I wanted to add it to what we're doing, because this is really practical, daily, the intricate details of life and how you approach each and every one of those. I think sometimes we throw things out in such a macro way that men don't know, how does that apply to what I'm going to do today?
Often we spend time in the theological realm so that we can avoid the practical realm.
Right.
And I'll tell you right now, this book probably in sometimes almost in too much detail, it pries into every area of life. I mean, we're talking from friends to marriage to family to sexual purity to money, possessions, passions, school, work, physical health. I mean, it touches on everything. And I wanted to make sure that there was a resource that injected the Word of God into every compartment of a man's life. And really, I mean, this is just an example of how
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. And here we go, right out of the gate. Talking to the people, what's on your mind, comments, questions, bringing information to the table. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. And we want to get some feedback from you, direction of the show today, things you want to talk about. This is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. It is designed to bring in lots of calls, lots of comments, lots of questions. And that's what it's designed for. You're bringing something to the show. We're saying, would you like to program the Rick and Bubba Show? If you're out there right now, you say, well, I wish they'd talk about this, or I'd like to respond to that. Well, here you go. Your opportunity is available now. And if you will make the move with all 10 lines available and Blazing Silverman ready to go, you'll get in right now. And then once you get in line, because of our friend the buzzer, your time on the program will get up there quickly. Line will be moving briskly. Traffic is there, but it's moving. So call us right now. Blazing Silverman will get you ready. I do want to point you, while you are calling, to linkedin.com/Bubba. Are you needing to make a hire? Well, these days, every new potential hire can feel like high-stakes wager. You know why? Because it is. It's either going to be an asset to your company or a detriment. I hate to tell you that. It's extremely important you get this right. It's a big investment. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba helps you to make a better decision, because they're going to give you the best qualified candidates that are available, and they do that through some screening questions that you'll help them with, the kind of things you need to know. They'll screen out folks who really don't even meet the basic requirements to be a good hire, and then you use their purple hashtag hiring frame, and the LinkedIn profile spreads the word that you are hiring. Over 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn every week, and then they narrow it down to the ones that are the most qualified for your opportunity, and your first job post is free if you go to linkedin.com/Bubba. I did say free. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We start with Jesse. Jesse was a friend. Jesse's out of the Sweet Home, Alabama, and Jesse gets us started. Jesse, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What up?
Being a Tennessee fan, I'm 22 years old, so I don't ever remember us being this good. And you don't really know how to act when you're in my position. But I would hate to see it all come to an end because of the Rick and Bubba Show mojo.
No.
Listen, we don't block or tackle one person out there.
Look what I did for you at Kentucky. Look what I did that for you so you wouldn't stumble at Kentucky. I'm trying to help you.
Well, touche.
Yeah. All I did was say, hey, watch that game. Watch that game. What if I hadn't been saying that?
I know what Kenny's saying, because when you're not used to being number one and you see yourself up there, you're happy, but then you start having doubts about, do we belong and can we ride this out? And some teams historically have not done very well in that spot, and others have.
Some can handle success, some cannot. It is interesting, though, if you're a certain age, it's been so long since Tennessee was good. See, we remember Tennessee being really good.
Being a national champion and being a team that you feared on your schedule every year, and you had to play them, and you go to Knoxville and you just dread, the crowd's going to be so it's going to be such a home field advantage for the Volunteers. So I think Tennessee being good is good for college football. I'll say that.
It is, but think about it. If you're young, you may not remember Tennessee ever being good.
Yeah,
and so this is weird for you. I'm gonna tell you what's weird. I've had 3 different Georgia fans reach out to me and say, "Hey, man, you think we can beat them?" I'm like, "Really? Y'all are Georgia? What do you just won national championship? I mean, what do you mean?"
Well, I'll tell you what scares Georgia fans: the Missouri game.
Yeah,
they saw their team uncharacteristically be manhandled a little bit by Missouri and win the game at the very end after everybody else was pounding Missouri pretty well, and it's created a little doubt. I mean, any Georgia fan, you talk to them, you just mumble Missouri, and they'll give you a funny look like, wow. So you remember that.
I think we've taught everybody to play the mojo game. John in Athens. John, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds.
How are you doing?
I couldn't understand you, buddy. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to throw a little scenario at you guys. I'm a diehard Alabama fan, and half of my family's Tennessee fans, and we've always had a big get-together for the Alabama-Tennessee game. But this year, if Tennessee was to pull off the upset with Georgia and play Alabama in the SEC championship game and barely lose to Alabama, with them both being one loss to each other.
I know we have that. It seems like in the SEC championship a lot. What if the team that loses barely loses, and that's their only loss?
Yeah, Tennessee would have something to say, though, if they beat Alabama and Georgia in the regular season and then lost a really close one in the SEC championship game. That would be quite a resume.
It would.
It would. But the problem is who else you're talking about undefeated. If you're talking about against a TCU, you're going to have a good argument. If you're talking about an Ohio State or Michigan, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Jake in Alabama. Jake, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, how are y'all doing?
We're great. Jake, hope you're okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, I was just going to bring up the situation of the Paul Pelosi attacker. The last I heard, he's still in jail and hasn't had a bond set, but all these other people that are committing crimes are getting out.
Yeah, that's a great point. We were talking about that at home yesterday. You have all these people that are pushing people in front of trains and everything else, and man, they're just spinning. It's like they go through a revolving door down at the police station. They're out, and this guy, they've really put the screws to him. No bond, anything. Which I agree. I don't think any of them should be put back out after they're accused of this to their trial. So, but it is strange. It looks like there is a big double standard, because if you're going to be woke in San Francisco and you're not going to hold violent offenders responsible for what they're doing, why are you holding this guy responsible?
Really what you're saying, and I'm with you, I think this guy should be in jail and he shouldn't have bond. But I don't think the others should be let out either.
Right.
And but you find yourself, and really what you're saying to San Francisco is, well, it's all who you commit the crime against and how we treat you.
Yeah. If this guy, let's say he was an illegal alien, in the country, how would he be treated?
Well, now if he hit Paul Pelosi with a hammer, he's still not getting out.
Right. Well, that's the thing.
But if he just hit somebody standing on,
appears-
if he hit somebody on the corner,
right,
with a hammer, just a citizen, then he's probably out.
Well, there's all kind of people that have had loved ones killed there, and they're like, hey,
right,
what's the deal?
Well-
Why wasn't our offender held to the same standard, because they went right back out and harmed somebody else?
Well, I
But-
can answer that question.
Well, it's
for
the
them.
ruling class.
Yeah,
There's two
that's
different.
right.
There's two
That's
different
right.
laws. You got
Exactly
the
right.
ruling class, and you have the rest of us, our citizens, and that's not what we're supposed to have in the United States.
Yeah. If they had committed a crime against the ruling class, that person would still be in jail.
Yeah, I think, I've got this crazy thing. If you try to kill somebody, you ought to go to jail for the rest of your life. That's
Hey.
kind of the way I feel about
Yeah.
it.
Chris in Nashville. Chris, go ahead.
That's why
30
you don't
seconds.
try to kill people.
Right.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Fired up and ready, Chris. That's all we know.
Yes, sir. I'm with you. Hey, I was just calling one of the guys earlier, kind of took the thunder a little bit, but the possibilities of Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee all having one loss and it all be to each other is very real. I don't know what the playoff implications if everybody else wins out. I'm sure that the undefeated get it, and I guess.
I'll tell you another complication is look at LSU. If they went out, they got 2 losses in the SEC champion. That muddies the waters
really
even
be bad.
more.
Yeah, I think in the
That's a good
situation where the 3, and I think one of you have already said this, and I just want to agree with you. If you don't make the SEC championship game, you're out. I think you're out.
Yeah.
Now, if you have the 2 come out of the SEC championship game both with 1 loss and a close game, then those 2 teams I think are still in play. But if you're the 3rd team with 1 loss, but you didn't get to the championship, then I think you're out.
Yeah.
I think you have to play in the championship game to be in that muddy water. We go to Anonymous. Anonymous, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Bubba, listen to me. This
Yes.
is about Skinwalker Ranch. I'm not supposed to be telling you this, but I wanted to do it over public radio, okay?
Thank you.
When you go to use the 1.6 gigahertz
Yes.
over your technology, you need to make sure that you absolutely.
That's so good.
That is
so good.
very good. Yeah, that's good.
Caller of the morning so far. Well, good phone and well delivered.
Andrew in Fort Payne, Alabama. Andrew, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good.
I wanted to know if you guys had heard about the possibility of a diesel fuel shortage.
Yeah, somebody called about that. Is there any validity to that?
I've seen some articles on it.
Yeah. But now he's gone. Is Skinwalker taking them all?
What in the world's
I didn't
going
have
on
anything
here?
to do with that.
Yeah, the supply, we usually have several months supply or more, and it's down. I don't know. The last I saw was about a 2-week supply. And some of that's due to refineries changing over and, all this kind of stuff, but and not being able to use some of the Russian oil. So they're working on it, though. I don't know if it's worthy of the hype or not. Maybe somebody that's in that industry can clear that up with us.
Guys, this tells you what kind of state we're in right now. CBS says, no, the U.S. is not going to run out of diesel fuel in 25 days. The very next link, Forbes says, why the U.S. has a diesel fuel shortage. So there you go.
Think about it, but there's a difference. Running out of supply and a shortage is 2 different things.
Most definitely.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But
Shortage may be because of demand.
Yeah, I think the part of this that isn't correct is this in 25 days there's no diesel. I don't think that's...
Yeah, I don't think it's like that.
I don't think that's...
That's the bumper zone.
Yeah. We'll be back 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Thanks for the calls.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Detailed it gets. I mean, idolatry of sports can come in four different ways, and it goes into detail of how we can idolize even sports in this country and how men struggle with that. And so it goes into a lot of detail. And I think that men are going to realize, and this is the feedback that I've had from so many men, is that they've told me that, I don't even enjoy reading, but I'm enjoying reading this because all it is a conversation. And it is. Yeah. It's a conversation from me to me, gut-checking me, saying, hey, Lance, you've got to remind yourself of these things every day because guess what? It takes discipline. It takes discipline to live for Jesus. Discipline is what precedes our desire to live for Jesus. So every day, and if I could give men one thing to hear today, if I could just give one thing for all those men listening out there, it's this. Have the discipline every day to to transport yourself to the foot of the cross of Jesus, immerse yourself in the crucifixion of Jesus, mentally, physically, spiritually, and allow that power to transform who you are every day. And that's what equips us. It's that discipline that precedes desire so that we can go and actually accomplish what God asks us to do. Because I'll tell you right now, so many men look at the Bible as this rule book, and if it's not a relationship book first, those rules will exhaust you. And that's exactly what religion is.
Well, that's the difference between legalism and obedience, and they're not the same thing.
Yeah.
And you talk about that. You touched on something about the what we're teaching right now is another book called The Spirit of the Disciplines, and it keeps going. I taught your book, and then I followed that with Jerry Bird's The Fruit of the Spirit, and then I'm following it now with The Spirit of the Disciplines, because all these things keep running that same theme. And where the church, in my opinion, has failed is we've shifted, and we talked about this, that we're teaching salvation is only forgiveness of sin. That's it. And so people come and go, that sounds great. I want to be forgiven all my sins, and then they do nothing else. And see, salvation is more than forgiveness for sin. It is a new order of life, and it deals with the power. We look at the cross, and that's where sin was paid. But we also, as your book talks about, we have to look at we know that Paul says in his letter to Corinth that the same power that God used to raise Jesus from the dead is the same power that comes into your life through salvation, and that means it should resurrect every single part of your life and grind out to the point that sin is removed. Salvation was not just forgiveness of sin, it was the removal of sin.
That's right.
And what that takes is, none of us would say that I think I'll just wake up today and I expect to go start, for the Cleveland Cavaliers. And all I have to do is put on a jersey and put number 23 on and see if it has James on the back, and magically I start playing the way. You have to look at everything he did. And Jesus lived a life on earth in a human body that was showing us how to live as well.
That's exactly right.
And we don't talk about that enough.
And
that's the reason why you see people walking around claiming they've been forgiven of their sins, and nothing's changed about it.
And there's a couple of these verses in here that I'd actually jotted down. 1 Corinthians 9:24-27. It says, "Don't you realize that everyone runs the race, but only one person gets the prize? So run to win. Run to win." All athletes are what? Disciplined. They're disciplined in their training. And in order for us to win a spiritual war, if we're going to win a spiritual war, we have to be trained in it. And in Hebrews 12:11, this is a perfect example as well. No discipline is enjoyable while it's happening. See, here's the thing. Yeah. Too many men are in a place right now, including myself. This is why I have to bust myself, just like 1 Corinthians says. It says, hey, I strike blows to my body to make it my slave. That's what the NIV version of the verse that I just shared says. Right. We have to strike blows to our body so it does what we want it to do. In Hebrews 12:11, it says, no discipline is enjoyable while it's happening. It even says, it's painful, but afterward, there will be a peaceful harvest. And so if men are wanting peace, guess where it starts? Pain. There is pain that precedes peace.
We'll come back. We'll tell you how to get the book and right after this, and then spend a little more time with Lance Ingram next on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Before we wrap it up, talking to Lance Ingram, you know him best as Dr. Lou, but also those of you that have been around a long time, he's also interned Firestone way back, has written a book, Warrior, Equipping Men for Spiritual Victory, and we've talked about the need for it. We've talked about the failed strategies. And from someone who has actually taught this book to a men's Bible study, it is great. And they loved it. I mean, they raved about it because they loved the practical approach of it and every day. Because I think a lot of times men are like, all right, there's nothing we like we hate worse than for people to talk around a topic. Okay, you made your point on what we're supposed to do. So how do we now, what's the plan to solve it? And this is one of those that says, here's the plan to solve it, and you can get it on Amazon. You can get it at Warrior Unite. Kim Bubba Show. You know what? I know we have a Biden update, and we're moving off callers right now, but I have to take caller one. Chester in Mississippi. So, Adler, if we don't get to it in this segment, we'll come back, but have them ready anyway because it really kind of ties into a Biden update. I just got to have clarification. Chester claims that he has met some fans of Fetterman who think you're going to vote for him and think he's great. If you've met Fetterman supporters, don't we have to take this call?
Yeah.
Don't y'all want to? I mean, it's like somebody saying, I saw Bigfoot straight up.
Yeah, I've got Bigfoot by the hand.
Yeah. Chester, you actually interacted with people that are going to vote for Fetterman?
I did yesterday at the gas pump.
And what did they say exactly?
Well, I just kind of looked over there and I saw they had a Pennsylvania tag, so I just casually asked them, hey, it's been in the news a lot lately, y'all odds are Fetterman. And they said, well, we're pretty much Fetterman. And they kind of looked like people who would vote for Fetterman, if you know what I mean. Some people just have a personally look at them.
Understood.
We know the look.
Did they say why? Did you do a follow-up question?
Yeah, I said, I didn't want to be very, I guess, rude to them.
Of course,
said,
yeah.
Why would y'all vote for? Well, why would y'all vote for Fetterman? Didn't he have a stroke? Is his mental capacity there? And they said, well, his mental capacity is there. He just has a hard time saying what he really means.
Okay.
And that he really can't take words that he sees and communicate them. And I was like, well, don't you think that's kind of a problem to be representing y'all?
Yeah, probably
senators. Yeah, but it's better than voting for a Republican.
And there it is. And now you finally got to it.
There it is.
They despise Republicans so much, and I guess I kind of understand that because I don't know what would make me vote for a Democrat. And so I think, I think they see that and go, I mean, I think you see people in Georgia voting for Herschel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just because they would rather Herschel be there than the Democrat. Yeah. So and sometimes they think, well, Herschel might struggle in his communication skills at that level, and he's had some past stuff that concerns people. But the Fetterman thing, like you're saying, Chester, it just seems, it's one thing to say, I may not be as well spoken as some people, but that's different than I'm unable to speak at all.
Right.
And it's and understand words.
Well, forget his communications ability. He wants to turn criminals out. He's fought to put 2 or 3 murders back out on the street. So that's why I would oppose Fetterman.
That's why.
Not if he can make a speech or has brain problems or whatever. It's the things he does know and says that I'm worried about.
Yeah, but can you see to where some of these Pennsylvanians, they just hate the Republican Party so much it doesn't matter who the candidate is?
Well, why do you hate the Republican Party?
Well, now that was a better question.
Is that some kind of paper tiger thing, or do you actually have problems with policy? And if you have problems with policy, then we can talk about that one-on-one, but just a blanket hate doesn't make sense.
I've done this
before.
It's
like with the demos. I can tell you exactly why I don't support them. Exactly why.
Well, they can too, but here's what's going to bother you. And this is where it all gets where you just give up. They would regurgitate back to you everything the Democrats say the Republicans do and believe. So they'll just regurgitate that back to you. They don't really know, but they know the talking points because the left is brilliant at talking points in propaganda.
Well, the talking points.
That's what you would get back. So I would hope you wouldn't waste your time at the pump too long.
Well, the talking points, Republicans hate working people. They want to throw Granny out on the street. That's not policy. That's just jibber jabber.
Well, that's what you would get back.
Really matter.
But that's what you would get back.
Point to policy and let's have an adult conversation. And if not, then you just gonna have to do what you do. And the rest of us are gonna try to keep you. Look, it's fine if you want to be goofball, but we just don't want you running the country.
Right.
And we're gonna do everything we can to stop you.
Right, and that's all
legally.
we can do. But I've tried to do let's just have a conversation about worldview.
Oh, I know.
And it just.
There's some that I told you about a conversation I had in Gadsden many years ago.
There you
I
go.
finally threw my hands.
There you go. Yeah.
Where I asked a guy, and Gadsden was a very heavy union town, which is fine. Just because you're union don't mean you have to be Democrat.
Right.
Although some of them think they do.
Well, you get pressured to be.
And I said, so let me ask you this, because we talk policy. I said, if Satan himself was on the ballot, would you vote for him?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, I have to see what the union said.
Right.
And I said, we have no more conversation.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I'm
done with you.
Yeah, I've got a new thing. I can honestly say, as much as I stand against the modern version of the Democratic policy and the way they see America, and I think they're completely wrong, I can honestly say if the Republicans ran Lucifer in a race I could vote for, I would vote for the Democrat.
Yeah, I would not vote for Lucifer.
There's a line.
There's my line, because Lucifer would be worse.
I'm not,
so
I'm not sworn to the Republican Party. They happen to agree with me.
Right.
And
Right.
that hasn't always been the case. And used to, the Democrats agreed with me to a point.
Right.
But they've moved off that now
Right.
into this wacky world of AOC and the progressive left that are, I don't know what their deal is. I mean, they're beyond logic.
Yeah.
I mean, they want to be communists, but they've moved off the range. I mean, when it comes to even having a discussion with them, they don't even make sense anymore.
No, it's just. But I will tell you this, and I guess it's my age now, and it comes with it. And there's some interesting studies about how men age, these different stages we go to. I'm at the point now. I'm kind of done, and I got to be careful that I make sure that I give ample opportunity. But I'm kind of done with arguing with people that you can't change, and I'm done with trying to help people that won't listen to what you say they should do to be helped. Because there's a lot of people out there that honestly are searching and honestly would like to be helped and want to change and are trying to say, hey, man, help me work through this.
Yeah.
That's where I need to spend my time. I don't need to spend my time with people that are not they will not listen, and they cannot be. You cannot have a conversation with them. I'm done with those people because I don't have much time left. So I can't waste my time on those types of people. And I guess what I'm saying is the older you get, the less you are willing to bang your head against the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, our time is...
My time's too precious.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't have that kind of time.
The hourglass is running out. I don't want to waste any grains on that.
I've actually had people that, I've spent some time with trying to help, and once they kept disregarding what we needed to do for like the fifth time, I said, you know what, we're done. There's people that would really like help and would listen to what I'm saying, and I'm going to go spend time with them. I hate to say it, if you watch Jesus, he did the same thing.
Yeah.
He
gave you the old dust. Dust the dust off your feet and move on.
He discipled those that were willing to be discipled, and those that rejected and said no, he moved on. But he gave you your shot. I mean, he always said, "Here's your shot." He did not waste his time on drama kings and drama queens. He moved on. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. The Joe Biden update coming up as we run through his latest attempt to speak. On that next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, on the point we just made on the show, if you're tired of banging your head against the wall and you're saying, I just wish the Biden administration would acknowledge our economy is sick. I just wish they would acknowledge that there's inflation. Well, that's not going to happen, and there's not a whole lot you can do about them making dumb decisions, but here's what you can do and we can do, and that's prepare. Prepare. And one of the ways to do that is for you right now to contact our friends at Allegiance Gold, and they're going to help you protect your IRA and your 401k with physical gold and silver. And if you prefer, they'll even deliver it securely right to your front door. Okay? You can't change the way the administration that is in power right now, the way they see the economy and the things they continue to do. But you can protect yourself from it. And one of the ways to do that is diversify the IRA and the 401k, or just take some physical gold and silver and securely keep it with you. The way to do that is to go to protectwithrickbubba.com. Now, let me tell you why that's important. You could get their best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them that Rick and Bubba told you to contact them. Protectwithrickbubba.com, or you can call them 844-790-9191. 844-790-9191. If you call them, mention Rick and Bubba, but if you go to protectwithrickbubba.com and put those two words together, don't put an and there, protectwithrickbubba.com, then you can ask them about this offer, okay? And they have got the highest rankings in the industry because they're going to customize a plan that is built for your situation, not some boilerplate plan that they pretty much tell everybody. So put them to work for you now at protectwithrickbubba.com. And if we mentioned the Church of the Highlands, we've had some fun with that this week. It is in their bookstores around the state of Alabama as well. But outside of Alabama, you want to go to warriorunited.com, or you can get it on Amazon. And it's called Warrior, Equipping Men for Spiritual Battle by Lance Ingram.
Yeah, and if you go to Church of the Highlands, I've sprayed Fierce cologne on each one of them, so you'll be able to enjoy that.
Cut right through.
Yeah.
So and I know that when I had a chance to teach this, and we didn't even finish all of it, and I think we went like maybe 10 weeks on it, but it is very detailed. But that's good.
It is detailed. Well, here's the thing. So this resource, and I call it a resource, and I really call it a system. I know people are probably listening out there going, oh, this guy's trying to oversell a book, or he's sensationalizing what this is. But really, it is a system that not only coaches men on content, but it then coaches men on how to coach other men on that content.
That's right.
So there's actually a small group guide that goes with it that actually supplements the book, and what it does is it outlines what an environment actually looks like, and it even incorporates Spotify playlists, which this is a huge component to what Warrior does, and what an aspect that you can use it as a discipleship tool at breakfast or for a Bible study like you did, but there's also this I'd say this third component, which is worship, that we've basically put out there so that there's a one-stop solution for those men who are going, I've never led a small group. I don't know what this is, but I feel like God's kind of leading me to do something. And it's so simple. The content's so simple. The steps to create a small group environment conducive to a move of the Holy Spirit, it's all outlined in there. I mean, we're talking about, it tells you when to turn volume up of certain playlists and things like that if you're trying to lead an effective small group. So this is more than just a book. Yeah. This is more than just a book. This is a system. Right. It really is a system that can be plugged in at any church, any men's ministry, and I believe that it will have incredible impact if men will just pick it up and just go through it's such basic instructions. So it basically leaves no room for excuses for men.
Yeah, what I like about it, because when you look at what the role of discipleship really is, it's supposed to be taking someone from spiritual infancy to spiritual maturity and then teaching them to replicate that with somebody else.
Yes, in that the Great Commission is duplication.
Yeah, go.
It's go.
Go.
It's not gather. It's not keep gathering here. Keep gathering and enjoying your little holy huddle. Mm-hmm. Go and make disciples. Right. Go. That's what I tell my guys every week at small group. Go and do so. Like, what are we doing? We talked about school and work the other night at our small group. What are we doing at school and work? What are we actually doing? We went through the practical steps of chapter 9 in here of what are we actually doing to make an impact for the kingdom. And so for me, it's all about action. Faith without action is dead. It's dead.
Well, there's all kinds of action words, and Helmsy and I were laughing because we all love Tony Evans. And he saw that message where Tony said that he had searched how many language hymns on the word go?
He was rapping them off left and right.
He said, I went to all these languages. He goes, and I cannot find any other meaning than go. It does not mean stay where you are. Keep moving. And there are a lot of action. And I think that's been ignored. What we become is grace abusers.
That's right.
And that's not what the Bible says. You see, be prepared. Be 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Blazing Silverman's the intern, taking your phone calls. And welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us here, the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
We call it Rick and Bubba. Been calling it that for 28 big ones.
Almost 29.
Yep. Here comes Biden. Here comes Biden.
Basement Joe.
Well, Bubba, it's hard to have midterm elections that are this important and the president not get out at all. They've tried to hide him, and he's not supposed to be doing much campaigning for anybody.
Yeah, you had President Obama campaigning.
Yep.
You've had former President Donald Trump out campaigning.
Yep.
But the leader of the free world was absent this weekend.
Yeah, and Bubba, I mean, we've got Tuesday is the day.
Yep.
And so here's Biden in Florida, and now this is one of those things that we've seen Hillary Clinton do. It's terribly uncomfortable. It's when people from up north, politicians, go to the South and try to take on a Southern accent and kind of be like the local folks using, because Southerners, we have all kinds of phrases and idioms that we use, and our vernacular is unique. You got
the Colonel Sanders bunch. You know, you that's Wiregrass.
Yep.
You got the country folks.
Yep.
You got I think I speak more country than I do
Correct.
Wiregrass.
Yeah, we're not your classic Southern gentleman.
Yeah, foghorn leghorn. That's
your mother and your father, and that's not really us. We're more from the backwoods.
Yes.
So you got country,
rednecks.
Yeah, you got country, you got Southern, and then you've got Northern people trying to do it, which is always horribly embarrassing. Is this what the president is trying to do here? What do we have here?
Guys, it's so cringy and terrible, and you're right. It's like reminiscent of when Hillary Clinton did it, and even the Notre Dame coach, didn't he do that recently?
Yes, he tried to do it too.
Yeah, who's now LSU? What's that guy's name? Brian Kelly. That's
Brian
it.
Kelly.
Yeah, it's just so uncomfortable because we live in the South. We know what people sound like that have been born and raised here, and they try to emulate it, and it just shows how fake these politicians are. It's so cringy.
You're right. Here we go.
A senator from Florida going after Medicare and Social Security? I tell you what, I don't know where, as they say in Southern, don't know where y'all been. Hot damn, boy. I tell you, look.
I tell you.
He's ready for a roll on Beverly Hills.
Right. Did he try to do
Uncle Jed?
Say that again. Roll it again, Adam.
Did he try to do a hot dang, but he did not dang?
Yes,
he tried.
He sure
I
did.
tell you.
Sure did.
I tell you there, y'all.
A senator from Florida going after Medicare and Social Security? I tell you what, I don't know where, as they say in Southern, don't know where y'all been. Hot damn, boy. I tell you, look.
He did a hot D.
Oh my God!
He did.
And it's a
or
classic.
maybe he was singing Bruno Mars.
Are they not going to get a new playbook right before an election? They say that they're going after your Social Security.
Oh, that's
and Medicare.
standard.
That's so standard.
That's to get you to vote for Fetterman and people like that.
I tell you.
I tell you. And he tried. What does he even say about the South? He's trying to say like they say down in the South.
And I think he says
he mumbles all that.
It's all mush.
Hey y'all?
They say
hot
in
dang.
I think he says that what they say in the Southern.
Okay,
let
me hear that again. He really mumbles that up. Okay, here we go.
A senator from Florida going after Medicare and Social Security? I tell you what, I don't know where, as they say in Southern, don't know where y'all been. Hot damn, boy.
Oh my
Like
God.
they say in the Southern. Like they say in the Southern.
I tell you, look.
Like they say in the Southern, where y'all been? Hot dang, y'all.
He's one of us.
He's one of us. He's
really
relating. He's relating. I wasn't going to vote for him till he talked like that. Next I'll hear he was raised on a farm.
Wow.
Had a double coat of hair.
Right. He likes to hunt and fish. All right, so next.
He's got to get out and walk through a field with a shotgun.
Yes, he does. Does Joe Biden know what year it is? Okay.
Well, make sense of this, Rick.
Okay. All right.
I've done this.
Well, if anybody think if we were doing it for the first time now in the 21st century, going into the 20th, from the 20th century going into the second quarter of the 21st century, that we'd say 12 years is enough? I think 12 years is enough going into 20, 30, 40, 50?
What? That made no sense.
Joe Biden with a lesson on math.
He covered every game. I mean, he hit them all.
You know what we say? Well, you know we say in the South about you. His mind would not be like it's supposed to be.
He not right. Let's hear that one more time. I got to hear that again.
I tell you.
Well, if anybody think if we're doing it for the first time now in the 21st century, going into the 20th, from the 20th century going into the second quarter of the 21st century, that we'd say 12 years is enough? Think 12 years is enough going into 20, 30, 40, 50?
Look at the puzzled look by the audience too, and they're there. I mean, these are card toters. They're there to support him and to support Democratic candidates. Look at their faces.
Yeah. Well, if anybody think if we're doing it for the first time now in the 21st century, going into the 20th, from the 20th century going into the second quarter of the 21st century, that we'd say 12 years is enough? Think 12 years is enough going into 20, 30, 40, 50?
He needs to be on this show. He needs to be on this show.
There's no way.
Let's add him to that free mic over there.
There's no way you can agree to what he's saying because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right, now
look, did you see the look on those people's face? They're like,
you know what the look was? I thought we weren't supposed to let him talk.
Look, they got signs, they got shakers. They're supposed to be fired up, and they're all kind of looking around at each other, going, "What
what's
did
he
say?"
saying?
Well, I tell you what it's like. You're all fired up to beat an opponent, and then like your team runs on the field, you're like, "Oh, we're not very good."
And they're like, John Crist is absolutely going to lose this election. They're just looking at each other thinking that.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so this
He
next
is
one,
toast.
we want to handle with kid gloves because it is sad what his family's been through. But,
Right.
but we have, I hate to say this, but he keeps saying that his son died in Iraq. But he died 6 years after he returned from Iraq. I mean, that's kind of a biggie to try to act like your son died in the line of duty. Your son died, which was tragic and horrible, and I mean no ill will toward you on that, but you really shouldn't be saying he died in Iraq if he died 6 years after he returned from Iraq. That just isn't factual.
Right.
And I know you're trying to add to it to garner.
And he didn't die from an injury he got in Iraq.
No.
Correct?
No.
He died
Correct.
of cancer. Is that
Yeah,
right?
right. Which is horrible.
Oh, it's
But
terrible.
why can't you just say I know what it's like because I went through my son's death to cancer. That's horrible and showing that you understand about grief and difficulty. But why do you keep acting like he died in Iraq? That part's weird. But here we go.
And they talk about inflation. You know, we're dealing with it for a whole second. Inflation is a worldwide problem right now because of a war in Iraq and the impact on oil and what Russia's doing. The war in Ukraine. And think of Iraq because that's where my son died. Because he died. But the point is.
Oh, my gracious alive.
This is somebody do something. I mean,
what are we doing?
He had a misspeak. We're no longer at war in Iraq. And he caught himself, and then he wanted to let us know the reason why he said Iraq was because his son died there. That's why he's always thinking about it. But he didn't. I hate that he had to go through that. I really do. And I mean no ill will, but that's not factually correct.
You think he meant my son served in Iraq, and that's why I was thinking about the war in Iraq?
I wish he would have said that.
Yeah, if he would say that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wonder if that's
Unfortunately,
where
he didn't say that.
And he has said it before, too.
Yeah, no, that's true. He has said before.
He
talking about
keeps saying this.
The medley one or something.
He keeps saying that.
He's said it so many times,
Right.
and that's just disingenuous. And it's one of two things: he knows he's lying, or he doesn't even know he's lying.
Either one's bad.
Either one is, and it's very bad.
All right, when we come back, we're going to take on what he said about, and he just said inflation is a worldwide problem.
Yeah,
and when we come back, he's going to tell us we have the lowest rate of almost any major country in the world.
Not true.
So that one's coming up, and we got a graph to show you because when you're dealing with politicians, you have to find some way to find facts. And
they're not going to listen to him anyway.
Right. And when you have people stumping for you like Joey Behar, who will say the things that you say about things that aren't correct, that's out there today too. So we're going to come back, and President Biden's going to walk us through inflation when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Reminded, get your mind, prepare for action, press on, work out your salvation with fear and trembling. As you talked about, I make my body my slave. And it's almost like that part of the Bible has just been ignored, and you've got a bunch of people sitting around that are disillusioned going, all right, I asked for forgiveness of my sins, and nothing's changed about me.
And I'll tell you this, Rick, and I've got to share this before we go to this break, but I'll tell you, there is nothing more powerful than the power of the Holy Spirit that we can tap into. And our pastor, Chris Hodges, he does an incredible job in his book, Fresh Air, of talking about what the Holy Spirit is, because I believe we as men have intentionally not tapped into the Holy Spirit and what that power gives us, and just the boldness it gives us, because of the fact that it's been portrayed as inaccurate in society. We see it as snake handling and people falling out during services, when in reality, what that word means, ruach, which he talks about in his book, it means wind or breath, which that's where we get the power from. And that power is in the verse of Revelation 1:17 and 18, when John saw Jesus, and Jesus said to him, I am the living one. I died, but look, I am alive forever and ever, and I hold the keys of death and the grave. And that is the power that is going to allow us to be successful in being spiritually victorious.
Check show notes today to get all the information. Get it, Warrior, equipping men for spiritual victory. We go. And all 10 lines. Well, not completely full. Now they're getting full. All right, but this is phone troll time. At the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer will sound, and your time on the program comes to a close. Then we'll get to another caller, unless Bubba or Helmsy calls a timeout. We'll start with Cecil out of Louisville, Kentucky. Listen to us on 103.9 The Hawk. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Hello, Cecil. Welcome to the program, buddy.
Yes, thank you. No, I don't know, y'all always talking about hunting around Huntsville and all that, and I got a bunch of kinfolk down there named Coleys live around Taft and out around Bevel and all that, and I don't know, we always talking about hunting, and I hunt all the time, so.
Okay, are you saying we can go hunt on your friend's land?
Are you inviting us?
Are you inviting us,
Yeah.
Cecil?
No, I don't know no prior. I just got kinfolk that live down there. I haven't seen them in years, ever since my dad passed away, and of course Grandma and Grandpa was buried out at Ardmore out in Gatlin. So, and then my
Did you say
cemetery?
Did you say the Huntsville area?
The Huntsville area?
Yeah.
Could you be more specific where we need to go?
They're around Taft.
Now, Grandma's buried where? Gallant?
They're buried. My grandma and grandpa was buried in Gatlin Cemetery.
Got it.
So you're in Louisville, Kentucky. Are you from that area or just your family?
Thank you.
Well, that's where all my family was from.
Well, let me ask you this: have you seen Ern?
Have you?
Do what?
Have you seen Ern?
Have you seen Ern? Like seen some good deer?
Well, I haven't been down there in years. Fool around. I see a bunch of deer up here. I've killed a couple already.
Have you really?
So they won't invite you to come hunting in Huntsville. They hadn't invited us either.
Yeah.
Well, they invited me a few times years ago, but Uncle Alvy lives there. He lives out there. Alvy Coley lives out there at Taft, if you know where Taft's at.
Who does? Abby Coley?
Uncle. Alvy.
Is that old man Coley's boy?
Yeah, is that old man Coley's boy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, Cecil, it's great to hear from you, buddy. Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas to you, and I appreciate you answering my call. I've tried to call you a couple different times.
Well, you know what? Don't let this be the last time.
No, sir.
If you find some land up there, call us.
Right. And
my dad's buried actually in Milson Cemetery, which is north of Fayetteville, going out around top of the hill, Petersburg.
Well, look, I'm not trying to one-up
Do you have any family still alive?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he mentioned a lot of buried people.
Yeah. He's a sniff ender too.
I'm not.
Yes, I saw that.
I'm not trying to one-up you, but my grandmother and granddad's buried in the same cemetery as Bear Bryant.
They are.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. How about that for a buried story?
Perked him up.
Yeah, and like I said, I killed a little 5-pointer open day of the state season up here, and then I hunted Fort Knox last weekend and killed a doe, 101-pound doe, big doe for Fort Knox.
That's not bad at all for Fort Knox.
So they let you hunt on Fort Knox out there with guns and stuff?
Yeah, I've been area guide at Fort Knox since.
Does everybody know you're hunting there?
Yeah.
Ricky's been an area guide.
Cecil, I kind of thought Fort Knox, where they keep all the gold, they'd be real secure about that, because I did drive up to the gate one time, and they don't want you to sit there.
I've noticed
They told you to leave pretty quick.
Yeah, well, I've been a area guide out there since 1975.
How big an area you got to hunt out there?
And it's a mile, about a mile square.
640 acres.
Yeah.
1 minute past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. Our walk through Genesis. We've been at it for 10 months now, month 11. Today, Genesis chapter 43. We'll unpack that today in the Wednesday Bible study. Watch it live, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If you can't catch it live, then catch it on the archive, either on the YouTube channel or the audio-only archive on our podcast channel. And that'll be available to you on your own time if you so desire. All right, so the president is continuing to talk. He's now going to talk to us about inflation. We have 3 clips about inflation, and it's going to be things that really are not that difficult to refute because the information is available to us all. So let's start with the first lie, and that is that we have the lowest inflation rate of almost any major country in the world. So,
check that number.
So here comes President Biden.
We have the lowest inflation rate of almost any major country in the world.
Define almost.
Yeah, I think the word almost is where he's going to land if anybody tries to refute him. I think if Jean-Pierre was
Rick,
asked
hit
this,
the buzzer.
that is not correct. And we
I love that buzzer.
Yeah. He's now going to tell us that this is what he calls inflation. So this is his definition of inflation.
Oh, he gets to have his own.
Have fun with this too.
Okay.
That's what I call inflation. At the end of the month, what you have left, if you have no money, that's inflation. What are you? The things you need, are they going up? And they are. They are.
Wow.
We know they are. That's what we're saying.
What is he? No, we got that.
Let me tell you. Let me explain inflation real easy. I have $100. Last year, I bought $100 worth of stuff for $100. This year, I can buy $80 worth of stuff for $100.
Yeah.
That's what inflation.
Well, I think he's trying to. Can you decipher what he's trying to say?
Well, in the middle of that harking.
But I love the. I'm going to try to talk through the
end
call.
of the month, what you have left, if you have no money, that's inflation. What are you? The things you need, are they going up?
Yeah, no, that is right.
And they are. They are.
It really has nothing to do with what's left at the end of the month.
Right.
That's
called a budget.
Yeah, we could put that in a different category. When your $100 won't buy $100 worth of stuff anymore, that's inflation.
All right. Well, I'm confused. Didn't he just say inflation's when the price of everything's going up, and they are? But where does he say we're not? That we're. What is he talking about? Is he just saying? There is inflation, but it's not so bad.
Is he saying the increase is slow?
One, he's saying we don't have the inflation that everybody else has. Two, he's saying it was already high when he took office. Lie. He's blamed Putin for it. He's blamed the Iraq war for it. He's blamed Republicans who are not in control of anything for it.
Don't forget he blamed big meat at one point.
Oh yeah, you got big meat, you got big pharma, you got big oil, you got people that love to pollute and have greenhouse gases.
Right.
All right. So now
this
here's
is
the graph.
perfect.
I mean, here is the graph. So you can look for facts, which is what we need. And here is the graph since Biden took office. And now he did tell us in 2020 that he will take responsibility and he won't blame others.
Right.
Of course,
Rick, hit that again.
That's just another lie because he's blaming everybody but himself. And then he's doing the famous "it's not that bad." Do you love when something's bad on you and somebody keeps telling you it's not that bad? I'm like,
right.
So if you say it's not that bad, suddenly I don't feel like it's that bad.
Well,
What are you
we've had
talking about?
football coaches try that and they get fired.
Yes, they do.
So, again, this is not. We're not talking about astrophysics here. The economy is not something that nature controls, other than an occasional storm that would throw something out regionally. It's pretty simple. You have to have your supply side working, and you have to have people with money buying those things. If your supply side gets out of whack, or you print too much money, that will devalue everything and cause inflation. And when you have both of them at the same time, hey baby, you gotta find one, and that's what we've got right now. But when you know you have supply side issues, the one thing you don't want to do is flood the market with printed money, and that's what they've done, trying to buy votes.
Right.
And that's why you have inflation. And it really goes back, the supply side thing could be fixed with the oil supply.
Right.
Because it's in everything.
Right.
Getting raw material to the plant, getting finished products from there to distributors, distributors to retailers, retailers to your door. Oil is figured in all of that. And Joe Biden went in and he told people, we will not drill anymore. I'm going to put these guys out of business.
We have
You've got
so
the
many
clip. You saw him telling the lady.
We have so many clips of him saying that. So many.
So
that's a
him
fact.
him saying that alone when he was elected started the inflation pressure. When he killed the pipeline day one, that started inflation pressure. Then when he wanted to just start printing mounds and mounds of money for all these other things, that's more inflation pressure. Those are real things, I mean, elementary things that we learn in 8th grade civics that apparently the highest level of our government don't understand or don't care or just hell-bent on buying votes and don't care what the country looks like when it's all done.
And just to summarize this graph, when Biden took office, it was under 2% inflation.
Right.
Since March of this year, it's been over 8%, and it's still over 8%. In August, Biden said, in August of this year, when it was still over 8%, Biden said we are at 0% inflation. And he also said, I'm bringing it down. Maybe he brought it down from 8.5% to still over 8%, but we're still over 8%, and from 2 to 8 is just so... It's monumental.
Do y'all remember when they had the big signing party for the Inflation Reduction Act?
Oh, yeah.
This was going to be the end of inflation. We're going to do by doing the one thing that will cause inflation to go up, and that is print more money and spend more money you don't have. And all of it was on green projects and special projects the Dems wanted. None of that whole thing had anything to do with reducing the deficit.
Well, apparently not. Well, how about this? If you think it did, it didn't work.
Well, no, it hadn't worked,
Right,
Rick,
you're
because
right.
I mean, that would be like all of us taping on a piece of paper on our back and saying we're going to have wings, we're going to fly off this building later today. We'd have better luck than that.
Right.
I mean, good luck.
And if we tried it and we face planted in the parking lot, couldn't you say it didn't work?
Well, you would say you would blame Putin for it, and
What about
Russia, and
what about
Iraq
big meat?
war, and
What
big
about-
meat, and big pharma, and big processing, and you know.
What do you think about before I jumped, though? I said if I hit the pavement, I won't blame anyone but myself.
Well, I would be like, we're going to have to send the meat wagon to pick you up. 'Cause
Right.
You ain't going to do too good with this one.
But then when I got up, I blamed everybody else like
Yeah.
it was their fault, not mine.
Sure.
I jumped off my roof with a grocery bag in my hands one time for a parachute.
How was that?
Didn't work.
Yeah, that won't work either.
No.
Physics, my friend.
I jumped off a roof once for no apparent reason.
Yeah. I dare you.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Bubba, when all else fails, I want you to know this. Joey Behar, though, she agrees with everything the president said. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, that's good. Hey, you got anybody buried out there at Fort Knox?
No. A lot of
What about
deer.
Uncle Alice? Or what was his name? What was Uncle Alvy?
Alvy and Michael. Like I said, they live right there at the stop sign in Taft. It might be even.
Everybody knows
Now,
that.
they're not buried by the stop sign.
No, I said they live there.
Taft is where they live. The
I
others
thought they were
where they're
buried. How they living there?
Yeah,
it's a different place.
if you come from Ardmore to Taft,
Come on now. Right.
okay, the two houses before you get to the stop sign.
Yep.
Oh, over there we got
They
them
live.
two black and tan dogs tied up. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, Alvy worked for Huntsville Cabinet for years and years and years.
It made a damn good cabinet.
Caught up in it. I don't know about this hunt. I want to know more about this hunting on Fort Knox. It just seems like there wasn't a lot of guns around there, you know.
Yeah, but you know Fort Knox went to that Eye Sportsman this year.
Oh, sure. I thought it was on the porch with Cecil. I didn't know we were on.
He brought us back.
You know.
All right, Cecil, thank you, man. Man, this is
Call again.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay, I will.
All right.
I'm sorry to hear about Uncle Alvy.
Yeah.
Greg, Uncle Alvy's
Oh,
fine.
no, Uncle Alvy's still alive.
Come on,
follow
he's at
along.
Taft. He lives at Taft.
that's right.
Come
I'm
on,
sorry.
Greg. Come on.
Yeah, him and Michael live there in Taft.
That's right. Down there
Like
by
I
the
said,
stop
Grandma
sign.
and Grandpa was in Gatlin, and You know, like I said, my dad's in Melson Cemetery, which is north of Fayetteville.
I got you. I got you. Okay.
Between Fayetteville and Petersburg. So
that's my favorite call of the year.
Scattered everywhere down there.
Cecil, I'm putting you up for caller of the year.
I love it.
Thank you, buddy.
Cecil,
All right.
thanks.
Have a good day.
Let me tell you what I love about Cecil and his call. You can't, nothing, he's not going to waver. He had a message, he had a tone, and he wasn't going to come off of it, no matter how many zingers we threw out. Rick, what about them cabinets?
He does make a fine cabinet.
Because that would have been the next line. You're sitting on the porch with Cecil.
Oh, absolutely, Rick.
Oh, I love that call. Now, where was he calling from?
Louisville, Kentucky.
Well, heck, call back. I like it. Let's give him the hotline.
866 We Be Big is the number.
I enjoyed that.
Let's go to.
Uncle Howard's alive.
Let's go to. You want to stay in Louisville?
Sure.
Yes.
Let's go to Brandon. Brandon in Louisville, Kentucky. Brandon, go ahead.
Monkey grass, guys.
Hey, buddy. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Where's your kinfolk buried?
That hunt. Yeah, you asked a little bit about that hunt on Fort Knox. Now they don't do that like an everyday basis. It's like a controlled.
Okay.
You gotta they put it out, then you call in and they pick between the people.
Okay.
You know, they want to let a certain number of people. They just don't let you on there with guns.
Okay, that's an important.
Unless
one.
you're
I
an
would just-
area manager.
I would just think if you were there guarding the gold of the United States of America, you wouldn't want a lot of people with guns wandering around there.
You really wouldn't.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. There's a bigger area that it's not nowhere near the gold vault. Really, it's a bunch of woods that branch off away from where it used to kind of go to where the tank brigade was.
Right. Got a lot of
Is that
good
where
deer?
is that where Goldfinger lived?
He might have.
Hey,
He might have.
Now, what was he said he was area manager? What was he?
Well, Cecil was. Not
Cecil. I'm talking about that. I was trying to remember.
Guide.
Area guide.
Yeah.
Hey, since 1975.
Ain't there?
I guess I have it divided up in areas, and you know.
Greg, when you say where those
get
two black
picked
and tans are
up.
tied up, you said, that's right.
That's right. Right there. Right there. You got two black and tan hounds. They're tied up right by that tree. Hang a left.
David in Cartersville, Georgia.
That's
David,
better than some of the things I've seen tied up on the way. You know,
You getting there again?
There you open that door again.
Ah,
David,
nice.
go ahead.
Gracious.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
we're great.
Man, Cecil just made my entire month. That was
Yeah.
incredible.
Wasn't that great?
That's great. I want to sit on the
Hey,
porch
Rick.
and talk to him.
Yeah, Rick, you were cracking me up about your story of just wanting to leave and just go somewhere else. I can't tell you how many times you come home, your wife's scrambling, like, how can I help? How can I help? Well, do this for me. No, don't do it that way.
Oh, yeah.
No, do it this way. And then you come back 2 hours later after it's all over and done. Why didn't you help me?
Yeah,
Well, you told me not to.
You have to be careful. I always push my wife to announce to me that I'm just getting in the way. And once she announces that, then
I'm out of there.
then I'm free to go.
Yep.
Okay. You're one big distraction. Well, let me tell you, you are right, and I want to be sure that I serve you as my wife by getting out of your way.
That's right.
And I feel like I'm too close, and when you hear the garage door going up, I'm really getting some distance now. You know,
I think too many people try to push a bad position. If it ain't your gift, get out of the
well,
way.
you made a good point, too. Do you really want Betty helping you hang TVs?
No.
Because, and that doesn't mean anything bad toward her. It's just like it's not helping.
Right.
It's smoother if she doesn't help.
Right.
And when Sherry was doing what she was doing, it's smoother if I get out of the way. And if she needs some, she'll tell me, I'll do it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to some more of your phone calls before the hour is done. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba show have been partnering for years. And let me tell you something. Relief Factor is an all-natural product for botanicals. You can research these botanicals yourself and see that there's quite a bit of research that has been done and how effective they can be when it comes to the body's natural inflammatory response. But the folks at Relief Factor, when the doctors and the scientists were first working on this formula, they really were just looking at the aging process. How can we give people quality of life as they age when the body's joints and everything starts hurting? But they discovered that it really works for anyone. And I'm going to tell you something. It may be the answer for your problem. Here's an email from Tammy out of Huntsville, Alabama. She said, I guess I'm a little slow laughing, LOL, because I know you've been talking about this product for some time, so you finally worked me over, and I finally decided to give Relief Factor a try. Kept hearing about it. I suffer with arthritis, sore muscles, tendonitis, and I felt a lot older than my 55 years. I'm very active, but it started to hurt just to get out of the bed. Exercise became painful. So I ordered the Quick Start Pack and felt relief within 48 hours. And by the way, that's really something. Usually it takes a little longer than that. I'm grateful that you told me about Relief Factor. Thank you. I mentioned it to my 80-year-old mother, and she's got some for herself too. And she says it's helping her. Well, great. Should. If you want to order this Quick Start Pack, it's $19.95. That's going to get you 3 weeks worth of Relief Factor, and inside 3 weeks, you should see results. Now, if you don't, then unfortunately this is not the answer for you, but the majority of the people that order the Relief Factor Quick Start Pack, they see results, and they order more, including me. I'll take it every day. Pack in the morning and a pack before I go to bed, and if I got something that maybe I overdid it a little bit, trying to do a little better, or just goofing off, or down at the farm, then I'll put a third pack in there in the middle of the day. So get yours now at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Caution, they're doing another Christmas Story. Caution, this is a Christmas Story. Where is it, Bubba, on your Christmas movie list?
Listen, it's not one of my favorites. I mean, there's some funny moments in it, but it's kind of a sad, sad story.
It's the best.
I love it. The dad
I
kills
just never
me.
have got into it like I had some of the more modern adaptations. So, but it's funny. It has its moments, and we all remember putting your eye out with a Red Ryder BB gun.
To me,
but are you tampering with it, redoing it? Because it is a favorite. You hear there's a lot of people just love it.
So this is a sequel about where they are, I guess, continuing grown. Now, it's not a reboot with just different characters.
This is a sequel.
Here's what the problem is. And Bubba, no matter how you feel about the movie, we know this is a problem, and we've already seen it. A Christmas Story was put together in a time where they could be humorous about things they can't be humorous about anymore. It was irreverent. It was hilarious. It had exaggerated characters, which is my favorite. The dad alone.
Oh, yeah.
If I had nothing but dad in this movie, I would be okay.
Right.
Okay, and I love Ralphie and that little how we were as kids. It's got a little Stand By Me in it, Christmas version, where they talked about double dog dares and stuff like that.
I triple dog dare.
I watch it every year.
Which to me is hilarious. I like movies that have a narrator.
I do too.
I do too. I like
you
that.
Bring it up.
Yes.
And,
I didn't realize it till now.
Right. And so I like this movie. It's in my top 5 of Christmas movies. But what's going to happen is they're going to try to see if they can rekindle this perfect storm.
Oh, it's not going to work.
But with the wokeness in comedy now, it's not going to be able to be funny.
The original came out.
There's no way it can be funny.
The original came out in 1983.
Ralph will have a partner.
Of 83, they're going to try to compare the 80s.
I want to see what Schwartz is doing right
now. Oh, my
Schwartz
gosh.
looks exactly the same, by the way.
They're right.
They used a bunch of the same actors, including Ralphie and Schwartz, and even the mom.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, do you remember we all did it? Every one of us, I think, Bubba, you may have been the only exception. I don't remember you doing it. When Kevin. What's his last name? The guy, King of Queens.
James.
When Kevin James came out with a new comedy series about NASCAR.
Yeah.
We thought, well, this is a winner. I mean, it was terrible.
It wasn't good.
And the reason why it was terrible is they couldn't be funny.
Right.
So I don't think A Christmas Story can be funny.
No,
not today. Think of all the things they can't touch.
I was watching a little bit of. Was it Last Man Standing? Is that Tim?
Yes, Tim Allen.
Because I never watched it per se, but I'm going to catch up on it now. And
It's
I was
good.
watching a little bit of it the other day, and it's funny because they.
Nothing. Just
Nothing. Greg and I are just laughing.
But you've seen that.
What brought on the
I'm
laugh?
catching up on it today.
Yeah. Well, I do. I binge watch these things now instead of watching them when they're live.
Well, it's a breath of fresh air. I'll tell you that.
It is.
Yeah, it really is. It was funny, and I'm kind of laughing, thinking, how did he get away with some of that?
Well, he didn't. He was removed from Fox, if you remember. Or no, he was removed from ABC, and Fox got it, right? Yeah. One of them.
And then, I mean, that
one of
show
them
went on.
candid-
It was a 10-year run, wasn't it?
Yeah,
And there's other stations that's picked it up now, and that's all they run.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
See, I love when these stations now are running like we like to watch series. They run them one right after another. Because you get to stay, you pick up on the storylines that they're running, and you don't have to wait a week and forget about it.
Yeah, it looks like to me that like Comedy Central right now, they've decided to run The Office and that be their only programming. They have.
I love
it. It just runs 24/7, which I have no problem with. But I'm thinking, do you think these people will say, I don't care about the environment. We're going to do the sequel to A Christmas Story, and we're going to do it to be funny and to be funny alone. I'm afraid they won't. I'm afraid it's going to be terrible. And we have the trailer.
We do.
Should we watch it?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, of course we're going to watch it.
Here we go.
All righty.
Oh, life moves fast. One day you're playing kick the can with kids named Flick and Schwartz.
I triple dog dare you!
And the next thing you know, you're a certified adult.
Ralph, dear old man.
Fragile!
He was the best.
Ralphie, promise me we're gonna make this a wonderful Christmas. That would make your father so happy.
I promise. What had I done? And now it was all up to me?
I suggest you start drinking and don't stop till New Year's.
Hey, kids, who wants to go see Santa?
This is amazing.
Incredible! We will meet you right here when you're done.
Don't let him kick you in the face.
Huh?
It's the happy season.
No,
When it's just us decorating, it kind of feels like child labor.
Honey, it's not labor if we don't pay you.
Yeah.
Cheers.
There'll be much mistletoe. My dad made this all look so easy.
That doesn't mean it was easy.
Schwartz, I triple dog dare you!
Oh, I got it now.
That's brutal.
It's the most wonderful time. Slowly, I could feel the Christmas ember beginning to glow again.
I think it's got potential.
Yeah, I don't like Ralphie. I can already tell.
Did you see it? Did you
Ralphie. It's
yeah,
the
but
same
he's just
Ralph.
acting
Did
weird.
you see at the end? It said, "We want you to see this movie. We triple dog dare you."
That's a good one.
So
This
old
may
enough-
be better than the original. Rick.
Oh, Bubba.
Maybe.
No, it's
things
not
like
possible.
that. Have you lost your mind?
Outrageous.
What is in? Somebody
Maybe.
give me.
I'm ready to see
Somebody
that.
shoot him
What's
with
in
a
your
dart.
What's in your spark?
I'll give it a watch.
Put your
I'd like
tongue
to
up
see it.
against a frozen pole.
Triple dog dare you.
All right, look, so we're grown and we're trying
gonna
to
go
figure
see
it
that.
out as a family man now, and then we're reflecting back on Dad and how he raised me.
That's all
And,
right.
And
and
we're-
now my
a lot of us are in
buddies
that,
are
yeah.
older too, and we
I gotta live up
they
to
got
the Christmas.
families and all that, and he's got a touch of Griswolds to him where he can't
That's
figure
all
it
right.
out. you
Yes.
know.
Yeah, and
Definitely.
we love that.
It looks like I'll give it a look.
Oh, I'm watching it.
Okay.
I guess it's exclusively on HBO Max. I thought it was in theaters. I'm actually glad it's on HBO Max.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do zero expectations.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
None.
Good
Bubba,
idea.
Bubba, unfortunately,
Bubba took it to a level.
you ran out of the gate.
Yeah, thinks it's the greatest.
Yeah, let's just take
One of
our.
the most beloved Christmas stories. He said is better than it.
Why don't we do?
Well, it might be.
Why don't we
might
do?
be.
Why don't we just do
Can't be.
this? Let's say it's going to be terrible, and then when it's not
Work our
so
way up.
bad,
Okay.
we'll be okay.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to watch the old one before I go see that one,
Ralphie was just acting real goofy.
and just refresh my memory. on it.
Let's see here. And by the way, I how many of you in here believe that somewhere in this movie is a gay character?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah.
For sure.
Somebody's gay. I promise you.
Yeah.
That's that guy that he had to beat up that time.
You know,
Was-
you know the
Scott
one.
Farkas.
You know
Scott
the one
Farkas.
I would like to see him make a sequel to that I really enjoy every year's Jingle All the Way.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you
Bubba,
bring that up a lot.
Bubba,
It comes up
I love
every
that
time.
movie. I love that movie.
Is that the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger? in it?
If Jingle All the Way
and,
needs an
Sinbad.
advocate, they have one in Bill Bubba.
They
Bussey.
do.
Yes, they
He's
do.
locked on it.
You got to admit.
Here we go.
You got to admit when Sinbad.
Here he goes. Here he goes every year. Every year it's Jingle All the Way. Every single year.
My family hates it, by the way. They won't hardly watch it.
I know. You got nobody that drafts with you on this.
No.
It's a decent movie.
When he tells Robert Conrad, hold it right there, Barnaby Jones. Oh, that's good stuff. Here you are.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wake up quick and have a Rick and Bubba Christmas this year.
It is 7 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza. And teleport Merry Christmas to you and yours.
By now in New York City.
Oh, let's sing the song.
How about it?
Hey, buddy.
Glad to be here,
So be listening. We do have a good bit coming up this hour, and including we could drop the gift in at any time. Every hour is a shot at it.
Watch it.
And we'll see. So when you hear the theme play, when we ask you to be a certain caller, call in. If you're that caller, you win gift number one. Bubba hasn't decided what it is yet, but he'll tell you whenever we get started. Where you got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Oh, my God. Here we go. Here we go. It is the 12. Yeah, come on, Bubba.
How about you?
I'm good.
Glad to be back, and welcome to 2018. Wow.
Well, we were talking.
Never thought we'd get there.
We were talking in the kitchen when we arrived back at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Last time we saw you, you didn't look good. And we haven't seen you since.
Yeah, well, I didn't feel real good last time I saw you, and went to the doctor, got the shot. Usually, that brings you back. I mean, it usually just overcomes any symptoms, any problems. Lasted about a day, went back down, and, so I didn't. I tell you, I laid in the bed and I didn't feel good till almost Christmas. I mean, just a day or two before I could get up and function again. So it was, and a lot of people now are dealing with it. I've heard reports. So. But now everybody, it's got the flu or something. You're like, oh, weak immune system,
Yeah.
So, but we're back. Glad to be here. Thanks to the guys. They did a great job on the best of. I was out early a couple of mornings, usually looking for cough medicine or something.
Right,
and, I always like to text the guys when they're here so they know that. There was one morning that it was storming, raining, and I had to go get something. And Speedy, I think you were on, and I thought, what am I doing out here?
Well, and I got a call.
Tell, please.
All right, so
This is funny.
and I knew Bubba was out of it, not feeling well, and getting lost.
You're gonna love it.
Okay, on what day it is. So I get a text
No, this
from
was the second time I called you.
Yeah, well, this was yeah. So I get a text from him, says Merry Christmas or whatever, and I reply back, hey, Merry Christmas back, and all this, and so then the phone rings. And I'm at a restaurant having breakfast with the family.
Sounded good. Sounded delicious.
Yeah. And I looked at the family. I said, hey, Bubba has texted. Now he's calling. Let me make sure he's okay. And I said, I'm going to step out real quick. So I answer the phone. I step out of the restaurant, and it is pouring, okay? I mean, sideways rain, everything. And I'm standing, and the awning is it's not doing any good, okay? Yeah. And he's like, hey, man, sounding good. Whatever, and starts going through how I'm sounding good and Merry Christmas and all this kind of stuff. And I said, he said something else, and I said, yeah, I'm waiting on breakfast here to be delivered. He said, you're not at the studio? I said, Bubba, it's Saturday morning at 9:15.
He's calling him, telling him he's doing a hell of a job.
and he still had that sound like I can't breathe through my nose. I'm still kind of sick.
Sounding good, guys.
Hey, appreciate you getting out in this weather, Speedy.
You know what it was? I flipped on the radio, and it was about, I don't know, 9 o'clock or something, and I heard music, and I thought, we shouldn't be in music already. What's going on here? But frankly, that probably wasn't due to the sickness, because on that vacation, I forget what day it is.
No
I
doubt.
have no idea. Right. I mean, it could have. I've done that on weeks I wasn't sick,
Right.
so that was not that unusual, but yet still funny.
Yeah, it was hilarious. So I go back in and I sit down, and Terry says, "Hey, is everything okay?" I said, "Yeah." I said it was an interesting call. He asked me how the best of was going, but.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so we talked earlier in the program about we now have the college football championship rankings out. Tennessee number 1 there in the top 4. Ohio State, Georgia, and Clemson. So we have discussed that, but there's a big story going on in college football involving Auburn. And they're now coaching vacancy, and all kinds of speculation. Of course, Deion, that comes up, and that's one of the things that you talk about. And so Deion, somebody finally asked him about it yesterday in his Jackson State press conference. A lot of the coaches do their press conference for the week on Tuesday, and he was asked about it, and he kind of gives a. He's not going to answer that question, but he avoids the question. So in kind of an odd way. So here's Deion being asked about the Auburn job.
Coach, obviously Auburn's job opened earlier this week. Have you heard from the Tigers at all, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I heard from the Tigers. Jackson State Tigers.
Talking about.
Oh, I thought you meant Jackson State. My bad. Sorry, fraudulent slip.
Fraudulent slip as opposed to Freudian slip. I don't know whether Deion meant fraudulent slip, like it's fraudulent for you to say that. Maybe he did. He's pretty hip, so he probably did. But that was so he's not going there, is he?
Jackson State Tigers.
Yeah. He's not going to talk about Auburn right now. But the reporter did his job. I mean, if you're there, you got to ask that question. Yeah, you have to ask that question. Yeah. So that starts the discussion of what impact would it had. And there was a story. They're not telling us who these athletes are. That someone is questioning athletes on whether Deion going to Auburn would cause them to change their pathway right now to maybe go to Auburn as well, and some were saying yes.
Well, we've been talking about the short list and who Auburn wants and who they may or may not get. Kiffin and Freeze and Deion certainly in the conversation. But it was a story off 24/7 Sports, and the title is "Recruits. If Auburn got Deion, I'd flip." And the author of this story says that he has talked, off the record and anonymously, to 2 recruits he quotes in the part of the story we have, because it's a pay site, so we don't have all of it. Said that the recruits have made their preference clear in the hunt for Auburn's next coach. If Auburn got Deion, I'd flip, a recruit told Auburn Undercover anonymously. The recruit was not alone. Another anonymous recruit committed to a different program echoed the same sentiment, hoping that Auburn would give primetime the nod.
Well, there's a lot of factors in that. Do I think that Deion Sanders would make a splash? Yes. Do I think he would make it easier with the transfer portals and all that to get players to Auburn? Yes. Will he win? I don't know. That's a different question. And would he leave the SWAC this quick after being such an incredible, by the way, public relations person for the SWAC conference, and the job he's done for the SWAC is incredible, and the job he's doing at Jackson State is incredible. So is it too soon? Will he catch flack for that? Does he care? Will Auburn even make that offer? So there's a lot of things out there.
Here's the thing. I think when you hire a coach, you want a big splash.
Yeah.
You want people to take notes. You want it to be a headline story, not even in on the sports shows, but in the news itself. This would be a huge splash for Auburn.
All right, can I say this? Everything you said is correct.
Right.
Did they not understand that when they hired Harsin?
Well, this is what I was going to say.
Right.
Let's look at what Auburn has done right and what they have done wrong.
Right, yeah.
Bruce Pearl was a splash hire.
Correct.
And he has taken that basketball program to a level that I don't think anybody thought it could be at a few years ago before he took over. I mean, if you told me that a coach was going to go in and coach Auburn basketball and you couldn't buy a ticket, and if you did, it was going to be in the hundreds, if not $1,000 a seat, to go see a basketball game in Lee County in the middle of the week, I would have thought you had lost your cotton-picking mind, and that is the case today.
Absolutely.
So Bruce Pearl was a splash hire, so why not look at that model and repeat that again? When Alabama hired Saban, that was a splash hire.
Yes, it was.
When Ole Miss hired Lane Kiffin, that was a splash hire.
Even Leach, Mississippi State.
Leach was a splash hire.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Kelly at LSU.
Brian Kelly was a splash hire. It got a lot of notoriety. So you see a trend there. You know, Brian Harsin was not a splash hire. No. Is he a good coach? Yes. Did he fit? Obviously not. Didn't work out. Will he be successful in other places? I think so.
Probably so, yeah.
But the intricate pattern that you need to fit in with Auburn, you're going to have to hit the ground running. And look, you're competing right in the middle of Kirby Smart and Nick Saban. You got to have splash. I'm a good coach is not going to be enough. You got to really make the headlines to get those kids, because as Saban has told us in the book that just came out, it's all about recruiting. All about recruiting. Recruiting has changed. It used to be about facilities. Facilities are still important, but they're not what they used to be.
About money.
Now it's about the NIL deal.
Yep.
Auburn has just raised a bunch of money. What was it, $13 million? You told us the other day. So that's more organized. Can you compete for a national championship? Yes, you can. Is it going to be tough? Yes, you can. But you gotta really hit the ground running to be successful at that job, and that's not what happened with the last.
Well, I would say this to any SEC school that's struggling, and Auburn is, the window for an easier turnaround to be competitive it's closing. Now the teams are getting better again. You know, there was a time where the SEC was not impressive top to bottom. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, because of these splash hires and the NIL deals, now the teams are starting to creep back up. Tennessee's really good. Ole Miss is good. Mississippi State's better. Georgia's incredible. Alabama's incredible.
Florida's rebuilding.
You see that top to bottom starting to creep back up. Kentucky is a much better program.
Very good.
And so it's LSU. It looks like Brian Kelly. Everybody thought it was awkward, but he's kind of got them headed in the right direction.
Let me ask you this.
It's becoming a really tough league again, top to bottom.
If you're sitting at Auburn and you make a hire, chances are, if you don't get Deion, you're going to be playing and competing against Deion recruiting in the next few years. He's going to get a Power 5 school, probably in the Southeastern Conference or in the ACC or something in this part of the country. So you're either going to have Deion on your side or you're going to be competing against him. And look at how he's recruiting at Jackson State.
Yeah.
I think the problem you have is a lot of people don't think, and I agree with you, he's a splash now, but when they hired Bruce Pearl, a lot of people didn't want to touch him in the basketball circles because he had been in trouble. It wasn't that big of a splash at that point in time. It was a chance, it was risky, and it paid off, and now it's a huge splash. So my point is, does Auburn have the capability, and hopefully with Cohen coming in they do, to actually do what you're talking about and make a splash for the first time, I think, in their life.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He just lost a week.
Yeah, he did.
Let me give you a little encouragement while I'm out here getting some things done.
Hey, you said waiting on breakfast. He's like, what?
yeah. What do you mean you waiting on breakfast? You're not at the studio?
He thought Masterful's got somebody to bring him breakfast.
Well, then I thought that would snap him out of it. Okay, and then he goes, well, when I texted you earlier, you weren't at the studio? And I said, no. It's Saturday,
Saturday.
Bubba. It's Saturday.
You know what, though? That confirms that on the weekend edition of the show, when people are listening, you really get caught up thinking we're actually there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It even worked
Oh, yeah,
on
absolutely.
It worked on Bubba.
You know, and
Even
I
with people on our logo.
like I say, I was out a couple of times early, most of the time looking for over-the-counter cough,
Sure.
and cold medicine.
Right,
but
yeah.
you know, I was listening, and I heard, and Speedy had texted me back. He said, "You're gonna love this next one." It was something from way back, you know, and I kind of got to laughing. And there was something you played.
That was another morning, though.
Yeah, this was the
Yeah.
first morning. There was something you played. I got to laughing so hard, I literally had to pull over because I could not see. And,
Well, I'll
and
tell
you know
you-
what? I thought, well, you know, every now and then this show's pretty funny.
Yeah,
You know, it's,
My
well-
wife came in one day. I'd never heard of best stuff. She heard one and came in one day. She goes, "You know, I've been out there laughing my head off." And I said, "Really? Well, that's a good sign."
Yeah. Prior to Christmas, I tried to play a lot of old school stuff, and I think the one you're referring to is y'all in the parade.
We had our own Christmas parade in Anniston.
Yes, when you went around the block and y'all
And
were
we're
screaming
shouting
about
things
it.
out with a bull.
Y'all go through the bank, drive through.
Yeah, and I want some people y'all to
Fred
understand.
Couch tried to get ahead of us.
Yeah, right. It was good. And some
Rick,
of
it
y'all,
was precious.
some of y'all need to understand too that this is year 24. All right, and sometimes the people we were on like year 4 is not the same people we are 20 years later.
No.
Y'all can't get mad at us about stuff we did 20 years ago.
Right.
I mean, I had people get mad at me and email dog, and I was like, "Look, I was 20 years ago."
I know.
I mean,
Really?
I said, you know, you can't be mad at me about that now.
It didn't happen this time, but the last couple of best of weeks, they played the one about that dog that showed up at my house, and I said I was going to take it on a long ride and make it disappear, which I was kidding. I'd get emails, "Greg, don't you take these people that will take that dog. Don't you take him off." I said, "That's 5 years ago. I don't even know where that dog is."
Rick, I had to come to the conclusion that maybe best of shows are better than regular days.
Well, you know what?
They're the best of.
Well, if you think about it, we've weeded out all the segments that we don't get it done. You know what I mean?
Oh, they're solid.
Right. Everybody feels good. You know what doesn't make best of shows when everybody's sick. You know what I mean? No, that makes sense. We'll be back. Also, we do have the national championship game for college football is solidified. It is funny. We had the caller mention it that most everybody agrees that from top to bottom that the SEC, which has dominated college football in the modern era, that the conference top to bottom was down. But the only problem is the conference top tier teams are still really good, as Oklahoma found out and Clemson found out last night. As SEC 100% national championship game is Georgia and Alabama will play for the national championship.
I know, wow.
And so that Oklahoma Georgia game was unbelievable.
It really was.
Unless you like defense, but I mean it was.
Well, it was back and forth. You know, it was very
right,
entertaining.
Yeah, right.
Now you guys have been to the Rose Bowl.
Yes,
I
went, and it was beautiful.
I have not, but man, the national anthem and how just the scene there was unbelievable. Can't imagine being at that game. Being there,
you know,
it had
that
to be really cool.
What was odd to me, the stadium is beautiful. It's older. The part we were in, they had renovated, but it was really pretty because you went up like escalators, and they had these giant pictures, probably about as big as that tan piece of wood over there, of great Rose Bowl moments. And they're in black and white, and it's just it's really, really cool. And you got the backdrop of the mountains out there. But the location of it's funny. It's like you went through a neighborhood to get to it. It would be like you taking the highway up here close to the studio and going through Vestavia where our studio is, and all of a sudden the Rose Bowl's on the other side. And you know where you park cars? On a golf course. Like you parked on putting greens.
How about that?
It was the weirdest thing.
Well, that is strange. Yeah,
But it was real. The weather was very nice.
Yeah, it was funny. I laughed at that when they started the pregame festivities. They're like, well, as it always is, a perfect day here in Pasadena.
Another perfect day
on New Year's Day. So anyway, it was that was a great game. I went to bed. We all had to because we were coming back to work at 24-6. I went on to bed with the Alabama game. Is that how it ended?
It is.
Yeah. It was. But Alabama's defense looked like Alabama's defense. They'd gotten healthy and they kind of overwhelmed Clemson defensively, as Alabama has been known to do. So Alabama was, on that particular night, clearly back to the Alabama that we've expected to see.
Yeah, the level that they play at for the period of time they've played is just unbelievable.
In the modern college football era, what they've been able to do is amazing.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. With the competition like it is everywhere else. I mean, we grew up watching Bear Bryant and all that. To me, what they're doing now is so far ahead of any of that.
Well, the reason why I think it is, and that takes nothing away from Bear Bryant. I mean, he's obvious one.
No, you could only do what you could do during your time, but boy, conditions are different now.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest football coaches that we'll ever see. So I'm not saying that at all. So please don't hear that.
Yeah, don't email.
Yeah, don't email. But there, you can't really compare eras. So what I'm saying is Bear Bryant was the best of his era, and you can't compare era because rules change. But for Saban to be winning like he has won in the modern era where there are scholarship limitations, and if you don't believe that everybody's got players, look at Central Florida, and the team they put on the field against, SEC, which most people believe was the third best team, and on 2 days beat the two best teams.
Yeah, what a strange.
So it's not like Central Florida played a bad SEC team. 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. And thank you for being with us. TheManChurch.com. We got a lot going on this week. Rich Wingo. Wingo comes to my home church, Valleydale, in Birmingham, Friday night. Chili supper. We're going chili nuts. And then we're going to hear from Wingo as he will challenge us. I promise you that. And we got a lot of men that are coming, but there's still room for you if you want to be there. It doesn't cost you anything, but we do need to know that you're coming so we can make sure we got enough food for everybody. Register at the link there on November 4th. You'll find that at themanchurch.com. Saturday, Crestview, Florida. Mark Garnett there. He'll be speaking First Baptist Church. They'll be wrapping up their first year in one of our 40-week curriculum and their final man church, and you can join Mark Garnett there in Florida on Saturday. Speedy will be at Protective Stadium. He'll be with the UAB Blazers. And Greg, are you not out again this Friday? Are you doing? Are you gripping and grinning Friday?
I am. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I knew you'd forgot about it. You know how I heard it? I listened to the ZZK, and I heard them talking about you going to be gripping and grinning again Friday.
My email about it didn't have me listed, and I had to check and make sure.
I see.
But yes, I did confirm.
So Greg
11-1.
Greg will be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
11-1.
That's in Hoover, Alabama, home of ZZK. If you want to see Greg, go have lunch with him and pal around.
Is that wrecking ball still swinging over there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they
rebuilding construction, but look, they're still in business though.
That's right.
Come on in the construction area.
Probably ready to make a deal.
So that's where you can see.
Willing to make a deal.
Thank you, Rick, for reminding everyone of what Greg's doing.
Well, you know how I heard about it? I didn't hear about it on the show, and I didn't look on our website and see it because Greg didn't tell us.
I just confirmed.
I heard it on ZZK.
Right. Well, that's right.
Yeah. So anyway,
but Greg, now where is Lisa's place at?
You're gonna make me remember all that again.
What was it?
Pour him south.
But don't get the worst hawker of all time. As Lisa herself said about her own husband, bless him.
Bless him.
Yeah, well,
Bless him for trying.
Just bless him.
You know what? Just bless his little
rolling out
with his little
after
moon pie mug. I've been wanting to address this for days, and I keep forgetting. And of course, yesterday I was reminded of it.
Have I done something
No,
strange?
it has nothing to do. Okay. Well, I mean, there's probably some offenders in this room, and I would like to talk to them.
Uh-oh.
All right. Well, I just have to talk to some of you, and I want to handle this the right way.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Leaf blower people.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be in this category,
okay.
by the way.
Do y'all not understand that the leaf blower is loud as H-E-double-L? Hey, it's loud, extremely, disturbingly loud. Do y'all not know how loud they are? And so the fact that they are so loud, you literally can disrupt your neighbors' lives with when you choose to blow these loud
Here we go.
leaf blowers. Okay. By the way, there's two words I was afraid I would use, and I'm not using them, which shows some growth right now. Okay? I want to emphasize loud, and I want to emphasize it with two things that would really make the point. They're not mildly loud. They're extremely loud. Okay? Disruptive loud. So will y'all please just kind of pay attention to the clock, kind of pay attention to what's going on around you before y'all crank up these things that honestly now we're all involved because of how loud they are. When the leaf blowing starts, everybody around you is involved. We all have to stop for leaf blowing because we can't talk.
Are you good with 9 a.m.?
9 a.m. is
because that's when I start.
You've been an offender though. You've gone early.
Well, I've gone at 8 before.
Hey, that's borderline.
Yeah,
it's borderline.
But here's the deal. I've got.
They're just as loud as a chainsaw.
Yeah. I've got yard work to do. And I've only got a limited amount of time,
right?
And I got to do it. And I'm sorry.
I would just
put a
say
fan in your bedroom.
I would just
get you electric.
I would just say, well, they're not going. They can't even blow a leaf.
Did you just say that?
Yeah.
Your minions are so upset with you right now.
Well,
the new one still.
Yeah,
Steel's got
where I'm concerned.
Some of the battery ones are pretty good.
I don't
got
feel.
a good one.
I don't feel as bad.
Oh, okay.
I don't feel as bad doing it early in the morning as I do 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And here's why: there's people out barbecuing and hanging out, and they've had friends over.
You're right.
And so I do try to get all that done before that starts. So I feel like if I have to choose, and it's either in the morning or late afternoon, evening, I always go morning because I figure if I'm disrupting anything, it's you probably should have been up anyway because you're grown.
Right.
And you don't need to be sleeping past 8:30.
Right.
And I don't want to interrupt your picnic or party in the evening.
Plus, you want to get it done.
I will actually.
Or you don't care either way, and you need it done.
No, I do think about it, especially the ones behind
They're so
me.
loud.
They are loud.
They're so loud. Let me say this again.
And I got a lot of leaves.
I think you actually have reasoned through this pretty well, and I'll tell you why. I'll take 9 a.m. all day long.
Yeah.
Over the late afternoon when I like to go out there and sit on the deck.
That's the point. Yeah.
And have dinner, and Sherry and I actually catch up on life and whatever, and we can't even talk because the leaf blower is going wide open next door, and I'm saying, "Hey, baby, did you have how was your day today?"
That's it.
You know,
That's so good.
And I'm like, gosh, how's this even allowed? I mean,
you're right.
I mean,
noise pollution.
It's so loud.
I gotta have that at some point again.
Yeah, it's
I know you need to catch your breath, but you gotta do that again.
It's extremely loud. And well, let me tell you now that one thing when he tells. You know, and I'm just like, and the way it peaks,
yes,
the way it peaks.
Wow, Rick, that's really loud.
I mean,
hey Rick, how about
you're breaking up the piece of?
Yeah, it is. It's loud.
I mean, I even start thinking about my mortgage. I'm like, man, I pay to be here.
Yeah,
right.
This house is not inexpensive.
Yeah.
Can I not go outside? Can we not?
And I bet you deal with it a lot because there's a lot of trees. You got a lot of growth over there in that area.
Leaves
like
everywhere.
me.
We have so many trees in my lot, and I actually have the electric still one that Greg was talking about, and it is expensive. I had to wait 6 months on a waiting list to get the motor itself, but I can change the ends to a weed whacker, to an edger, or a blower, which is super cool. I love that. And I like to blow leaves for about 10 minutes every day, every other day. But I try to get it done real fast, 10 minutes, and I'm done. And I'll actually bring that one into the studio, and you guys can see it is kind of loud, but it gets the job done.
Loud.
I don't have to fool with gas, and I can go 10 minutes real quick, hit the gutters, hit the deck, and I'm done.
I'm just saying, be aware of how loud it is.
So I got the commercial grade.
Do some policing. It's loud.
I got the commercial grade backpack, and that's it's
you feel like you're about to take off.
Jet engine.
Well, if you're gonna go big.
Yeah,
you know,
been the best piece of equipment that I've bought in regards to yard work.
Yeah. I when it first started, I wasn't ready for how loud they were when they first started being so popular and everybody had one. And at one time, I thought, man, when I picked this house, I don't remember being a major route to the airport.
I'll tell you how loud they are, Rick.
You know,
and I only have this problem with the blower.
Yeah,
is I can put my Raycons in or any headphones for that matter, and I can't hear the podcast. That's how loud they are.
Yeah,
I can put them
You're
in
not
my
telling me
ear,
anything.
and
I can't even
hear.
catch up with my wife on how the day went.
I know.
I found footage of Helms with the backpack on, guys, and it's insane.
Yeah,
it's intense.
Wow.
What I'm saying, if somebody had you wouldn't let your dog bark like
in
that
your yard to blow the leaves.
You know, to me, what if what I was doing right now? What if every time you tried to go outside, I stood in my driveway and screamed like that at you as you sat out there and tried to talk? That's what it does.
You know what?
It's like somebody says, because it's a leaf blower, I'm allowed to get away with things I couldn't get away.
You know what else
get
I
away
have to
with
do?
if it wasn't a leaf blower?
You know what else I do? And this is one of the reasons I do it in the morning. and y'all gonna think I'm crazy, but the wind has to blow in a certain direction for it to work out for me, or not blow at all.
That's smart.
And in the afternoons, the wind does not cooperate.
Right.
In the mornings, it does. And so
I hate when the wind doesn't do it because you're fighting against the wind.
That hill.
I cold myself. I had, if you remember, the other house we lived, we had a lot of yard work to get done. So I went out and I got all the best. I got the backpack blowers and all this kind of stuff. So when we moved and my yard takes 30 minutes to cut, weed eat, and blow and all that, I was like, okay, I got this backpack on, and it's really overkill. And it's really loud.
So loud.
So I went and got it like just a little battery one because all I'm doing is just hitting around the house and stuff.
So loud.
But our houses are so close together that if a neighbor is out, to your point, they got family over, they're cooking
my
out.
Gosh.
I'll call myself and go, it's not time for that right now. They're actually
Thank
over
you,
there.
Speedy.
Grandkids are over
Thank
there
you,
playing.
Speedy. I would just say do a little self.
Of course, you don't have an acre of just a bunch of leaves like I do.
No.
I would do just kind of be aware. Look around and see what your neighbors are doing.
Yeah.
If
Just look around.
If somebody's having someone's sweet 16 birthday party that they've been planning for weeks, shut it down.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I mean, just
let it breathe.
If you see multiple cars,
let it breathe.
Right, yeah, you know that kind of thing. Somebody's 50th anniversary, their parents are there.
Yeah.
And they've got
Ball,
stuff.
trying to watch a ball game on the back porch.
Yeah.
Helms, why
By the
couldn't you
way.
get one of those big fans like they dry the green with and just mount it in your yard
yeah.
and just flip a switch when you want to and just blow them out and flip it back on?
Yeah.
I think that'd be cool.
I vote for somewhere quieter the next time we have a big family thing. We're going to do it in the pits at Talladega.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Central Florida looked like they belonged on the field with them, and they matched up with them. Now, I don't think Central Florida has the depth of an SEC top-tier school, but as far as who they put on the field to start, they matched up with Auburn with no problem.
What surprised me was UCF's defensive line, how they were handling the offensive line for.
Well, it goes back to this again.
throwing them around.
Well, it goes back to this again. Everybody's got players.
Yeah.
You know, that people were asking me, do you think Central Florida is going to get overwhelmed by Auburn? I said no.
Oh,
I said because
I figured that Central Florida would win that game. I really did.
the reason why I thought that, number one, you know, whenever you've done what Auburn had a chance to do and then didn't get there, it's a letdown. You know, we've seen this with Alabama in the past, even when they were, you know, when it was only two teams and they didn't get to the championship and they were one game from getting there, and then they go off and play in the Sugar Bowl, and everybody's like, well, it's like a different team. They got beat by Utah one time and Oklahoma one time. Of course, Oklahoma pretty good, but and Utah was decent. But you also understand it's a different mindset when you're the team that's been let down because you want to be in the playoff, and the other team saying we're about to come in here. This is our national championship game. It's two different mindsets. Now you got to be a pro and get out there and get it done. But I'm saying I'm not even sure that came into play that much. That Central Florida at times didn't look very good, and at times Auburn didn't look very good. So that kind of evened out. I just think that looked like to me Central Florida just lined up and beat them, and Auburn had a chance, but it wasn't. It didn't look like you were seeing one conference against a weak conference. You know, I realized that, you know, people kept saying, well, Central Florida hadn't played anybody. I said, but they're undefeated.
Yeah.
You know, if you go undefeated, you know, you're playing teams. I may not know the name of your team that well or know your uniform that well, but there's not a team anymore that doesn't have players.
Right. Everybody's got players.
They're a good team. They're a good team. But before people start wanting to put them in the national championship game, they beat, like I said, they whooped Auburn yesterday pretty bad. But to play in the SEC, I really think anybody can beat anybody on any given day based on what you said, you know, with the players.
Oh, yeah.
But when you have to play an Auburn and then you have to turn around the next week and play a Georgia and the next week a Texas A&M and then an LSU and then that, I don't think they could compete with that. I really don't, week in, week out. But on any given day, athletes can beat anybody. And, you know, we've watched Auburn. This was somewhat typical, and you know that, and people who followed the program know that. It's strange. We've talked to it. It's a very strange situation how uniforms can make you play the same way decades over. But I wish somebody could explain that to me.
Well, Greg and I were laughing. We got to watch some of the game, and of course you have the incredible story of the two twins and the one guy that only has one hand. And he's an incredible player. But I know
is he good or what?
But let me tell you what was funny.
Imagine if he had two hands.
When I own the room, because you know how we'll point out things that nobody else will point out. But one time,
you talking about like what Bubba just did?
Yeah.
No.
I
mean, it's true.
But what I'm saying is, I saw him like hit the quarterback one time. You know that was questionable, and they didn't call it. And I said if he had two hands, they'd have called it.
And
a two-hand guy right then just got a flag.
Yes, yeah, it's unbelievable.
You can't help it.
No.
I mean, you look at him, you say think about how incredible he is, but he didn't. You can't treat him the same way. I mean, if the referee helps you up off the ground, he's not going to flag something's question.
And
if you had two hands, that'd have been a
look
flag.
again, guy's a great player. I'm not taking anything away from him, but there's just some things that happen in your mind. You go, well, that's unusual. You don't see that, or you think something.
Sure.
There was one play where he's down on the ground, he's on his back, and he puts his hand up for his teammate to pull him up. Well, that happens in football all the time. But when he does, everybody in the room looked at each other.
Yeah.
Where I was watching, well,
one time the official helped him up.
Yeah. You don't see that a lot.
That's the only problem he's got. It's tough to come up. It's tough to get up.
Something.
You know, but
what?
But I'm talking about a straight up dominant defensive player. But I was making that note. Though,
Yeah.
That's what I do for a living.
I hope he gets a chance to play at the next level.
Everybody has got players like you just talked about, but not everybody has the same amount of depth. And that's one thing that I was surprised at is that, you look at everybody and their ones can be just as good as your ones. But if he gets hurt or you got to rotate somebody in, the twos and threes might not be as good as that. And I just thought at some point, Auburn would turn this thing around, and they just never did. I mean, UCF had a different plan.
Well, Central Florida had a lot to do with that. When I said Central Florida is legit, and I do understand Bubba's point, I don't know that Central Florida, can play, Alabama, Georgia, and Georgia again.
Try that. Try that for a 3 or 4 week run.
Right.
That goes back to the depth.
But I will say this: when in that particular. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can join us. All 10 lines are available, and we'll go rapid fire. Bring it in. Let's go. All 10 lines are available. There's an intern and Rick and Bubba University student, Blazing Silverman. He's ready to take your phone calls. He'll get you lined up, get you ready to go, and you're programming the show now. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Genesis 43 today. Oh, it hit Speedy. Speedy having to make a run. Anyway, so go ahead. You're fine, buddy. Go ahead. I'm sure. I'm sure the bathroom is always empty and available to you. Sure. Not. All right. So to the phones we go. Let's get started. 30 seconds a pop. Russ is standing by in Gadsden. He's listening to us on Z93. Russ, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Thank you, guys. Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Well, we appreciate you calling, friend. Go right ahead.
I wanted to comment on how loud the blowers are, and the reason for a backpack blower being so loud is they don't have a muffler on them. They exit the exhaust into the air that they blow out, so they're noisier than a handheld.
Oh yeah.
They're very, 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 very noisy.
Well,
very noisy.
Even with the battery power, you got to turn the motor pretty fast to get the wind up you need, and that's going to be noisy,
Billy in Georgia. Billy, go ahead. Yeah, Billy, come on, Billy. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, guys. It's actually Bill. I didn't Rick to judge me. Hey, you know what you can't do? You can't be funny anymore, but what you can do is throw something graphic and deviant that has nothing to do with the story in the middle of the show, and that's okay. I can't even watch a Netflix original series anymore because they'll have a good show, good story, good action, and then all of a sudden, like episode 3, they throw in something you can't unsee that adds nothing to the plot.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember one time they said in movies every now and then they would drop something in because they thought it being R-rated would make the movie more intriguing. They thought it could be more successful. I actually found the opposite to be true. Usually the more wholesome a movie is, as long as it's clever and still real well written, I would think more people don't watch things for things like what you're saying than complain because there's not those things in a movie. Yeah. We said that. Does anybody ever look and say this show just not smutty enough for me? I don't
smut this up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that, but I have heard that before that sometimes they do it to try to. They think that edge Now some things they do because it's an agenda, but yeah, I'm with you. You go, why did y'all do that? There's been so many things that we've stopped watching that we just went, why did they do that? I mean, that wasn't necessary. They had a pretty good thing going here. Steve in Sweet Home, Alabama. Steve, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all were talking about the Christmas Story remake not being as funny as the original.
It's not a remake.
And,
it's going to be a
because
sequel.
of
Yeah, it's going to be a sequel.
Well, okay. Well, today's humor. Could you imagine doing a remake of All in the Family and the Jeffersons?
No. Couldn't do it. And you could do it, but everything that makes it funny would be removed, and it wouldn't be funny.
Yeah.
Like I told you the other day, I watched the original Bad News Bears, and there's no way you could have that
Greg, Bad News Bears. Eric in the free state of Florida. Eric, go ahead.
Hey, guys, you guys were talking about the Christmas Story, too. There was a sequel to the Christmas Story where the kids were like teenagers. And it was okay. It was, for a goofy Christmas movie, it was pretty good.
It was what?
Goofy. And I'm with you, Bubba, on the Jingle All the Way. They did make a second one of those, starring Larry the Cable Guy, and I love him, but that movie was terrible.
I don't remember. I don't remember a sequel. What was it called?
I think it was called Jingle All the Way, too.
Oh, I'll have to look that up.
You know what? I think he's right. I think I remember that. Yeah, Bubba, there it is.
Did make it.
Mm-hmm. Oh no!
Well, Larry the Cable Guy.
Look, I'll be honest. Like Larry, funny guy. Some of the movies he were in, I can't recall a one that was any good.
Delta Farce.
Tyler in Mobile,
I like
Alabama.
that movie.
Larry was not scrutinizing the screenplays. Tyler, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm the one that brought up Pat McAfee a couple of weeks ago. I was wondering if you guys had seen the latest drama between him and the NFL. His response yesterday was pretty good.
I haven't. No, what's going on?
They have now told him he cannot use their graphics or images on his show, on his radio show anymore, even though he has paid for the rights. So he has hand-drawn some of the logos.
He's hand-drawn them.
Well, I tell you, Pat, if you turn on TV, you're going to see Pat McAfee.
Well, why are they not letting him? What did he do?
Right. I mean, first of all, I thought the guy just said he paid for them. What else do you have to do other than pay for them?
I don't know.
I guess they still have to get permission.
Well, let me tell you, he does not believe in being overexposed. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and you know what's weird? I don't think I've ever even seen him.
If you've watched Game Day, you see him.
Yes, I haven't watched Game Day this year.
He'll be up to you.
Really? No way. I like
start
it.
For sure. Yeah.
Okay.
He got it growing.
Yeah.
I do see.
He has grown on me.
I keep seeing images
I'm
of him, and he
better
seems to be in a sleeveless shirt every time.
Yeah, or the V-neck with the gold chain.
Gonna wear a big belt buckle too.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. He didn't hold back. I can tell you that on Monday's episode.
But I don't understand why.
That
what has he
looks
done
a problem for me.
That said that they have.
I feel like I'm watching Jersey Shore.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I don't know. Can we? I don't know if we can use his
Well,
stuff.
I don't know. I'm not pro or con, whatever. But it's just funny because for me in my world, I didn't know who he was, and then all of a sudden he's on everything.
Yeah, and then you know what? When somebody reminded me though he was that punter, I do remember that.
Yeah.
I remember him as a punter.
Yeah,
I do. But I haven't heard him. I get him and the guy that was Mike Keith's color guy confused for some reason. I don't know why.
The tight end.
No, the guy before him,
the quarterback
that did
for the
miracle,
Jets.
yeah, that did the miracle call.
Brian.
That talked over
Ryan.
Mike and crushed it.
What was his
Ryan
name?
was his name?
Ryan.
Or was it
Why
last name?
am
Was
I-
his last name Ryan? I don't remember.
Pat Ryan. Pat Ryan.
I don't know. I don't know.
Gosh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I can't recall it.
Speaking of getting people confused, I've just been doing this so much here recently, and I said that in A Christmas Story, Christmas, the sequel that they're making, that they brought the original mom back, but it's actually the actress from Airplane, Julie Haggerty. It's not the original mom.
Yeah.
From the original
thanks a lot, buddy.
Christmas Story. So I'm a
I
dummy.
noticed that during the thing. I just didn't want to bring it
I'm
up.
a dummy.
Greg noticed it and let you.
I just thought
let it
she was
ride.
super old, but I'm a dummy. Okay.
By the way,
This is
Bubba, you
weird.
and I are trying to remember those things just then.
All right, I got it.
Can I tell you what this is? This is what it's like to be Joe Biden.
Pat Ryan.
I said
Pat
that.
Ryan was
So I
his
got
name.
it right.
You did say that.
Okay, I got that right.
Frank Wycheck replaced him.
Correct.
And now it's Dave McGinnis.
For some reason, Pat McAfee and Pat Ryan are the same person to me, but they're not.
No,
they're both Pat.
And that's the only thing that's
all,
even
yeah.
remotely.
Pretty much be it.
And they played in the NFL, but not even the same position. So what am I doing? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A game one-on-one, everybody the same amount of rest and all that. Nobody's had a grueling schedule for a while. Is it Central Florida when Auburn scored 2 times in a row, you say, well, here's where it finally separates.
Yeah.
And
you
then
thought the depth would have played.
And
there.
then Central Florida overcomes that and comes back, ties it, then goes ahead, and you go, all right, they're legit.
Yeah.
I mean, what I would like to see on a team like Central Florida is this is where I would like an expanded playoff, because I think you got an 18 playoff. If they get in, they're one of the randoms.
Yeah.
They get in, they can prove whether they belong there or not.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see them play another round.
Yeah.
I would like to see them play in the playoff and just see if you can have those Cinderella
Well,
stories.
I saw a lot of tweets out after the game. Do y'all feel like what Frost did before leaving to go to Nebraska, do you feel like he has set the precedent on what coaches should do, and that is see it through?
No, because I think every situation is different.
Yeah, he had leverage.
He
Pruitt had leverage. These guys that have leverage and can make these decisions, then they can do the right thing.
Well, what I'm saying is, I don't think there is a right thing. I think
I agree with that,
I
too.
think what he did was the right thing for this situation.
Correct.
And what Pruitt's doing is the right thing for that situation.
Yeah.
But there are situations where that's not the right thing.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how their teams do next year. It'll let
Especially,
you know if they did the right thing or
especially
not.
in these nonsensible bowl games. Why wouldn't you go to your new team?
Yeah. Now, if I'm not playing for a championship, and the reason why I say Central Florida was different, they had a chance to do a perfect season.
Absolutely.
And come in and play an SEC team and go out on, and the team sends him a good luck. We all sudden there was no hard feelings there.
Yeah. Right.
Now, if you're in Nebraska, you wish you'd come on, but for that particular situation, that was the right thing. I agree. But I don't think it's the right thing for every coach to do in every situation.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, Rick, the national championship game will be next Monday night, and we just talked about how that all came about. But boy, that'll be quite a game. And I was just looking at ticket prices here on one of the ticket sites. You can get in the upper bowl, up in the top, the nosebleed, for about $2,500.
Yeah, I heard people talking about that when they were saying if Alabama and Georgia were to make it, and now they have, you're saying they're going to play, and also they didn't just make it to go play in the national championship game. They're going to play in the national championship game in Atlanta.
Right.
So it's driving distance for everybody involved. And,
I mean, it's just a rocks throw, really, for both schools.
So everybody will be able to go. So the ticket prices have gone through the roof.
Rick, in the lower bowl, I'm looking here, $4,100 a ticket. Let's see, you can get in the end zone for $3,000.
Bubba, I will tell you this. I did see here section 228.
228. Where is it?
It's 2,800.
Where is 228?
228.
Where is it?
So
good night. Look at that.
I like my seat on the couch pretty good for that.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that is. And Adler mentioned it to me a minute ago. What was this? And I don't want to say anything about it because he wouldn't say. But the weird, it didn't work. By the way, the weird grass thing that Dabo was doing.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Some of that.
And he
evidently, that's the thing he does.
And he says but he wouldn't tell you why.
I know.
Yeah.
They were,
when I first saw it, I thought it might be someone who had passed.
Yeah,
and
I thought
had been
so,
cremated, and they were.
But it was grass.
Wanted to live alone.
Well, it's obviously tied to something that means a lot to him, and he didn't want to talk about it, and it was a private thing. That's perfectly fine. I got to give that cameraman absolute props who caught it and then found a piece of it still on the field. That guy's getting the job done. Right
or was this something left over from Les Miles?
Right. What if he didn't eat it all? What if he was doing that? Next time he looked, Les Miles was falling where he left it. He was picking it up and eating it. But anyway, so whatever it was, it didn't work. I have found that in most games, all this stuff we talk about, and they're certainly fun. There's a lot of great traditions, but usually the team that blocks and tackles the best wins.
Rick, the ones that are bigger and meaner and can throw the other guys around seem to win these games most of the time.
So
schemes are all fine and good, but it seems the biggest, meanest, fastest people still win.
Yeah. So anyway, so we'll see how that goes, and I think that it'll be a game for the ages, especially with Kirby Smart all of his years at Alabama, and coming back and playing. It'll be a big evening for college football fans, and it's going to be an expensive one.
By the way, can I just say
go
one
ahead.
more thing? I was looking at these ticket prices because they're funny to me. Yeah. The Alabama side was what I was telling you, or what's known as the Sugar Bowl winner side. Yeah. $4,000. If you get the same tickets on the Georgia side, it is $6,100 for one ticket.
Good night.
How about you, dogs?
Back to the
that's like trying to do something in Hawaii.
Hey guys, the game's going to be on TV.
Yeah,
it ain't like you ain't going to.
You'll have
see
to
it.
sell your silver britches to get that one.
So, did y'all see Mike Leach during the Holiday
Yes.
Bowl
Yes.
press
Yeah.
conference?
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. There's old My Pillow. Man, that's been a great relationship. Hilarious deal they showed on Babylon Bee about Mike Lindell the other day. So funny. Mike Lindell and the My Pillow team, they're doing everything they can to help us deal with Bidenflation right now, offering savings on so many of their outstanding products. Now, for example, you can get the Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $39.98. And they also have more sheet sets that offer a cool, crisp sleep as low as $29.98. Okay, and that's the Purcell sheet sets. Men's and women's My Sleepwear and loungewear are, now catch this, 80% off. Okay, that's big. So if you're looking for some sleepwear and some loungewear with the same quality that My Pillow has demands of every product, 80% off right now. So that helped with put some gifts together for the upcoming Christmas season. Also, down comforters, throw blankets, 50% off. Bath towels, 50% off. And also you can get My Slippers. By the way, got a text from a friend of mine, said, my wife bought me My Slippers and I refused to take them off. $49.98, said they lived up to the hype you and Bubba were talking about. My sandals are as low as $19.98. A lot more savings there, too. Just simply go. This is the time to do it. I mean, one way to help with inflation is what? For companies to lower their prices. Bubba, what did you say is the cure for high prices?
High prices.
High prices. MyPillow.com/Bubba. So use your hard-earned money and get more with your money at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, I mentioned this to you a moment ago. Apparently, and they're saying for the first time, which maybe I don't understand what they mean by that, but it says for the first time, North and South Korea fired missiles off each other's coast. Seoul reports that after one of Kim Jong-un's missiles landed close to one of their major cities, and also the fact that he keeps rattling his saber with a nuclear threat to the U.S., that they launched one back. They test-fired missiles off their coast as well.
Well, North Korea tested 17 missiles from both coasts Wednesday and also fired 100 artillery shells. One missile crossed the maritime border and landed close to an uninhabited South Korean island. In response, South Korea scrambled their jets, and they launched 3 missiles back that landed in North Korean waters for the first time.
How about that?
All this comes after North Korea had threatened to nuke the South Korea, and the U.S. over war games currently taking place near its border.
So you're saying where it hit, it says here close to a city. Was that out? They just mean that was a city that no one lives in
I don't
anymore?
know. Have you got the same article I do?
Yeah, it says a city right there in the headline. But it's not a major city. That was a misquote on my part. But it does say a city. What city? So anyway,
I don't know.
But maybe it is a place where people lived at one time. But the bottom line is it crossed the line, and that's and South Korea said, well, we're going to start testing too if you're going to start getting closer and closer to us.
Well, this Kim Jong-un, the way he holds on to power is to say that they're constantly being threatened. Nobody's threatening North Korea except when they pose a problem to everybody else by shooting missiles off everywhere or threatening to nuke everybody.
Oh, it says close to an inhabited island, not uninhabited. Okay, so there it was. Okay, that's why these. Okay, So you said uninhabited.
Oh, inhabited.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I was like, okay, well, the headline in the story don't.
Well, it was 100 miles from it. I guess that's close, but
well, all this is
semi-close.
Yeah. So anyway, they South Korea said we're not going to just let that go without a response.
Right.
So they fired some too. So that's 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 not good. You don't want that could escalate pretty quick.
Well, but the whole we've said this all along. The North Korean issue and problem is really a Chinese problem. They have propped them up there to be a handle for everybody and to be a buffer for them.
Yep.
And they control most of the imports and exports there because people don't trade with them. So China could shut that down. The fact is, China doesn't want to. They like them being a handle for everybody.
Oh yeah, and if you want to look at more instability in the world, Saudi Arabia on high alert over intel of impending Iranian attack. So that's and the United States also went on high alert. Undoubtedly, there's some intel that's come back said Iran's up to something. So Saudi Arabia and the U.S. have gone on high alert for some sort of intel. Says that there's some sort of planned attacks intended as a distraction from the protests because Iran's got the people are rising up a little bit.
Yep.
And so they're saying to get people to stop covering that, they're going to do some attacks other places to draw attention.
Standard procedure.
Right. So don't know how serious that is, but the U.S. and Saudi Arabia went on high alert. The intel said there's something coming. So don't know what it is, but apparently it's taken serious enough to kind of take our alert status and raise it. So and of course this is always interesting. Anytime you begin to do bad publicity for Iran, they of course accuse you of interfering with their affairs.
Yeah.
And then
that's shocking.
Right. Our people are uprising, but you better not be talking about it, I'll tell you that. Or you're going to face trouble. So a couple of things to update on what's going on around the world.
Did I see the Israeli election that Netanyahu's going to be back in power possibly?
I have not seen
I don't know how that all works, but as polls closed on another election day in Israel, said millions of Israelis waited anxiously to see after 5 rounds of voting in less than 4 years, they would be able to finally choose a clear winner and produce a stable government. And
the way
Netanyahu.
the way they do it there is hard to follow.
They have elections
it's very hard to follow.
Every 6 months it seems like, but yeah, Netanyahu is. It looks like he has an edge with exit polls right now.
So Netanyahu could go back in.
Yep, from what I'm seeing.
It doesn't seem like he's been gone that long.
Yeah, It seemed like y'all were fed up with him not too long ago.
Right. Well,
well, he's a hardliner and big on security, and though if you're the adult in the room, it gets old to people, and everybody wants to lighten up and have fun, and then when everything goes to heck in a handbasket, you start wanting Daddy to come back in and straighten it out. And I think that's what you're looking at.
I don't see him in this administration seeing eye to eye on much.
No, I wouldn't think so. Yeah, Netanyahu, he's a little more like Bubba said. It's
he's hardliner.
He is, and he's so clear on how he sees.
Yes, he is.
And there's no need in rehashing old things that have not worked.
I love when he'll throw out every now and then. Look, we've already given up land that God gave to us. Okay, we don't even have all we're supposed to have. We're not giving up anymore. He threw that out there. And he'll go back to King David if you don't want him. Yeah, he'll stir. So red heifers.
My question for people that don't believe or care about any of that: where are Jewish people supposed to go? Where can they go? Where can they?
Well,
live?
don't ask Kanye.
Yeah,
right.
You walked right into that one, buddy. I couldn't let that go.
Right.
I couldn't let that go. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even be doing my job if I let that go.
There are people allowed to live and serve in the government in Israel that are not Jewish. That is not the case anywhere else in that entire region for Jewish people. And so when the people on the left say free Palestine and all this stuff, they're really not educated on what's going on in the situation.
Well, remember,
it's such a tiny strip of land, too.
Yep,
I mean, on the big picture of the whole Middle East or anything else.
Yeah. And, do they know that gay people aren't allowed to really live in any of those countries, like Egypt? No. Do they know that?
No. Treatment of women too, not that great.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't understand
Not that
why
great.
they get. I don't understand why they get the libs. I just don't get it.
Well, I can enlighten you on that. There's a lot going on there spiritually that even the people that are spiritually feeling this way don't know that's what it is. But there's a spiritual deal going on in all this that you oppose Israel and you oppose Christians, and everybody else gets a pass, but you have a disdain for Israel and for the church that you really don't even know why you have it, but it's spiritual. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes.
You got Mark D'Antonio. He's talking, and Mike Leach is cooling off his coffee.
Oh, is he ever?
Yeah. I saw it. I laughed my head off.
Bubba, did you see
No,
this?
I didn't.
Please look. Please look. No, stay with it now.
Now,
Bubba,
don't forget, D'Antonio's he's talking
right now.
Yeah.
We're all not sure about his name, though.
I know, and I was close.
I thought he was a basketball coach.
Look, don't
Look,
miss that.
What makes it even better is listen to the audio. The coach is actually like in serious conversation.
Oh, sure is.
Last night they go through their last practice. I know a lot of them posted stuff about how emotional that was. What was that like for the last time for those guys, especially this class and what they meant to the program?
I think anytime you take your jersey off for the last time at practice,
Still blow.
with your
Rick,
teammates,
people not playing
you
anymore.
start to go
It was
through
kinda-
emotions. There's some you got to get some closure. So we try and make that special for them at the end of practice a little bit.
Guys,
Look, I'm just sad that we didn't get Leach in the SEC.
Those guys have been.
I read an article, and I meant to get the details out of it.
funny. So
It's been
good.
so long ago, but it was talking about Leach. It was talking about coaches in general, and they were talking about the interview process, and that one, I think it was a Maryland job, that basically they were saying it's your job pretty much, but you need to come interview. But they were saying he was going to be the guy. But his interview was so bizarre. When it was over, they said, we can't hire him.
Yeah, I've read that same.
They were
article,
like, "This is." I mean, they gave examples of what he was doing. I can't remember, but it was. They basically they were going through just the process. We're going to interview him, but he's going to get it. And when he left, they were going, "We can't hire him. He's just too."
So he
bizarre."
was so weird that Maryland was like, "All right, we take it back."
Yeah, quirky man.
I'm glad we did the interview.
It was just going to be a formality.
Yeah.
And they came out of the meeting and went, "Gosh, that was weird."
Look, I enjoy it as much as anybody. I really do. But do we have to, based on what y'all just said, come to the conclusion that he may be crazy?
Yeah.
That he's like mentally ill?
He's crazy, but he gives us great sound bites.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'll take them all day long. I mean,
guys, he blew on that coffee for a long time.
Because anytime I see,
Well, it was hot, Greg.
if I see a headline now about Washington State, I'm tuning in.
Oh,
you know?
no doubt about it. Yeah, I wanted him to come in the SEC so bad I couldn't stand it.
There he is.
Welcome back.
Glad to be here.
Everybody with some time off. The first show of the season. We now start our 24th year of the Rick and Bubba show, so the show turns 24 today. And glad to be back. None of us expected to still be able to hold this job for this long.
You ain't joking.
But we're glad that we're here. Did get to go to Hawaii as we look back over the vacation now. I'd never been to Hawaii. Of all the places, that we had been, and we've been all over the world, never been to Hawaii. And it was just kind of one of those things. We just never thought about going to Hawaii. We, entertained it a little bit. When Bubba, you and Betty got to go, you gave me a great report on it.
Yeah, I was blown away how beautiful it was. I mean, you hear that all the time, and I thought there's no way it can live up to the hype, and it has to be kind of overdone and wore out. But boy, it wasn't. It was unbelievable.
Well, and you said it, and so did just about everybody that we talked to. Said if you've never been, it's different if you've been before, but if you've never been, your best shot at starting out is Maui. You should go to the island of Maui. And, it's a very complicated situation with all these different islands, and all of them have different personalities and different stuff. And
trying to get
a lot
from
of talk
A to
about
Z.
a lot of talk about the Big Island and this kind of stuff. Matter of fact, the people were emailing me. We were not where the volcano erupted. They had the volcano erupt on the Big Island. Just they said it actually erupted months ago, but now the lava had made it down to the Pacific Ocean now.
Oh, wow.
So
Now, that was probably pretty.
Yeah. So people were looking. So stayed at a great place. Had a great time. One of the things everybody was discussing was the downhill bike ride.
Yeah.
And there were all kinds of legendary stories of this downhill. And I finally did. Here's what I confirmed in Maui. I don't know what they do on the other islands, but in Maui, I cannot pronounce the name of the mountain. You can't pronounce anything in Hawaii. One of the things that I enjoyed the most was listening to the GPS person try to say them.
Right.
You get in your so here we are with this picture you're seeing now on RBTV.
You're above the clouds.
We're above the clouds. We're at 10,000 feet and some change.
That's Smoky Mountain height.
That's Breckenridge.
That Klingman's Dome. What is it, 8 or 10?
I remember the reason
Breckenridge was 10.
10, yeah. So 10,000 feet, and that's kind of what you don't really have mountains unless you can get to 10,000.
Well, that's pretty high.
Yeah, and that's very high. So here's what they do nowadays. Now, it hasn't always been this way. You have a bus that picks you up at your hotel at 2:25 in the morning.
That's 2:25.
Now, I want you to know this in true Burgess family insanity. Okay. We were going to do that right out of the gate. Oh. Now here's what that means. Let me tell you what that means. That 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866. We Be Big is the number, and we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up before the day is done. And I look forward to chatting with you and seeing what you want to bring to the table. I have bad news for Thanksgiving travel. I am so thankful that I do not have to go to an airport for Thanksgiving and get on a commercial airline and fly. I know a lot of you don't have a choice, and it is not going to be pretty. It is not. It's already
already bad.
Flying commercial.
When it's good, it's bad.
Greg and I were discussing, on the long track to the restroom that we have to take, and we were discussing, and I know this is probably not reasonable, but I know that, matter of fact, there's probably a trip looming that there's nothing I can do about. But if I am able to avoid flying commercial for the rest of my life, I'm going to try it. Now, I don't think that's possible, but that is my goal. I hate the airport. I hate the way we're treated by airlines. It's ridiculous. It's not worth the money you pay for it. You're not even treated like they appreciate you being there anymore. Mm-hmm. It's almost like they're annoyed by you. It's almost like, have you ever been to a restaurant before and you can tell that whoever's serving you must have had some sort of bad day and they're almost angry that you're there?
They wish you'd go home.
I feel that way about the airlines. That they all hate us. They wish we weren't here. What are y'all doing here? Well, I thought y'all would fly us. Well, just shut up, be quiet, and don't make trouble. And wherever we put you, just sit there. Okay? And these crackers are stale. You mentioned it again. We'll throw you off the plane.
Watch it.
You know what I mean? So anyway, airline chaos looms ahead of Thanksgiving, the biggest travel weekend of the year, Bubba. 10,000 United Airline pilots vote to picket after they reject the new contract offering of a 14.5% raise.
Uh-oh.
They kicked that back.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Well, it's all about pressure, and they have no more power than they'll ever have during the Thanksgiving break. And there's people are just booked to go and see. I hate it for the people who are traveling, because if they strike, you're just going to have mass cancellations, and that and it dominoes effect through the airline industry. It'll cause problems even
that's the
for
problem.
other
it's going to be
carriers.
lockdown. It's going to be lockdown.
And this is a big time of year where you go home to be with family, and us having a daughter that lives out now, it's very concerning being able to get home.
Mm-hmm. When your kids live in a far away, they have to fly. You just cross your fingers, and I've had them not make it in time.
Yeah,
I've had the commercial airlines go, well, guess we'll celebrate Christmas Eve with them Christmas Day, or maybe the day after Christmas. Now they're telling me, hey, going to try to get there by the 27th. Okay, thanks. Because, if they have jobs and stuff, they can't allow 4 days, window that they might be trapped. You kind of want to get on the plane and get where you're going when it says you should have gotten there. Mm-hmm. Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
And I know there's things beyond their control. I'm strictly talking about the things that are within your control. Okay, like overbooking the flights. I'll never be okay with that. I'll never be okay with that.
Yeah, it was just crazy. It's bad. It's a bad business
because that delays you getting on the plane because they can't buy. People won't accept the offer.
And then you have people mad. There's one thing you don't want. If somebody successfully uses your product, they pay for it, and they use it, you don't want them to go away mad. It's swearing, I'll never use you again. And that's all that does. That's all that process does.
Do you think, of course, I think their attitude is now, you see how many of us have run our airlines into the ground? There ain't that many of us anymore. Where you going to go, chump?
Right.
Where you going to go, chump? There ain't but about 3 of us.
You know, that's kind of the problem when the government has propped up some of these sometimes. Sometimes they need to go out of business because they'll be bought up. The jobs will come back or they'll be transferred to another company. But you need to let that natural cycle of a business play out because when you prop them up and they're not profitable, they get exactly what you're talking about, Rick. You get people that don't want to be there. Absolutely. You get all kind of crazy business ideas like let's oversell flights. I mean, if you'll just let that process work itself out, and those people, I guarantee you, most of them wouldn't miss a day of pay because some other company will buy them and pick them up, either a new company or they'll be rolled into another one.
That day,
it's just crazy the way we've done this. We keep rewarding bad performance.
Yeah.
So we get, you know how I said we got too many idiots. That's why we got idiot kids everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, you got to let the bad ones die off, so that it keeps the herd clean. You know, and you move up in your genetic pool.
That day that we had our flight we'd been drugged through behind like we were being tortured by some, evil dictator country that we'd been trapped in, and it was really just trying to fly to Atlanta. And that the time we went over to, and I use this term loosely, customer service, which whoever wrote that up there had to be laughing while they were putting the letters up.
Right.
And there was 2 people there, and here's a whole flight of people that had to be rescheduled and given hotel rooms, and only 2 people had been helped, and the person that was the second got up, slowly put their jacket on, put their earbuds in, and wouldn't even look our way and walked away. My shift is over. Cram it, chumps.
Wow.
Didn't make eye contact with us, didn't apologize, didn't say anything. And I thought to myself, that's somebody with too much job security.
Yeah. No better time for straight up airlines, Rick.
Right now.
I mean, it has to happen.
If I could find a way in. And what's going to happen?
Got to do it.
I don't know how you're going to get off work for the next few weeks. But if you want to go home for Thanksgiving, you need to leave today.
Yeah, but to Bubba's point, this is great. The holidays are great leverage for the pilots.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like so
you talking about leverage. You talking about 27 million Americans fly for Thanksgiving?
Yeah,
27 million.
Well, and Delta's involved in this too. Delta's involved. It says on Tuesday, Delta pilots voted in favor of a strike authorization vote. So that could be more. This is their one time a year to grab high ground. So
do you think
they hold the cards?
Do you
right
think
now.
there's a meeting that goes on, and when it came to commercial airlines, and somebody says, "Okay, so our meeting. Let me tell you the agenda of the meeting. How miserable can we make people, and they still give us the money?" And somebody said, "Okay, so we've got them. Don't we have them in seats that they don't have any way to move? We do. Now the one that I love is that they'll beg us for 4 more inches, and we'll almost double the ticket price."
And Rick,
and you can't even tell the difference. You're like, I think my leg moved a little bit, and they're like, oh, that's going to cost you. Oh, thanks for the 4 inches.
Right.
I'll have another, please.
Rick, do you remember if you watch any movies or TV shows from the 60s, early 70s, do you remember what airline that you'd always see them flying on? TWA?
TWA, you're right.
Or Pan Am?
Yeah, Pan Am.
You remember that?
Oh,
one?
I remember Pan Am.
You remember Braniff?
I don't remember that.
Braniff Airlines?
Don't remember
that one.
Well, they're not around anymore.
No, they're not.
Because their business cycle, they run and they died off, but yet they were picked up by other things. I remember when Delta was a fairly new company. When we were kids growing up, and everybody really loved them because they seemed like they were really busting it, trying to make it. But that's the thing; they go in cycles, and if you prop them up artificially, it messes the whole cycle up.
It's awful, but so just know that Thanksgiving travel looks bad.
Caitlin's got to come in. I'm concerned about that.
Oh, Bubba. What day is she leaving?
It's a day or two. There. I mean, it's maybe a weekend before.
Okay,
I'm thinking
maybe
that's
okay then.
It's kind of ugly here. That's kind of a straight up logo.
Straight
on the
up
side.
airline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's be sure we get that arrow.
I can't see what you've drawn, but
Yeah.
it looks like somebody shooting a bird.
Well, you're the drawer in here.
Yeah.
I really need you drawing. To be
Straight
honest
up
with you.
airlines.
What is that, by the way?
It's just an S and a U that's got an arrow.
Oh,
up
okay. I thought that
straight
was a
up.
bird finger. I didn't know what that
I
was.
would like that, Rick, on the
I
side
thought it
of
was
the plane.
something else airline.
Actually, that might work for our
We
logo.
could use Paul Abdul for the theme, Bubba.
Straight up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Means that we go to bed on Friday night, the 15th of December. Okay? We go to bed that night. Sherry, who's the queen of packing, she's extremely meticulous. I love how she packs, but it goes on forever. She doesn't sleep, I don't think, at all. She's thinking I'm going to sleep on the plane. Okay? So there's 4 hours difference. We're ahead 4 hours from Maui. Okay?
Right.
And I don't think they fool with the clock. I don't think. But anyway, so we get on the plane at 6 in the morning, our time, which means nobody slept a lot.
No.
So we fly all day long and then end up at the airport at 7:30 at night, Maui time. We now drive from the airport an hour or so to the hotel. So now we're 8:30. By the time you've done baggage and all that, now we're getting close to 9 by the time we get there, counting the time we had to get our baggage and all that. So now now you're settling into the room, 9-ish, whatever. 10 o'clock, we're thinking about bed. 2:25, we're getting picked up. Okay? So you've been traveling all day. So
And that's
Sherry,
picked up, not waking up.
what was funny is Sherry was so out of it that one time I just get up to go to the bathroom. Okay? And I walk past and I hear the shower running. I look and Sherry's in the shower, and I'm so asleep and so out of it, I just don't even respond. I'm thinking, I don't know why she's taking a shower. It's midnight. What is she doing? So I go and lay back down. Well, she said that she heard me get up and thought it was time to get up. So she starts getting ready, and she goes, I walk back in there with my hair wet, and you're back in the bed.
Yeah.
And she goes, and then I look at the clock and realize, oh, my gosh, it's not time to get up. She goes, why didn't you say something to me? I said, I was so out of it. I didn't.
Yeah.
So 2:25, you get on the bus. And so what we figured was we'll grind it out, and then we go to bed this next night. You know, we'll and plus honestly, I know I'm not affected by this jet lag thing. I don't know why. I'm just whatever time it is, wherever I am. Okay. I think some of that may be mental with a lot of people, frankly. People tell you you're supposed to feel bad, so you do.
Right.
So
As long as I eat,
yeah,
and that stabilizes my clock.
Yeah. So anyway, we get picked up. So here's what I gathered. Old school, back before someone was killed. Old school, they would take you to the sunrise, and you'd leave from there coming down.
All right.
Which is 10,000 feet on the bicycles. Bus up, bicycle down.
Okay.
Well, after death and some issues, they now take you from the top after the sunrise down to 7,000 feet. The bicycle people meet you down at 7,000 feet, then you bike down.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, but that's still a pretty good,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good little haul.
pretty good run down.
You gotta have good brakes.
on a bicycle. So the sunrise was incredible, but I mean it's cold. It's 26 degrees at the top of that mountain. So you're dressed in all this layering and all this clothing to watch this, and the sunrise was incredible. It was great. You always have. I'm trying to be respectful here, but you always have the, which is a little creepy. Those that get up there and sing to the sun and all that.
Okay.
Little bit of.
You had that.
A little bit of pagan worship there, well, it's all named after, it's supposed to be the sun god and all this. But anyway,
Rick, let me ask you this: was there an option? What if I want to ride the bike, but I don't want to get up so early to watch the sun? Do I have an option? I can just go ride the bike.
You know
I
what?
got to go watch the sun.
You know what? I sure would like to look into that option.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
I
Whether,
think the key is to see the sunrise and then come down.
yeah,
right?
yeah.
I think I would give up, especially on the schedule you were on.
Yeah.
No sleep. I would have just maybe went to 7,000, started down.
Yeah, well, and the thing is,
or just ride up and down in the nice bus or Jeep.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, the sunrise and the view up there was unbelievable. Now, you realize you've gone through a lot for what is really a pretty brief moment of beauty.
Back to my point.
Of beauty, but it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then at this point where I think they could use a little correction is the bus guy needs to know once we've done this, we're ready to get to the box.
Yeah.
Okay, and he kind of wants to milk it a little more and give you some speeches about Hawaii and tell you all the things he knows about it. And at one point, he's doing accents and telling jokes, and we're kind of like, all right, we need to get to the box.
And what time of day is it by then? 3:30.
No, it's getting later than that because the sun doesn't come up till. Because by the time you got to go to other hotels and pick everybody up, so you don't even get up there till it's a pretty good ride up there. It's an hour or so getting up there. So the sun comes up at like 6 something. So now you're making.
So you're saying it looks a lot like Cheehaw Mountain?
Well, no, it's much nicer than that. So now we're getting down. Well, then you're still cold. Okay, it's still real cold.
Yeah.
And now you meet the bike people. So we come back. I'll talk about and they're literally just have bikes lined up down the side of the road. And what was funny was the discussion between me and Sherry on welfare of, are we coming back down this road? Because I mean, it's like doing this. All these switchbacks and all that. And I was like, no, surely not. We're gonna ride through somebody's ranch or something. And she goes, are we coming back down this road we're on? And so we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy's here. The real Greg Burgess is here. Helmsy's here. Adler is here. Blazing Silverman here. Rick and Bubba intern. He'll get your phone calls. You can start those now. We'll get to those to start this hour. And there is Bill Bubba Bussey right there.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It's a little party we call Rick and Bubba where we have a lot of fun as we cover sometimes very serious things.
Very serious things from time to time. This one is a little bit serious, and then one.
How about parade?
That's not. That's not the. Bubba, I love a parade. Don't you? I love a parade. Let me tell you something. Do you know how you look and you watch these shows and they have this kind of plot and the person looks into the camera and says, "I'll get you so and so."
I really didn't mean to give you a handle.
Yeah. Well, look, we do this to each other all the time. When you do a show, when you do what we do for a living, you swerve into the other guys uncontrollably sometimes because our life is public.
It's kind of like pulling a trailer and get loose on the interstate from you.
There's nothing we can do about it. And you know what? It's sounds like fun. But anyway, speaking of fun,
there's two topics that have been in commercial break. I can't wait till we can discuss.
I know.
Well, they probably need a little polish. They do before we bring them there.
But I can't wait to that day.
You know what the thing you're saying, Helms, and I know this sounds odd. It has to come with age and years of doing this show. I honestly think Bubba and I may sit back and actually think of all the collateral damage we'll cause doing those two topics. but anyway, and then we'll do them anyway. But I'm just talking one day we'll say it's just too good, we can't let it go. But speaking of this, I love this statement, Bubba. Stanford hates fun. Have you heard about this?
No, I have not. I had no idea they hated fun.
Do we all agree that Stanford's tree mascot is weird?
Very weird.
Yeah, it's
Probably
like
the worst
pine
mascot
trees.
out
It's
there.
a guy running around like a tree.
Well, their logo. That's it.
How is that a cardinal? How's
Rick,
I've
I've
been
confused. I've asked that question.
The cardinal
a lot of times.
is the color. It's not the bird.
Right, but how's that may be a tree?
Is it a
because the
redwood?
sequoias are out there.
Is it
What's
a
that
red,
got to do with the
is
color
it,
red?
Is it a redwood tree? Is that is it
I'm
a cardinal
sure
color tree?
They have some kind of logical story that represents the same as we talk about the Crimson Tide and elephants and War Eagle and
I
tigers.
think we've done this before.
So listen to this,
They've
Bubba.
probably got the same similar story.
No, you're
that
right.
Makes sense.
But
to us, it looks ridiculous.
There's this one guy, I don't know who he is, and his Instagram comes up on the stuff they try to get me to watch, every week. This is the new thing. You don't pick who you follow. They throw stuff at you no matter what. I liked it better when I decided who I wanted to follow. But anyway, I'm not following these people, but I still have to look at them. Yeah. But anyway, this guy's pretty funny. He takes on this topic. He's done all the ones you just mentioned. Okay. And he acts like he's there like we do in the conference room when it happens and discussing what they're going to do and what they're going to name, what their color is going to be. He does some really funny stuff on that, and he does one on Stanford that is hilarious. But anyway, the individual who serves as the Stanford tree mascot has been suspended after unfurling a banner that read, "Stanford hates fun," during the Cardinals football game against Arizona State on October 22nd. The individual who previously served as the tree will take over mascot duties during the suspension, meaning, I guess, whoever he replaced, they're bringing that tree back. And it says that they've decided to suspend the tree for walking onto the field with a sign reading, "Stanford hates fun."
Hates it.
Now, what's behind this protest?
They're cracking down on some of the activities on campus,
right?
That were considered fun,
right?
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
Like what? Did we have it like a?
It says unclear how long the suspension will last. It was showcased the Stanford School newspaper responding to a perception among students that the university is suppressing social opportunities on campus. And it said the Stanford tree and the marching band both have histories of suspensions. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
This tree has been trouble. In 2016, the band was suspended, included for hazing and sexual harassment and alcohol abuse.
Yeah.
The band.
That's right.
I mean, isn't this usually the football team?
Yeah.
The band?
The band. Right.
And then in 2006, two of the students that served as the tree were suspended, one for dancing in an undesignated area during the women's basketball tournament. The other, you're going to love this one. I wish I could have seen this day the tree was out there. After a blood alcohol level measured 0.157, the person inside the tree was drunk.
Greg, he had to get him a bump before he got out.
Her. It was a woman.
All right.
Even better.
So was the tree leaning as it ran out on the field?
That's great.
Probably
That's
so.
great. All right, I got some tree info. And
They
we have
said the
another-
tree could not do the alphabet.
and we have another Stanford story too that we discussed in the kickoff hour. Y'all have got to know about.
Won't believe this.
All right, so the
local.
tree is representative of El Palo Alto. I don't know, the tree that appears on both the official seal of the university and the municipal seal
Watch it.
of Palo Altos, which is Stanford's nearby city. And
Palo
so that's
Alto.
where the tree
It's Palo Alto.
Palo Alto. I don't know how.
Is this how
and
y'all
it says,
enjoy me reading?
Yes. Yeah.
And it says,
Wish Speedy would read
and
more.
it
just
says
because
the
of it.
and this is just me running on the fly here.
His subsidies a minute ago was excellent.
Yeah.
He said it said here that it's the Stanford band's mascot. That it's their mascot. It's not the official mascot of the university because they don't have one. It says
They're a color.
It has always been the cardinal. To your point, Rick, and it says the tree always appears on the top list of worst mascots in college.
Oh, it's a
football.
terrible mascot. It's a tree. It's awful.
Yeah.
Ooh, here come the trees.
Yeah, it's terrible.
They got it on their helmet.
No wonder the people drink who wear it. They're embarrassed.
Right.
Even more dance in the wrong area.
Look at that tree. That's
Guys,
unacceptable.
that was like something from
looks
Puffin stuff.
It looks like Mr. Potato Head fell into a salad.
Palo Alto.
That's true.
Is that when the tree was drunk?
Yeah.
Yeah, that had to be the drinking.
I tell you what, the placement of those lips can be problematic.
They can. Yeah.
Speaking of bizarre, and there is a local tie
And the teeth.
to what I'm about to
this
say.
is
You're not
really
gonna
Do
believe
we know
this.
someone who's the Stanford tree?
Well, we're going to try to
He
get to
may
know
have been
him.
if he'd been there long enough.
Yeah.
Stanford
claimed it.
Evidently, this is a local deal, but it also could go anywhere. Vestavia Hills High School graduate last year, by the way, 2021.
Okay.
Posed as Stanford student, reportedly lived in a dorm for 10 months. There is a gentleman by the name of William Curry. I started getting text messages yesterday asking if I knew William Curry.
Oh, man, Curry's boy?
Who graduated last year from Vestavia.
Yep.
He's been out at Stanford just acting like he's a student, okay?
That's good.
Hey, claimed he was on the track team, was carrying a track backpack around, claimed he was a transfer from Duke University.
Wow.
Was living in a dorm. They evidently found out about this in December.
That's so
okay. Found out in December, but couldn't catch him, couldn't find him. They didn't know. He was moving from dorm to dorm. He wasn't going to classes, so it's not like he had some class role he was on.
Right.
He was just had a girlfriend, met some chick out there, and was dating her.
Boy, this is where if I had the ability to remember the name of the actress from Full House that got in trouble for her posing her kids.
Bubba.
Oh, yeah.
This is
Lori
Bubba.
Loughlin.
Yeah, I was about to say, is this one of Lori Laughlin's kids? That's what I would have said if I could have thought of her name.
Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it.
Stupid inability to get names.
Yeah, I can't read.
Right, has he been sent home now? They find him?
I don't know where he's at to this day, but they had trouble handing the trespassing papers to him because they couldn't find him.
That is so good.
We've requested that he call the show.
He's in pre-med.
Hey, Curry.
I mean, might as well go all out.
Wasn't it Curry?
Curry, William Curry.
Bill Curry's his name?
Well,
that's hilarious.
Can I ask you this? What was the purpose? What was the end game?
That we don't know. We have so many questions.
Just having fun.
Trying to have fun at Stanford.
Well, Stanford doesn't like. They hate fun now.
I know.
Greg, you did this same thing at Jack State.
I did. I actually did for the second semester.
Absolutely. And one quarter, they would claim I did that at Troy.
Yeah.
Because I got zero credit.
It is.
How do you do that, Rick?
It ain't
Zero
easy.
credit.
It's not easy.
Yeah. Don't answer the way I answered that. I got in a lot of trouble for my answer.
Yeah.
I said it ain't easy. My dad did not care for that answer.
Oh, how about this? There's stories on it all over the place. New York Post.
Well, let's say if you
has
can't
written a
find
story.
him, I would check UCLA.
It said the university previously removed him from campus several times, but he kept coming back and was able to blend in several dorms.
I love him standing in a picture with a bunch of co-eds with his Stanford shirt on. That owns me.
That's funny.
He lived in the basement of one dorm. They'd kick him out of that dorm, and he'd move into the basement of another one.
He just lived. How did he provide for himself? How did he have money?
They said he had a very gregarious personality.
I bet he did.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So talking about the Hawaii trip, and Hawaii was everything everybody said. It lived up to the hype. Magnificent, beautiful. Food was fabulous. The place we stayed was fantastic. Just really great service through the roof. And we were talking about we were trying to day one kind of get out of the way the bike ride down the mountain because it was kind of hovering over us a little bit. At one time, we weren't sure we were going to do it. Sherry being afraid of heights, I thought was an issue. We heard that for some people it had been a death ride. The whole thing, we getting down below 260, all of those things. But it really went really, really smooth. It was an incredible ride down. Loved it. The people who have done it before me kept saying, do this. You'll regret not doing it. It is fantastic. And it was great. It was all good. And then there was this moment. There's the bike ride in blue
night,
right
Rick.
there. Yeah, that's it right there. So anyway, we
like something from Tour de France.
Yeah. You see where the volcano is, and what is that? Is that just the lava, or I guess it's two volcanoes in it, or is it on the right where the volcano is, and it kind of
that's
went
the one
to the
we went
left.
down. However you say that name, that's the one we went. That was the crater. I had some great pictures of the crater there at sunrise, and that's us coming down.
So you actually see the crater where it was.
Yeah.
Top.
I'll show you some of the pictures. I don't know if I sent those to Adam. I'll show you some pictures I got of that
That's
crater
awesome.
that are really good. So anyway,
See, Rick, I love volcanoes.
well, you'll love these pictures. I'll show them to you.
I love volcanoes like Speedy likes barns.
Oh yeah.
So keep in mind, Sherry and all the women they've put toward the front, and then the men they put toward the back of the line of the bicycles. So the back three is Brooks, Big Love Burgess, Young Broderick, the Tasmo, and then me. I'm the last guy. Okay, and so there were a couple times when, like, the guy in the van who sees me, I mean, I'm his view the whole time. Okay, and he comes up to me one time. He's like, "Hey, you need me to adjust your seat a little bit?" I said, "No." I said, "No, I'm good. I'm good. What's the problem?" He goes, "Well, Sometimes it looks a little jittery. And I said, no, it's a little jittery because I'm trying not to crash. Okay, yeah.
And I'm 50 and I hadn't rode a bike in 40 years.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just getting down this mountain alive.
Trying to survive.
Yeah. So there came this moment, and you know how you just get caught up when you're a tourist and all this stuff. So they stop at this great view. Okay. Now, sadly, you're not going to see these pictures, but I gave Greg a heads up. So they stop at this view and they take a bike and they sit it out there. And you got the view behind you, and now he says, I want every group to come get a picture on the bike, and y'all can have this. This is the tour guide. So, hey, come on, let's get out here. Mr. Burgess, yes, well, you sit there on the bike and hold it steady. So he gets the boys, and you stand right here and hold it steady, Mr. Burgess. And he wants to have people all over the bike, okay, your group. And we've got our helmets on and all that, and we look fantastic. And so anyway... He says to Sherry, okay, now you get up there on the handlebars and all this. And so I'm kind of looking at him. And so he gets us in this pose, and you're just trying to get, and Sherry and I both are looking at each other going, I'm not sure about this pose. Well, when we got to looking at the pictures after we got down the mountain, they're almost pornographic. I mean, the way he's got Sherry positioned on those handlebars and facing me, and they're on Sherry's phone. If they weren't on Sherry's phone, you'd be seeing them right now. Okay, so Sherry's mortified by these pictures. Oh my gosh! Do not show these pictures to anybody.
Rick, I still don't understand how she.
Well, all right. Let me see.
Please don't draw it, Rick.
We got anything with a bicycle?
Can you act it out here? Can you just show us?
All right. Picture.
I can go get the little pony. Horse.
Let me have the horse. All right, well, I don't know about the horse, but I need something.
Can you just do it with a chair?
How about the maybe the guitar would be appropriate?
No, Rick, you cannot ride a guitar.
Well, that's kind of the point.
What about the giant tennis racket?
You know what?
That may actually
that will work.
Sadly. That may be too much.
If you're watching RBTV, I apologize for what you are about to see.
Rick.
But so
I'm trying to understand what.
I got it perfectly. I know exactly what was going on.
All right, well, this may be better. Okay, hang on. All right, so picture me. I'm here. Okay, I'm sitting on the horse.
Okay.
Now picture this as the handlebars.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So they've got Brody standing back here on the tire, and they've got Brooks up here on the tire. Well, they put Sherry right here facing me. So here's the handlebars, and here's me. Okay, and so it's like you got it now. Have you got it now? We're there. All right. So as it's happening, we're both kind of looking at each other like, But when you saw the picture, the angle he took and everything,
that is hilarious.
So we end up, and Sherry's like trying to, and she's getting rid of these pictures, whatever. And she's not sure if I have them, have I sent them to myself, whatever. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. We'll get to some of your phone calls bottom of the hour. Maybe this segment, but definitely bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big. Well, Bubba, and when I said I was surprised at the debauchery of the marching band at Stanford, someone has emailed that says, "Oh no, this is not uncommon."
Got an email here. Subject: college bands are nasty.
Okay.
My dad used to drive a charter bus for a living. When a college football team rode, all was in order. Yes, sir. No, sir. He said the college bands had straight debauch in the back seats. It's the way this is written.
You got to watch these band camps.
Watch out.
I've heard legends of band camps. It's like when these band geeks go bad, they go real bad. I mean, they're rowdy.
Can't believe it.
So here's the charter bus person saying, "Look, I'd rather have the football team." If the football team's afraid to get out of hand, the band is just wild. Is it did the band? What do you call the band leader? Like I'm the guy in charge of the band. I'm the band director. Band director. Do they not?
You're talking about the
do they not fear the band director the way football teams fear the coach?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. We've all heard that one.
All right.
Over the line.
Adler.
Chris Adler.
We were talking about band camp.
Right. Were you ever in the marching band, Adler?
I was in just a straight up band.
No, I know that.
I played bass, and then I played bass in the jazz band, too.
But you wasn't in the marching band.
I was never in a marching band, no.
Okay.
This was when I was in Texas, and I went to a private school, and we actually didn't have a football team, and we didn't have a marching band. So,
okay.
Thanks for bringing that up.
But
when you
Scott Gorosky used to be in the marching band.
He had one brief walk with them, which was a very funny story, as he told us. I don't mean to, I'm just saying, and I know stereotypes aren't always the same. Surely the intern, were you in the band? No? Blazing Silverman, you've got that marching band look.
He's got that vibe.
Yeah, like you might be a little rowdy at the charter bus.
Oh, watch out.
Okay, unexpectedly rowdy. But those are the most rowdy usually, the unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
Those that appear not to be rowdy.
It's like when the horse gets out of the stable. It goes nuts.
What is it? What is? I've heard legend the band can be quite nasty, according to this guy.
I never went to band camp, so I don't know. I just played the bass.
Yeah.
I slap at the bass.
None of us ever been in the band, so we don't know.
I've always been envious. I mean, not necessarily the band, but just instrumental people, musical people, artists. It bothers me because I don't have
I've always wanted to be on a drum line.
any talent.
Have you really?
Yeah, pretty good.
I bet you could mime it.
Would you rather play a drum kit?
Well, I don't know. It's just something about game day, and here they come. I mean, that's just pretty cool.
That's good, Speedy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Have you ever desired to be like maybe the long white guy in one of the historically black college bands? Because they're awesome.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Have you ever noticed when like bands that are not the historically black college bands with a bunch of white people would try to do a dance deal too?
It's not as good.
Let's stop that.
Witnessed it.
Yeah, it doesn't go well.
Yeah.
These white people, not many of them can do it.
Yes.
Yeah, just because and to watch them awkwardly do it, especially the ones that are a little bit heavy.
You talking about parade formation?
Yeah, and they try to dance around their instruments. It's just not the same.
Somebody say parade.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Thanks, guys.
I did get to go.
Parades and livers coming soon.
I did get to go. The band that I was in, we went to Schlitterbahn, the water park, once a year.
Say that again.
Schlitterbahn.
Okay.
Thank you.
The water park once a year, and that was cool. And I got to touch Jessica Dooley's leg on the Master Blaster.
You know we're on the air, right?
It's great.
On the air.
Said
Hey, that was it. That was it.
You didn't get caught robbing the souvenir
Greg,
shop
why do
there.
you always got to bring that
Man,
up.
he's gonna
Always bring it up. Hey,
Every
Greg,
time he
remember that
went
time
through
you
the
were a dog? dog? Remember that time you ran over somebody's dog right in front of him, Greg? Let's talk about that.
Adler, you were a real little hellion, wasn't you?
Really?
Hey,
Can I tell you
Touching
something?
legs and stealing gum.
Stealing a bullet keychain.
Let me just say this about Greg Burgess. If anything embarrassing has ever happened to you, even something demoralizing, something that hurts, he will not forget it.
It ain't like he was grown. He was a kid.
Now, he might
It's
forget
funny.
other things, but he files them away like an elephant.
That was one of my favorite stories.
Hey, Greg, remember that time you just sliced your face open with a knife
I
while you were
remember
working?
that.
Let's talk about that, buddy.
What about fall through the roof? You're going to let those go?
Yeah.
Merry Christmas to that.
Boy, it's coming up again.
Oh,
It
remember
is.
I fell through
It
again
is.
last year.
Unbelievable. How did you fall that again last year?
Greg, maybe you need to invest in a few boards.
I
Nail
did.
them
I
down.
fixed it. I waited 10 years from the first time. So
Isn't it true?
I actually fixed it.
No, listen. Isn't it true, though, that the last time you fell through, you said, I'm going to fix it. You never did, and then fell through again and then fixed it,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
So you
that
never
was
fixed
last year.
Was it the same spot?
Just a few feet over.
You got a pinch point there, don't you?
Yeah. Anyway, I've took care of it now.
Right. Our balance isn't what it once was.
It's tough
Dang
balancing up there.
Yeah.
All I got was really mad.
I got to get back up there. Terry's asked me to go up early this year. And get
I'm
it
gonna
all
be
down.
completely honest. It ruins the holidays for me. It ruins them. Thinking about getting that tree down. I hate it.
I understand.
You might as well just do it.
Greg,
Get it
just
over
get a
with.
rope and put it through that hole.
Well, that'd be a good idea. But if now once it's up, it's nice. But none of the lights work on it. I have to add lights. Good night.
I'd like to revisit something Bubba asked you off air this morning.
Oh, whoa.
Outside.
What are we doing?
Well, outside of your
Would you
grandchildren.
in here? Well, I asked
outside
you
of
that.
your grandchildren and wife and Mr. Buddy, is there anything you like?
Not putting that tree up, no.
But I mean,
He likes Thompson
I don't
football.
dislike
I
things.
asked
I was
Greg,
told
I said, is there anything you like, something you enjoy? Do you have a hobby or something that you just let go of reality and you focus on it?
I
He
sleep
said-
late on
and
Saturday.
this is what he said. Well, you want me to collect stamps?
Well, you
I
want to go
know.
do a coin sale?
I said, this is not me pushing a hobby on you. I'm just asking, do you have one?
coins, maybe some coins.
Stamps. That was his fallback position. That's so good.
The attitude in which he said it.
Let me
was
show you my
precious.
coin collection.
Right. Yeah. Greg, you like sleeping late on Saturdays.
I like that.
I don't think that's a hobby.
Walking on the beach.
You're talking about things I look forward to, sleeping late on Saturday.
No, I mean a hobby, something you do.
You like to do?
That doesn't really.
I do a lot of woodworking, and
You like to hunt the great outdoors.
yeah, I like the outdoor. I
Right.
told him I just like driving down old dirt road. I like that.
That was the best, the closest I could get to a hobby that Greg liked was I like to
good old
drive
sunny
down
day.
dirt roads.
Good old sunny day.
What kind of temperature are we talking? It's not real hot.
I like it be in the low 60s.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is good.
you can get out and look around.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna find you a hobby, Greg. We need to get you.
You like
Yeah, that's
taking
what
in
I
stray
need, the
dogs?
hobby.
That's a
Well,
hobby.
that's forced on me whether I want them or not.
Yeah, but
I've had this dog over a month and I've never touched her.
So
But she'll eat.
I think we can mark dance off. That's not a possibility.
Well,
gardening? What about gardening?
Bird watcher. You got some bird feeders
What about
now.
photography?
I don't mind looking at the redbirds.
What about photography? You can take pictures of Mr. Buddy
I've never
frolicking
liked,
out there.
I've never liked
If you want the
photography.
dog,
look.
I tell you who'll touch the dog. Let Adler take her to a water park.
That's a good point.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Greg, tell him what I did at Christmas
told
Eve.
me. He said, go in there and tell Sherry how much you like those bike pictures. And I said, okay. He said, get ready. Y'all, her reaction was so better than I thought it was. She goes, what? And then I got tickled, you know. But her
Rick,
first
you
reaction.
need to say it's on their website.
No, that's what I said. No, so I would do. Listen, I would do this.
Oh,
You know how
emotional.
and you know this is like what I live for. Something like this. So we would be on the trip. Look, and I'd go. She didn't realize how bad they were till we got back to the hotel and everything. So I'd let 2 or 3 days go by. Look, and I'd go, man, people are loving my picture on Instagram. She's like, she said, what? I said, I posted them bike pictures on Instagram. What? You did what? You better. Look, she grabbed my phone.
And then yesterday, of course, we still wouldn't let it go. He had his phone, and she was sitting on the couch. And I said, "Sure, these aren't that bad at all." She started screaming again.
What? So we did that, and it was great. And I will tell you the thing that I personally loved the most was the ATV. The ATV, guys,
number one,
guys. All right, so see this view behind me? That's Pacific Ocean back there behind us. Mm-hmm. Where we are is like a ranch.
Okay.
This is land, and there's dirt roads all through it. So you're coming through a valley. You've got the mountains all around you. You can see the Pacific Ocean, and you're in an ATV in mud because it had rained. And I'm talking about you would fishtail. You know, we kept trying to
you throw mud on each other.
Oh, guys. That right there, the picture. Just guys, do I need to say more than ATVs in Hawaii?
No,
going through. That's the road we're on, like one of the roads. You can see the Pacific Ocean out there in front of us. That's me coming down. This is where I got to have fun because I actually spun out and got the thing, did a 360 all the way around up into the, and then I got to. So there's some distance between me and everybody else. Cool. And so I started being able to fly to catch up.
Oh yeah.
So I was really having some fun then. And but I mean, it was, man, that was an app. And of course, you know, this is the moment where the Alabama people come forward.
Oh yeah, because we play in mud all the time.
He goes, everybody familiar with these ATVs? And you look, we're just piling in. Absolutely.
Where's the joke?
It was like those little Polaris kind of. It's what I would call on the John Deere side a Gator.
Yeah,
it's Polaris's Gator type vehicle.
So how long was that ride?
That was probably a couple hours.
I like that.
Yeah. I mean, and hey, that was my favorite.
But were you in the valley of the volcano?
Yeah. It was really, really nice. So we got to do that.
And how big was the crater of the volcano?
I'm gonna have to show it to you.
I know, I'd like to see it.
I'm telling you, buddy, you're about to love this right here. I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you this.
But it's dormant. You couldn't see fire in there, could you?
No fire. and I apologize.
But you knew it was up under you there somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did they talk about the new island that's being born, by the way?
They did.
Has it crested yet?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a few feet from coming up.
They got to going too long on it, and I didn't pay attention.
Yeah, lost you. It's been building for a
just
couple hundred years.
like me. And I did get into it with the well guy, which I knew that was coming.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I got to hear more about that.
Yeah. Sherry, once again, said, you're doing that thing you do.
That thing you do.
You know, she says I rebel rouse. You know, I get people going.
Yeah.
She goes, okay, you're doing the rebel rouse thing. Then I'm like, all right, I got a great picture of the crater, Bubba, you're going to love.
I didn't know. So the well guy, what did he say?
Well, he started trying to talk about evolution.
Oh, okay.
And he and I kind of got into it.
Well, we've had, and we agree that there's microevolution. You just don't jump class.
Show it again, Adam. Show the ATV picture again. You look at that.
Yeah,
that's us right there.
That is awesome, Rick. That looks like Chilton County.
That was fantastic.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
That valley. It looks like Mars or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. Matter of fact, they shot up there.
Hey, nice phone you got.
You know what they shot up there?
What?
What was that movie with Arnold? He's supposed to be on Mars.
I didn't know your bike pictures were on here.
Don't send that to yourself. But
airdrop that to me, Bubba.
What's the Arnold movie where he's supposed
Total Recall?
Yeah, they shot Total Recall up there. The parts where he's supposed to be on Mars.
Yeah, well,
because it all looks like red rocks up there. Okay. So we did that. We did a hike, which I don't know if y'all saw that that picture I sent you of the warning sign of the hike. And, of course, we just trudged on through it like we're big hikers and hiked all the way to a waterfall, which was kind of right there. Please look right here.
Oh, yeah, I did. Okay.
Please look at that warning. Now, see, because you've seen one waterfall, but it's called Twin Falls, which there's another one. So this is the sign. That's a gate.
Wild pigs.
They shut the gate and say, now, before you go beyond this, you need to know all that. And, of course, we just throw the thing open and go through it. And Brody nearly got attacked by a wild hog.
Guys, can I ask a question?
Good night.
Yeah. It says flash flood, even when it's sunny, slippery, muddy conditions, rock slides, fallen trees and branches, mosquitoes, wild pigs. Thirty-five minutes past the hour.
Rick, I was doing a little research in the break because I want to help Greg find a hobby, and I think that should be our goal. Here during fourth quarter here on the show.
Absolutely.
Did you know that brewing is considered a hobby?
Oh yeah, I know people that
micro
do that.
brewers.
Oh, yeah, that's an art to that.
If you don't want to go the winery route, you could go
I've known
the
people
beer
that do
route.
both, but that's a lot of work.
But it's not if you love it. It's a hobby.
You need a good
that's
place
the whole point.
to set it up at.
You find something you love, Greg. That's why I was asking you earlier, what do
and
you
then
like?
you do something with it. It doesn't have to be for
Never really
profit.
thought about it.
You know,
You like going to hanging ladder stand?
I do that. I do enjoy that, by the way.
Hey, what about refurbishing houses?
well, hey, good news.
Yeah,
for
I
you.
enjoyed that. Really, I've got a lot of practice at it.
If you like
I've
hanging,
enjoyed that for a year and a half.
if you like hanging ladder stands and that brings you fun, we're gonna have a lot of fun.
All right, Bubba, just let me know.
Coming week.
Hey, I'm worried about this new place you got.
Why? What are you worried about?
Yeah.
There's no need to worry.
I am too.
No need to worry.
I'm
my
concerned
friend.
about it. I'm concerned about it.
I'm not concerned. I just
We're
don't
talking about
understand.
Greg and his hobbies. Let's be clear.
He likes burning stuff. Greg does.
Oh, I love to burn stuff.
Yeah, we need to pile you up some stuff. To
Stay
burn.
away
It's so
from
dry.
Stay away
I'm
from
looking-
the marijuana, Greg.
I'm
They'll be
looking.
burning the Big Chief.
I'm looking at the list of
Top 100 hobbies.
Yeah, I don't see burning in one of them. There's not
burning
listed.
things. No, burning boxes.
I love to burn boxes.
Burning anything.
But
so-
seriously, it's been
What
so
about
dry.
pottery, Greg? How you feel about pottery?
I'm not big on that. It's
Your
messy.
hobby is
Too
spending-
messy.
Your hobby is spending time with your grandkids.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
What about beekeeping?
You know, I consider beekeeping. No, I ain't doing that.
No, Greg,
I've never understood why people keep bees.
You'd be a great beekeeper.
Hey, jogging is a hobby for you. You jog every day.
I do jog.
It's not a hobby. That's a way to stay alive.
Yeah.
Well,
What about
I don't look
what
for
about
it.
genealogy?
Some
And you go
runners think
back and you
that's a
look at
hobby.
the Burgess
You're gonna laugh,
family.
but I do like that kind of stuff.
What do you like?
When you go back and see where
Genealogy.
you came from, you remember that Ken Folks sends that thing said
Oh,
we
yeah.
came from Cornwall.
Oh, you guys
Can
are
I,
stirred
can I
up about
clear?
that.
I want to clear.
I like
We're
that
getting
kind of
more.
stuff.
We're getting some spots here.
I
Yeah,
like
we are.
that.
But it's like Speedy brings up jogging. Jogging's not a hobby to
It's
him.
not,
He
no.
doesn't enjoy it.
I don't.
I'm trying to find what he likes.
Right.
I don't hate it.
But he
I
said the
usually
other
hate
day. He said the other day he kind of likes it.
He don't
Every now
run
and then.
enough
It's
to
not
like
a hobby.
That's
What
cool.
about crocheting?
Well, I definitely thought about that. Cross stitching right there with it.
Golly, if you hadn't given away that bicycling. would've
Oh
been
yeah,
one.
and I do enjoy bicycling.
What about bare knuckle boxing?
I do.
How about only strong
yeah,
survive?
we got the white horse boxing out
do.
there.
You do.
Here's
Like
101 hobbies to start in 2022. So that'd be a good list. to
You
look
love
at.
the music world. Why not start playing some different instruments?
You
Learn
know I
those
should do
things.
that.
You're talented in
You
that
are.
world. That'd be
You're musical.
perfect for
Greg,
you.
you're musically
That's
talented.
what I need
Greg.
to do. I need to set me up a little studio upstairs.
That's what you should do. You and Adler could crank out all kinds of great hits.
Greg, there's a lot of reasons to have a hobby. I mean,
I'm gonna write just metal songs.
Yeah.
Just metal songs.
It's something that you love and you have an interest in for yourself. It doesn't have to be for anybody else. It doesn't have to make money. I mean, they say it's
start
good.
planting flowers.
They say it sharpens your mind.
I did this year pay a little more attention to my shrubs and stuff than normal.
No, that's just house maintenance, Greg.
I know. But normally I really let them, the bark would get bad and I wouldn't replace it. Of course, now the dog.
But again, Greg, paying attention to it and enjoying it is two different things.
What about rock climbing?
He's putting out mulch as a hobby.
It is.
It's not a hobby.
It's not a hobby.
No, that's
no.
I have still
Hey, you should seen that mulch I put out, boys, at the old mulch meeting.
I'll tell you what I've done, and it's been well over a year. When the tornado nearly hit my house and it knocked all them trees down up in the woods behind my house, I need to get all that up.
You've been talking about that since it happened.
That's a lot of work.
But I had to wait and let it get rotten a little bit.
That's a lot of work.
Fishing is a hobby.
So it'll burn. No, I know it's not a hobby, but it's just something I need to do.
Brother does that.
That's not what we're talking about.
Greg, we're not pulling up a list of things you should get done.
Well, I don't need some.
That ain't no hobby.
No, you can't be mad during the hobby. That's the rule of the hobby.
What about, you know how we used to build the model cars and stuff as kids? What about that?
Yeah, I did that when I was a kid.
I think we're going to have to land on hunting as your only hobby.
What about trains, like model trains? Have you a big room of trains?
No.
Greg, do one in big rooms of trains. Bubba and I love
when we
that.
was a kid,
I do love trains.
I do too.
Rick, when I was a kid, I wanted one of them where you get it come up in the middle of it and it's
Build
all
one
around.
build one of them in the garage.
But see, now I'm 56.
Then all the stray dogs can sleep under it.
Yeah, they'll give them get out of the rain.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, this one stray dog cost you Marty, didn't it?
Yeah, Marty won't come around much because he don't like the new dog.
I know what I'm about to say is going to
And
shock
Marty's my favorite.
most of America here, but Greg actually enjoys reading.
I do.
Yeah.
Enjoys?
He does. He actually reads more than you
Every
think
year
he
for
would.
Christmas, that's my kids get me some type of
What
book.
about calligraphy? I think you'd be good at
What does
that.
that mean? Is that where you write real neat?
Yeah.
Speedy.
Is that when you
He's
write
got
on your
good
face?
handwriting.
Is that when you write on your hands and face?
No, it's like what?
Fancy writing.
It's just fancy, right?
Well, you
Like
know that,
pen and ink.
You know when
I
those,
never will
some of
qualify for
those
that.
some of those
Did
mystics,
some good work last week.
mystic
Caught me off guard.
religions that write on their hands and face.
That's henna tattoos, I think.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Greg, you could do that. You look really cool.
I may give me one of them tribals on my arm like them Hawaiian ones.
Yeah.
I
Like
kid
the
you
Rock's
not.
got.
I would like to turn it over to Greg, and we're playing a game show, and you have 5 seconds to name 2 hobbies.
2?
Yes, 2 hobbies that you are really all about.
I really there's
and
nothing I
for
really
that,
care
the
much
team
about.
wins if you get it right.
I'm gonna take up archery.
No, not what you're gonna do, but
Greg.
what you're doing.
Well, I have none.
Hunting.
Hunting,
Hunting
is
but
one.
I don't get to do as much.
He
as I'd
hunts
like.
like twice
That's
a
what
year.
I'm saying. If
But
I did it a
still.
lot,
Wish you do it more.
maybe I'll make it a hobby and I'll do it every weekend this year.
No,
it's
then you
not
become
gonna
a
happen
housefly
too
away
much.
from the house.
Then you-
again.
No,
I ain't
don't
going there. I ain't spending the night with you. I'm going over.
Yeah, Greg didn't knowing you, Greg, I know you. You'll start to resent it.
my gun's on. Probably missed a deer.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, the one I
I
just
shot. I couldn't find
I ain't
it.
even gonna look for it.
Yeah, if I shoot a deer, what am I
going to do with it?
That right there. Was
That
something.
is that is one of the strangest
jump
nights
time.
I've ever
Something
had in my
time
life.
camo.
Camo's out of date.
Time jumped.
It's
Gotta
like
buy some new camo.
Hey, now that is true. I need a bunch of.
By the
new
way,
camo.
I do too.
I've been wearing this camo from like 1996.
straight up, the camo I have on is the same camo I've
Yeah.
had since '94.
Yeah.
Mine
Yeah.
is so
I'm
faded.
not
It,
kidding.
it went from like deep woods to now it looks like I'm in the desert.
And
My
every
favorite pair finally got a big hole in the knee.
yeah, at the end of every
That's my
hunting
favorite
season,
pair.
I always say, "Now, before next year, now I'm getting me some."
Oh, I always and then I wait and
Yeah.
they've
They're all
sold
gone.
everything.
Yeah.
All right, sorry to get us off. Greg, 2 hobbies. Go.
Yeah, for $5,000 and your team wins.
Now, what are we
Ready,
doing?
go.
What is this?
He needs to
He's-
give us
he's
2
just gotta-
hobbies he enjoys.
Just 2 hobbies that he comes up
That,
with.
that I
on-
currently enjoy. But
Yeah.
that I don't have any.
Then we lose.
I don't have any hobbies.
we
Thanks,
just
Greg.
lost.
Team
Can I
lost.
lie or are they going to check and see if I
No,
really do
you
it?
have to really be doing
We're
it.
just all telling you what you should like, and I just didn't know if you deep down in your soul knew of what you like.
Like you said, well,
That's kind of what started
Greg,
this
can I help
conversation.
you? What if you said I can't help him? Right? What if we've named 2?
I'll give you one lifeline.
You know what
like-
Greg's done to hobbies, don't you?
Yeah.
Same thing he did to the board.
Yeah, right.
yeah, sure did, bud.
Greg, you like to hunt and you like to read.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
We're gonna land there.
There it is.
Thanks, big brother.
Thanks, I'm here.
And then the grandkids don't count because that's not.
No,
that's actually
that's
something.
called a family.
He threw that in. He threw that in there.
That's a family, not a hobby.
What's your hobbies,
that.
Helms?
I
Well,
said
you know,
you-
tennis, Braden, and Caroline.
I didn't.
And
Well,
Maddie.
I know some people's kids would like to be a hobby.
Yeah.
Bubba, what's your hobby?
I said
Well, I
you
love my
enjoy.
wife and my kids.
I was saying someone said that earlier.
I did. I said you enjoy spending
If
time
you want to
with
stay married, don't call spending time with your wife a hobby.
Yeah.
No, well.
So on this list of 101 hobbies you need to try next year, number 45, and I kid you not, is beatboxing.
Beatboxing.
No extra equipment required. Just watch some videos to get started.
I know a guy that's
blogging. Why don't you blog, Greg?
Oh yeah, I'm all about that.
Bub, I know a guy that said God called him to beatbox.
Oh yeah, I did. In fact, I saw him. Rick, I saw him just minutes ago.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
What about delivery guy with y'all's business now? Aren't you delivering stuff?
That's why I don't have a hobby. That's why I don't have a hobby.
That's your wife's hobby coming in on top and causing you problems.
Well, you could turn that in.
I believe I found
that's hobby spillover.
Y'all may have something here. You could turn that into some thrifting. That's a hobby. There's people that are going out there thrifting.
Speaking of delivering furniture, I'll make you a deal on that table.
What about graffiti art? You could get you a spray can and paint canvases.
And I will say this: when I get stopped by trains, it's amazing that art on the side of the train.
Yeah.
How do they do that? I know. How do they do that? I want to know.
You know, Adler took that
number
up for a little while.
56.
I can say that.
How about they turned in downtown Miami area to whole neighborhood of graffiti on side
What
of the
about Palo
buildings?
Alto?
Yeah, I know where that is.
Greg,
now.
number
And how to say
56
it.
on this list, puppeteering.
Now, y'all know that ain't gonna happen. Although when I was a kid, I did have a few puppets.
What if you took one thing?
Balloon twisting?
What if you did
Oh,
what
yes.
you took two
Like
of your
Sam
things
Bloomer.
you like, and it could become a hobby? You burn puppets.
There it is, Rick. That's a good idea.
You get rid of puppets. You know, I think this would be good,
likes
and
to burn.
this could help Lisa out too. Why don't you start making jewelry and then let
Making
Lisa sell it?
jewelry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I really sound like.
Greg,
I'm
can I
about to
tell you
do
what you honestly need to do? And this is straight up.
What about leather?
And Bubba and I, you've
you
brought.
can make us belts with our name on it.
Okay, wait,
There you
already
go.
got
We
'em.
got those already. Let me say this, and this would work.
Leather
And
shop.
Greg, and you know, it's
Soap
very
making?
popular among those in the entertainment business.
Mm-hmm.
And Bubba, I can't believe we haven't thought of this. Greg needs to paint. To become a painter.
Yep.
And everybody says, hey, if you
can't
bought one of those
paint.
paintings, Greg Burgess from Rick and Bubba painted. You know who painted
Can it
this?
be
It'll
that?
become that. Hey, you know who painted this?
Yeah.
Greg Burgess.
Hey.
Really? He paints?
Look at what
Little
old
something-
Biden got.
A little
You know?
something
Look
people
at
don't know.
Daniel Moore.
Yeah, right.
Right. You know, I like these where you just throw stuff on there and tell them it means something,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody just goes crazy over it.
Yeah,
What's that
sling
called?
paint
What
on
kind of
there.
art's that?
What if you start
Abstract?
What if you start doing sports painting, sports prints under the surname Daniel Less?
That's true.
I like it.
Your phone calls are next. Lines are available. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Narrow trails requiring sure footing and balance, crossing through water, walking up slippery stream beds, hikes 30 minutes plus, walking distance over a mile, and
I'd love to do that.
and we went all in.
You know what I hate most about that sign? The mosquito.
Yeah, I know.
They did
If you
it.
got a list mosquito on the sign, that's a big mosquito.
Also saw a terrible thing happen with Brody trying to be a good Samaritan, and I had to teach a guy, I forgot where he was from, I think somewhere in California, about the term "can't have nothing." Mm-hmm. His probably $100 plus sunglasses had fallen on some rocks. Brody finds them. The guy's elated. Okay, hey, those are my glasses. Brody goes to toss them,
No.
and he misses it, and down the fall they went.
Oh my!
And his face.
Could you not just walk, maybe handed them to him?
I said, Brody, you know 10 more feet the guy had them.
Yeah, you just.
Well, you know what? I blame the guy. That's what you get for buying expensive sunglasses.
I looked at
That's
him.
on him.
I looked at him. I said, you can't have nothing. And
If
he
you got them Pizza Hut glasses that are yellow on the
Right.
side, you keep them things for 10 years.
Yeah,
You
would.
couldn't throw 'em
You
away.
could throw them for 20 yards and catch them.
They'd come back out of the fall.
They would.
So, Rick, who are these people that look like they have a pillowcase on their shoulder?
Bubba,
What
you
is
going
that?
through his phone?
What is that? That's the luau. That's the luau.
They look like they're on top of a mountain.
Oh no, that's the people singing to the sun.
Is that the,
The sun's singing.
That's the one singing to the sun.
what are they singing to?
I don't know. I couldn't understand it. It's in some language. We made it on the hike right there. They were on hike. We come back.
We're making do something in the house.
Alexa,
right now.
turn on Rick and Bubba.
No, this is it. If they're listening, Alexa, turn on WZZK on TuneIn, and we're there. So y'all know how I am with names. Okay, I share
What are you
your
talking about?
dad's, deal with this. But you'll love. This is so funny. Play that spoof just right quick. This is an Alexa spoof from Saturday Night Live. Everybody was sending it to me when they found out I was doing it.
The new Amazon Echo has everyone asking Alexa for help.
Alyssa, what time is it? What the hell is wrong with this blasted thing? Amanda!
But the latest technology isn't always easy to use for people of a certain age.
These kids done bought me a busted machine again. Oh, yes, sir.
That's why Amazon partnered with AARP to present the new Amazon Echo Silver, the only smart speaker device designed specifically to be used by the greatest generation. It's super loud and responds to any name even remotely close to Alexa, so they can find out the weather.
Allegra, what is the weather outside?
It is 74 degrees and sunny.
Huh?
It is 74 degrees and sunny.
Where?
Outside.
What about it?
The temperature outside is 74 degrees and sunny.
I don't know about that.
The latest in sports.
Clarissa, how many did old Satchel strike out last night?
Satchel Paige died in 1982.
How many did you get?
Satchel Paige is dead.
In what now?
Died.
Who did?
Satchel Paige.
I don't know about that.
Leading local news and pop culture.
Anita, what them boys up to across the street?
They are just playing.
They what now?
They are just playing.
You say they just playing now?
Yes, they are just playing.
I don't know about that.
Pair it to smart devices like your thermostat.
Alessandra, turn the heat up.
The room is already 100 degrees.
Are you trying to kill me, Alize?
The new Amazon Echo Silver plays all the music they loved when they were young.
Angela, play black jazz.
Playing, jazz.
It also has a quick scan feature to help them find things.
Emilia, where did I put the phone?
The phone is in your right hand.
And it has an feature for long rambling stories.
So then I gave him $5, and he said I only gave him $1. I said, I know I gave you a $5. Because I only had a 5 and a 1 on me. And this is the $1 right here. So, I mean, you tell me who's crazy.
Amazon Echo Silver. Get yours today. I said get yours today.
To order Amazon Echo Silver,
Oh, that's
send a check
so
or money
good.
order to Amazon.com right now.
10 minutes to the top. Phone calls coming in. Clean Pods revolutionizing the industry. There is a better way to clean for a lot less money, and also a lot less of the harsh chemicals we used in the old days. That we found a better way to do it and do it just as efficiently for a lot less money. And you can get your Clean Pods right now by going to cleanpods.com/Bubba. cleanpods.com/Bubba, and we'll get you 10% off and free shipping. You are going to love this product. The industry is celebrating how successful it has been. Here's the concept. These pods are concentrated. They come to you in different packets based on the kind of cleaning you want to do. Floors, windows, a multi-surface, countertops, a bathroom, whatever the case may be. And then they send you 5 of commercial-grade spray bottles. So you're no longer paying for water. You'll just provide your own water. You put the pod in there, add the water, shake it up, let's go. And for about $2 a bottle. Are you paying $2 a bottle at the grocery store? No, you're not. You're paying more than that. So put them to work for you. If you want 10% off and free shipping, go to cleanpods.com/Bubba. Also, you'll find these terrific new products at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And if you are loving these, like so many of you are, keep those emails coming. To the phones we go. Let's start with Johnny in Tennessee. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Johnny, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Johnny.
Hope y'all are doing well.
We are, Johnny.
I've got a couple of quick jokes for you as far as the Tennessee-Georgia game.
Okay.
There's 2 Tennessee players, football players, and a basketball player riding in the car. Who's driving?
I don't know. Tell us, Johnny.
The deputy sheriff.
Okay, pretty good. Pretty good, Johnny.
That ain't bad.
Pretty good, Johnny.
Bubba liked it.
You got another one?
Okay, yeah. Here's my one for Georgia. What's the difference between a Georgia wedding and a Georgia funeral?
What?
At the funeral, there's one less drunk.
That's good.
All right.
That's all good. Those are not bad.
Roll Tide.
Johnny,
Good work, Johnny.
I question you being on hold for 41 minutes, but I'm gonna tell you what. You cost us a timeout, but he
was delivered.
He
delivered.
I'd have forgot.
First
what I
one was
called
better
about.
than the second.
It was. Aaron is actually in Pennsylvania, home of Fetterman. Aaron, go ahead. 30 seconds. One timeout remains.
Hi. Good night.
Oh wow! This hour always delivers.
I gotta tell you guys, Friday's show was amazing with you guys making that noise over and over.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
But actually, I did a little digging and I found out what was going on with what he actually said.
Okay.
It turns out he's getting sponsored by Kleenex for his campaign. And when he walked out, he actually said,
Oh,
Rick.
man.
Okay, now, Rick.
That ain't right.
Guys, I used my timeout.
That's
Bubba's
it wasn't but one
lost.
left.
He's
There
not
wasn't but
paying
one
attention.
left.
No, I
We
didn't.
wasted some time laughing.
I've been trying to figure out who he looks like, and an emailer said he looks like the aliens in the movie Battleship, and I think that's it.
Never seen it. Never seen it.
I think that's it.
John
Shrek is hard to pass.
John and Nola,
If he's green.
New Orleans. John standing by. What's on your mind, Johnny?
Morning, fellas. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
Great.
We're
We're
good.
great.
Hey, just let y'all was talking about the possibility of airlines striking come around Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Can't forget that also the railroad strike is still on the table from this month too. All the tentative agreements.
So it never was ironed out.
Have not been ratified.
And we ain't got no diesel.
Yep. And we just
Merry Christmas.
Yep. Merry
There-
Christmas.
oh,
There it
yeah,
is.
look,
There it
he
is.
does.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah, he does. He really does. Yeah, we're now talking about Fetterman, not the
I'm
strike.
sorry. We changed.
Yeah. I don't.
We'll do that.
I don't want to think that somehow we're that into the strike, but
there you go.
Lynn in Wetumpka. Lynn, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hello? Is this a Rick and Bubba show?
Yes.
That is.
Okay.
All right.
I really wanted to hear what she had to say.
I did too.
Couldn't
A
hear
lot of
over.
build up there.
I think that was a leaf blower in the background. Let's go to Tad. Yeah, Tad.
Yeah, Todd, go ahead.
Todd in Birmingham.
Yeah.
Todd, go ahead.
Hey guys, I hope you're doing well. I just got my oil changed, and the guy doing it kept calling me boss. Hey boss, how you doing, boss? What boss?
Yeah.
What do y'all think about going places and everybody calling you boss all the time?
Well, I wish it would happen here once.
I don't mind boss as much as I told you that time that guy called me sport and I asked him who the hell sport was. I didn't like that. I did. I said, who the hell sport?
Where are you on balls?
Twice.
Hey,
Boss
boss.
I can live with.
Yeah, I
Speedy,
can
you
too.
got one you'll use. What is it? You call everybody big man or something?
Cat daddy.
He said, hey, big man, right here. What's the one you use?
I don't know.
You will do that. I don't know if it's big man, but I
What
don't
is
think
it?
I
What's
do
the
that.
term? Which one
But he
is it
does.
he
He
uses?
does do this.
I know you go to bro, Bubba. Hey, bro.
Or pal.
I used to work with
Mine's-
a guy, and I've only heard one person that he called people Top. Hey,
Top?
what's up, Top?
Top.
Yeah, in
Why?
fact, that was his nickname.
What was the purpose?
Top Cat.
Okay.
Look at him.
Guy.
But everybody he met, he called him Top.
Guy in
And that was his,
Virginia.
everybody called him
That's
Top.
good,
back.
boss.
That's good. That's a good nickname, by the way. Guy, go ahead.
Go boss.
Well, actually, this is Joel from Houston, and I believe and declare that Greg will find fulfillment in a hobby. His moon pie mug is broken for now, but glue is on the way.
Joel Osteen from Houston.
That's a good Joel Osteen.
Yeah,
That's a
that
pretty
was
good.
I can tell you couldn't.
I thought for a minute it was Dave the Angry Cyclist.
That was
I
pretty
couldn't
good.
tell.
That was pretty good.
Linda, Sunny 105, Gulf Shores, Alabama. Linda, go
Top.
ahead.
Good morning. How are y'all today?
Good.
Good, boss.
I got a great hobby for y'all, and it's fun. Your genealogy.
Yeah, Greg likes
Yeah, I've
that
heard
one.
that. I've heard this from others. Don't know that you're going to get this bunch involved with that. But
I like genealogy, but I want somebody else to do the research and then show me what I found.
Little Greg, that's
kind of takes the hobby out of it.
Fun, and you find out so much about your family.
Yeah,
and
I've
you
heard
may get a mass murderer arrested. We've had a lot of that happen.
By the way, I meant to ask y'all about what Yogi's about to ask us about. Be careful, Yogi.
Yogi.
Just bring up the topic. Please do not walk out the script.
Yes, sir.
Come on,
I
boss.
will not. I just wanted to know if you guys had heard the Ric Flair commercial in the Mount
Yes, I
Everest
have.
product.
Yes, I have.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I have.
Is that not hilarious?
What does he say?
I don't know what to do.
Flair.
Yeah.
At one point, I thought, I think I should change the channel.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Rick. Wow.
Good night.
Ric Flair, I would say that there's a term for really needing money, but I won't use it here.
No.
But
I will say I couldn't stay with it.
It's tough.
Boy, it's secondhand.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
It is.
It is.
And it's like they did it on one take. You know, like somebody had a recorder. Okay,
Right.
Rick, because it's. I mean, he don't even. I don't know.
Yeah, it makes what we have to work through on Manscaped look like a walk through the park.
Oh, Rick.
I mean, it was. Bubba, you have got to hear it.
If you hadn't heard it,
it's.
I don't know if I've heard it or not. I remember him doing that, doing the little noise, but I don't remember what the commercial was.
It's the topic that apparently every sports talk show in the world, every commercial break, it's the only people that advertise with them. It's one of those, but it's a very, very interesting presentation.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.